We are going to demonstrate a sample agentic based software development.
AI.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees spanning 50.
Check one, one, 1 2. Check one, 1 2. Check one, one. Check one.
And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Matco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership. They can impact and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Matco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions, but today we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines
two.
of code in 2 minutes.
Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 1 2. Check 1 2 2. Hey hey. 1 2 2 2 2 1 2. Hey hey hey. 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 2. Hey hey hey. 1 2 2 2 2 1 2. Hey hey hey. Hey 1 2 2.
while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our
Check.
mathematicians.
Check.
Our people are the
Check.
heartbeat of
1
math code.
1
They
1
innovate,
2. Check.
collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal align with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements.
Check, one.
We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
Check, one.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Software development flow. We've got our in-house show me high protein options.
And optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. passionate team of problem solvers driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Matco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Matco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
mathematicians' goal align
हम
with
लोग
a
बोला
larger
हमको
mission
2 लोग
to
चाहिए
empower
तो
decision
शायद आपको
makers in
भेजा
global
ऐसे बोला
enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, thanks. Hi, nice to meet you.
Are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron.
Artificial intelligence. AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
Good morning, friends. Hot beverages are not allowed inside the room. Sorry about that. So could you please drink and then come inside? Thank you.
Blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission, expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner. Relentlessly seeking, solving.
Work हो रहा है? Yeah, I can hear it. I can.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiments, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization.
Check 1 2.
Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI. Coexisting.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building.
Requesting everyone, I know your friends are coming to enjoy this lovely session. So we're requesting you to kindly not keep the bags on the seats and allow the ones who are currently present. When they come in, we'll ensure that there are some seats available for them to sit as well. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Now I'm going to see which row actually says the best good morning, okay? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, all right. Welcome to MLDS, the grand finale, which is the third day of MLDS 2024. MLDS 2024 is organized and presented to you by AIM Media House. I am Purvi, and I'll be your host for the day. This summit, in the first 2 days, has been an incredible journey of innovation, inspiration, and AI-driven breakthroughs, packed with game-changing insights, transformative discussions, and some mind-blowing tech showcases. And today, we are taking it one step further. Before we kick off, let's give ourselves a huge round of applause for making this summit an unforgettable experience. Round of applause for yourself. And, of course, let's not forget our parallel tracks running in Audi 1 and Audi 3, filled with deep dive workshops, panel discussions, and interactive sessions. So make sure you explore those as well. Before we begin, let's take a moment to thank our incredible sponsors who have made MLDS 2025 possible. So our title sponsors, Genpact and Matco, AI partner, Google Cloud, platinum sponsor, EY, gold sponsor, Synchron and Vex, silver sponsor, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. We truly appreciate your support in shaping the future of AI. Thank you. All right, folks, before we dive into the day's excitement, here's a little teaser. We have got something big lined up for you this evening in Audi 1. Stay tuned, you definitely won't want to miss that. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session that you've been waiting for, our first talk, Evolution of Software Architecture in the AI Era. This session explores how AI, especially LLMs, is reshaping software design by challenging traditional static architectures with real-time and intent-driven systems. Abhishek Ashok, Chief Technology Officer at SmartQ, a tech entrepreneur with 15 plus years in full stack development and AI, built VLSI tools at Intel and led SmartQ's tech function. He created Deva.ai, boosting developer productivity 10x, passionate about AI and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Abhishek Ashok.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I have my co-host also along with me, my co-founder and partner in crime. He is the Chief Growth Officer of SmartQ. So I would like to call Keshav also on the stage. We are doing this kind of presentation for the first time. Please bear with us if we do any mistakes. Keshav, please come on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So,
cool.
So before we start, like, how many of you have downloaded the SmartQ app or used the SmartQ app before? Oh, not bad.
Not bad. Thank you.
People do know us. So for people who don't know about SmartQ, we actually build technology for B2B food services, for ordering as well as fulfillment channels. We build a lot of tech from the consumer applications, kiosks, mobile apps, point of sale systems, and the kitchen management systems. We've scaled this globally. We are a 200-member tech team headquartered in Bangalore. So we are present in around 19 countries. A small plug about SmartQ before we start the session, because you guys need to be familiar from where we come from and what we've built. So that's about SmartQ, and we'll just jump into the session, right? So one of the great things that AIM has been doing for the community is, like, they've really leveraged the entire AI revolution and the era of how Gen AI is evolving. But kudos to them. But I couldn't stop not noticing just one interesting part. We are at the largest Gen AI developer summit, but the trends and the Gen AI is evolving so fast that we still call it MLDS. The name is still catching up to the machine learning developer summit. Is still catching up to the Gen AI era. So that's the stage, or that's the era we are in, that we will always be catching up to how the things are evolving in the fields of AI. So yes, just wanted to share that thought, and over to Abhi to begin the session.
We will dive into the topic today, where we will rethink, like, what is the way software is getting developed, and also the software experience of the future. How is it getting shaped with the context of LLM in mind? So if we go to the first thing.
So yeah, Abhi, let's first try and understand what was the purpose of software. Why did we even have software? What was it trying to do, like, between humans and machines? What was it trying to achieve?
Sure, Keshav. So if you really think about, like, software, right? Software is a way how humans communicate information to the machine and get back information. It was a segue for information exchange between humans and machines. Because machines were not as intelligent as what they are today, we had to pre-bake the software. Developers used to pre-bake screen-by-screen journeys, have drop-downs, buttons, sliders, and all of them, so that humans could communicate to machines in an unambiguous way. For example, let's take that there's a form, and then you have a drop-down to select male or female. I can express that as I'm a guy, I'm a dude, I am a boy, I'm uncle. All of them actually mean male. Because machines were not able to understand what humans mean by the way they talk, we had to hard code it to a drop-down, right? So let's hinge on to this concept, and we will relook at how it is evolving today, right? So another thing is that because we had to build a lot of UIs and all of this, and there was repetitive work, humans came up with a lot of frameworks. We have got React, Flutter, XYZ frameworks, so that we can speed up our development to deliver these experiences, which is the hard-coded screen-by-screen journeys.
So let's understand now, Abhi, that okay, now we know like what software is really meant for. Most people know it, but like we understood the core. But how is LLMs playing a role now in this era of LLM-led software development?
Yeah. So the key context is LLM is like Sarvagna, right? It knows a lot of things about a lot of things. And it understands human language. That is the beauty of LLM. Now, with that in context, where it can really interpret what humans mean, it can also generate code. We really have to rethink, like, should we revisit how the experience of software development and delivery should be, right? So LLM is one of the key driving factors which is changing this paradigm shift of how humans interact with computer.
So yes, LLMs are the driving factor, but probably to really, for a software developer, engineer, to really know how the future beholds for him, he should understand what's driving the driving factor, right? So what are the key things that we need to look out for in terms of kind of evolution and emergence, which are the driving factors for this LLM shift?
So I feel LLMs, we will touch upon like what could be the future of software interaction. There are like few factors which are driving LLM evolution. The first one is the purpose-built hardware. You can see people like Grok and then several other companies who are building custom ASIC hardware, which is for LLM kind of load, not the classic computation load. Then we have software optimization. Every other day, people come up with some wacky way how they can build the LLM much cheaper and much faster. And the third one is the data, the quality of data, which is being fed to the LLM is going to dictate the efficacies of LLM. What this results in is that if these three things evolve at a very rapid pace, then you could see an exponential multiplication factor as to how many tokens can it generate per second for a given level of intelligence, and increase in intelligence, of course, and the decrease in cost so that several other opportunities become feasible, which is not feasible today. Right.
Can we play this out like in a timeline? How do we see this evolve probably in the future, like in several years?
So if we look at the key factors which are driving is tokens per second and what is the cost per million, which is going to dictate whether it gets adopted or not in the real world. Now, let's say we are at stage X, which is now. We will soon be at stage 10X. I can't quantify a date because every day when I read the news about AI, my calibration of this time keeps changing, so I'll just tell it as near future. Then we have got this era of, let's say, probably like 50X, where it's like 50 times more speed at which it can generate tokens and 50 times less cost efficient. We will look at these snapshots of time, which is there in the future, as to how software interaction and development evolves, right? And there is probably the last stage, which even I'm not sure about, which is the 100x speed, where each one of us will be in nirvana. So we'll not go into that, but rather look at this.
Great. So maybe let's dive into stage X where we are today.
Sure. Stage X, if you think about a frontier model like Claude Sonnet V2, which can be really used in a real enterprise software development world, or if you take O3 Mini, which has recently come in, if you look at that level of intelligence, we are somewhere at like 100 tokens per second of useful output. And then the cost is roughly around like $7 per million token. These are indicative. As I speak, this keeps changing. But let's take this. This is the snapshot of time at which we want to analyze. And let's look at like how the software development is changing, right? So with this context in mind, where it can generate like 100 tokens per second, it is decent enough to write a lot of lines of code per day. So it's really changing the speed at which we are writing software, and we are able to give tools to it, and it is able to interact with the system and then enable us to do something called as agentic steerable software development, which we have a demonstration about, which I'll just show you guys. Keshav, any thoughts?
So I think, yeah, best is let's show what we are talking about. We couldn't actually do a live demo
Yeah.
because we have constraints. We recorded this was just recorded yesterday, which was as live as we could get.
Yeah, we were not able to do live demonstration. It would have been a lot more fun. It was live. Because of the paucity of time, we will just show the pre-recorded one, which is right now. We are going to demonstrate a sample agentic-based software development flow. We've got our in-house agentic software development framework called as Deva. So this is the Deva software. It has a bunch of agents, each agent specializing in a specific programming language. So we'll take the example of Flutter developer agent. Let me start off the agent, and then I'm going to start prompting it. Right now, this agent is connected to the local file system, and it is currently monitoring and operating on this project source code, and the output of that is what you can see it on the right. So I'm going to prompt it to build a small functionality. On the email input screen, can you add a text button below the get OTP called help, which when user clicks on it, pops up a dialog box which has got user query as a text input and a send button. So it has transcribed it now. At this point of time, the agent is given a little bit of guidelines as to how this project needs to be implemented. It's a Flutter project, and it has been told basic rules like what is the coding principle. Then it starts looking into relevant files. So using semantic similarity search, it has shortlisted 30 most relevant files, and now agent will select few of these files to be read. So it has now read email input screen and some of the design tokens. It has done the modification and it has written back the file. So let's look at like what is the modification it has done. So it has added this whole new piece of code, and then it has made few small errors which might be because of some import errors. You can just add those things, and now the code is clean. Let's hit save. You can see that there is a help form dialog which has come up, right? Yeah. So what you just now saw is an agentic way of software development. There are a bunch of tools out there which are there in the market, like Cursor, Devin, and all of them. Each one have their own pros and cons. This is something which is meant for enterprise software development. This is an in-house tool which 200 developers inside SmartQ have started using on a real-world project which has got like 500, 600 files composed of projects. The key thing we need to observe here is most of the time developer has to spend articulating the intent of what tasks need to be done. He need not even write line by line or even open those files. The agent will perform an action, and then it is getting reviewed at regular time by the developer as to what changes have been done, and he is approving and then going to the next task. It has got great observability in place. For example, there are likes of Devins where you give a high-level prompt and you wait for like several minutes to find out that it has done something very different than what you expected, right? So LLM has this fuzziness where at every stage there is a probability of success. So if you give a big enough task, and when you cascade it with probability of success, the final result of your success will be like only 10%. But rather you would want to give bite-sized task, observe the output, and then keep steering the AI, right? So the key takeaway is that we are going to be in an era where you will have a bunch of agents which are like sitting on your machine, and you're just distributing work. work to them, and they are working on it, you're reviewing it, approving it. So that is going to be the de facto flow of how people are going to build software, and it is multilingual. You can tell it in Kannada, Hindi, whatever language you are comfortable with, and then keep steering the output of the LLM.
Just wanted to give an insight around this. What we're seeing is actually very exceptional. Even though I'm from SmartQ, I'm saying this, is that this was initially a command line version when Abhi conceptualized it. And the command line version evolved by building itself and evolving itself. He just worked with the tool and evolved it to this level where now 200 developers are using it, right? And a company like Cursor raised probably what, 50, 100 million, 400 million valuation to kind of scale it. We are in India, and with our ingenuity and with our kind of hustle and jugaad thinking, we've been able to build something which is as competitive, and it was all built by, it probably has 30, 40,000 lines of code across this tool, and it was all built over like 2 weeks by one single developer, which is Abhi. So just wanted to give a shout out to that.
Thank you. Thanks, Keshav. The key takeaway is that once you know how to leverage LLM, the sky is limit for the imagination, and that's how version 1 of Deva was used to build version 2 of Deva, then you swap version 2, build version 3, right? Then the evolution of that particular software can go very exponential, and suddenly we added like voice input and all of that thing. Cool. So we'll not dwell too much into Deva. Let's go into the next piece, which is, okay, this is fine at stage X, software development, how does it look? Let's look at stage X, how the software interaction, before we just go there, this is a classic Three Idiot ka movie annotation, where the ingenuity and creativity is what comes with Rancho, and that is what each one of us should be. And we will have a bunch of chaturs, which are like agents, which are there, which will do the job which has been described, right? So the real fun and important thing is how can you be Rancho and steer a lot of chaturs for the outcome which you want, right? So that's a piece of advice. So thank you. So let's go to another video as to how the software experience is evolving in the agentic era, where when the machines are able to understand what do we mean. So this is a live example, real example. I'm going to play this video out.
Is some context on this?
High protein options. Can you further filter for non-veg high protein options? एक बटर चिकन कार्ट में डाल दो. एक वाइट कलर स्वीट डिश आपके मेन्यू में था. कैन यू शो दैट आइटम? I've got 4 kids with me, and each of them will probably eat half of rasmalai. Can you add appropriate quantity to the cart? Okay, order place Smart Budu.
That's right. He's on a diet.
Yeah. So what you guys saw here is a real live interaction with an LLM. If you really see how the paradigm has shifted, if we connect back to the first slide, which I was talking about, where you've got drop downs, buttons, sliders, and all of that thing, that is just translated to like voice input, where a human is able to communicate so much of information ahead of time in such short a period of time. So if you look at humans as well, right, we have got mechanical way, I mean, the muscles to give the input, and we have got voice. Voice is the fastest way how you can deliver information to the system. But voice is not the most optimal way to get back the information from machine. Visual is the fastest way to get back, right? So we are seeing a paradigm where voice is an input and visual is an output, right? So that is the fastest way how it is evolving. Even in the food ordering application, what we are actually looking and asking for the customer is, what do they want the food, when do they want, how much quantity do they want, right? So these three information, if you can communicate in the fastest way, you could script a lot of screens. Now in this, what essentially that agent is doing is, software developer has frozen the screens and the content which needs to be there in the screen. Agent is controlling the software, deciding which screen to be shown with what populated information, right? That's how agent is becoming a middleman to translate humans' intent and operating on the software on behalf of the human.
Yeah, and another interesting observation is like, even if previously people used to say, if I know what I want, I can easily speak to the software and it'll order for me. But what if I want to explore? I need a UI, I need to go through different options, I need some visuals around it. But even that, now, if you can just speak to the AI saying, I feel like having something, something in chocolate today. I feel like I'm on a cheat day. I just want to have indulgent food, right? It'll still be able to understand that and give you more relevant options than you browsing and scrolling what exactly you want to do. So either ways, your entire experience could be filtered and fine-tuned through an agent-based experience.
Yeah. So typically the skill set which is required for a software developer, right, is really to understand, like for example, he still needs to understand the software architecture. They have to make software choices as to what are the frameworks and what are the screens. But the interesting thing which they need to have it in their mind is how agent is driving the software, not the human themselves. And that's how they have to start engraving that human kind of behavior inside the software so that it delivers the best experience.
I think, yes. So I think stage X is kind of what we are at today. But if you want to extrapolate this into how we move to 10X, what are some of the paradigms and ideas we can see when we are like, we have access to so much more tokens, so much lesser cost, when every organization is using it? How would the design paradigms and architecture of front-end experience change at that time?
Sure, Keshav. We'll touch upon that. So let's look at 10x stage, where we are able to get like 1,000 tokens per second, and the cost is very minuscule. At this point of time, if you really think about it, what is the front-end experience, right? It has a bunch of layout and a bunch of widgets, right? Usually developer freezes it upfront and sends. Now in the stage X era, LLM is deciding that I will give this layout, probably choose this content in it, right? Now when it goes to the next level where it can generate a lot more information on the fly, what developers will have to do is make some smart choices on architecture, freeze on the framework, but not even freeze on the screens, right? You let the agent on the fly write Flutter code or React code along with certain boundaries and constraints, but essentially you're not pre-baking the screens also, right? So that's the time when it's more like you're teaching LLM or agent as to when it is delivered to the end consumer, what information you want to be passed to the server, and rest everything it is doing on the fly, right?
So how you spoke to the Deva and code came out.
Yes.
The user will start saying what he wants, and the agent will start building screens and code based on that experience that the user wants.
Absolutely.
So basically,
what we saw in Deva was at like 100 tokens per second. They didn't have that speed at which it could generate on the fly. So this is like an experience, right? Like for example, a person who is planning to view the menu, these widgets are not pre-baked, right? It is personalized to that that person who is using it. If I'm a gamer, then it might stitch a UI for me, which is like Lego blocks style. Or if I'm, let's say, an old person, then it is giving me visuals which is more broad and bold, right? You can hyper-personalize the creation of this. You just have to feed the brand guidelines and let the AI figure out what is the best UI which needs to be rendered for the person in the context.
Yeah, if I'm like a Gen Z and if I like very minimal interface, it'll stitch. If it knows that my demo, like my kind of a personality, it'll stitch that user experience for me.
That's correct.
But if I'm someone who likes to kind of select and choose everything and very health conscious, I want a lot more information in each screen, then it'll stitch that nutritionally rich screen for me to kind of decide on whether I want it or not.
Absolutely, Keshav. It might even decide on the speed at which you're talking as well, right? Like if you're in a hurry for a meeting room,
Right.
then you're telling, I want to order something quickly, right?
Right.
The moment it sees that it is no more throwing nutrition information or anything, it is just coming to the point that, hey, Keshav, you have been having sandwich. These are the options which are available for you.
Right.
Or if you go something like, acha, kuch dikhao, then you know that you have got time and it will give an indulgent view of the menu, right? So that's how LLMs on the fly will stitch the UI front-end experience.
Interesting. Yes. Now moving on to 50x. Now what can we expect at if this is going to be if it's like real-time stitch software at 10x, where will we go at 50x? Abhi, I'm can't probably imagine what things will be like. So help me.
Cool. So let's dive into this era. Take it with a pinch of salt. This is something which is like a prediction which is there. It might come true, it might not come true. But literally when we are having 50,000 tokens per second which could be generated, it's a lot of information which an LLM can generate. If you have seen stable diffusion and all of those kind of models, you give it a prompt and it creates the image at a literally pixel level, right? You can have any sort of imagination as to what needs to come out in that pixel and it will stitch the imagination for you. So if you go to that level, maybe from a software development point of view, you're not even doing a framework choice. Why are frameworks required? Frameworks are required to speed up the development so that user can specify their user experience in less amount of code. Like for example, Flutter is going to augment me not to worry about how the button gets rendered with its curvature, with its gradients, with its ripple effect. All of that is offloaded from the developer to the framework, right? Now, when we are at an era where it is literally drawing at a pixel level, it doesn't even need a framework, right? It can go straight to the hardware level where it is imagining what is the best UI without any boundaries of framework and it is stitching on the fly. So at that point of time, we don't need framework, nor we need coding. It will be more like we train the agent on brand guidelines. We illustrate the scenario of what it means to be human. Like for example, if you want to ask the food ordering application, today is Friday, show me something interesting, then it might infer that it is intelligent mode, that you are entering the weekend and things of that sort. So we're talking about scenarios, condition, and the experience which needs to be created, and we are not limited by the framework or boundaries at all.
So saying we'll move closer to the user as we evolve with better and better capabilities of LLMs.
Yeah.
You'll stop thinking of the boundaries of the current
Framework.
way architectures we build. We'll just open it up to the users, kind of the best experience that we can give.
LLM's wild imagination as to what the experience it wants to deliver to the user. So what is that going to be? As I was telling, pixel by pixel, imagine a fast artist, which is just writing a drawing on the screen, on the fly, depending on the context. It's hyper-personalized. It might be a collapse of App Store as well, because your LLM, which is generating and running at such speed, could be the one single entity which is going to deliver every possible app, right? Because it is imagining and then rendering it. So every brand, like a food ordering application or a cab service, will articulate to the front-end LLM telling that these are my services, these are the way which I need to receive the data. You figure out what is the best way you want to render it, right? So universal LLM OS kind of thing is what will emerge. I don't have a visualization for it, but there is green shoots of this way of delivering software and game, which is coming into existence. Google has this project called as Gen N Game Engine, where typically in a game engine, you have sprites, you create a map, and then you create first player movement as to when somebody rotates left, then you have to rotate the screen by XYZ coordinates. Game engines like Unity simplify the development. They are like frameworks. Now, they have challenged this, and then they have come with this. So this is a classic Doom engine. So the key takeaway there was that it is generating all those at pixel level. There was not a single line of code which was written. It was prompted that I want a game which is similar to Doom. And the moment first player shooter moves, it is painting those picture pixel by pixel. There is absolutely no code in between, right? So people are able to recreate this at a lower fidelity, maybe at few pixels per second at a very low frequency per second, but eventually it will evolve to a level where it is able to render this.
But how does this change the rest of it? Like the front end experience is good, but what about everything else behind it? And also, how will it evolve the role of a software engineer? That will be more interesting to know.
Yeah. So again, if we really look at it, there is a front-end LLM which is delivering the experience, everything on the fly. Then you have the back-end LLM. If you really look at it, when we talk about APIs and endpoints, right, even they are like frozen, right? You have got a specific format in which you need to hit that API and you get back that information, right? But the core is the information. So if you replace that API gateway with an LLM which is sitting in between, and you've got a hardcore logic, which is your database and then the rest of the authentication layer, then the backend LLM can transfer the information to any front-end LLM in the format which the front-end LLM is expecting for. So you don't need a hard-coded format of JSON format exchange for an API endpoint. It's going to be very fluid, like as if both of them are communicating and telling that, Macha, you send me what is menu for snacks, and then it is sending the snacks, right? So that's the way we can do it.
That could collapse the API paradigm as well to
That's correct.
probably a socket level communication paradigm.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Again, so I'm going to end this topic. It's like the next era is going to be there for dreamers, creative people who can imagine it wild and then deliver something which was impossible yesterday. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions we can take, or?
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing, guys, I think we forgot to mention. So we are having a masterclass in SmartQ on 13th of Feb. You might have got it in each of your welcome kits as well, where we are exposing and giving Deva access to a bunch of developers who would like to try their hands on it. So if interested, please come by to our office. It's in
you
the
can
evening of
experience
13th.
it. We have not made it open source because of our parent company restriction.
Yeah.
So,
Fine.
Yeah.
So that's another mention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry?
Yes,
Yes,
offline, and you'll get subscription for Deva for 1 month as well.
One thing.
We can have a few more questions, friends, if you have any questions.
Yeah, hello.
There's
Hi.
a question there.
It was a very good session. One thing I wanted to ask, like, we have different problems, solutions coming through LM, but there are a lot of other problems also which is coming, like, in the back end, how do you see when this scales up to a lot of users?
Yeah.
You have token limits and all that stuff happening. So did you face any of these problems, and what did you do to resolve them?
Yeah, so again, we had the enterprise Google Cloud subscription. For Deva tool, we use Cloud Sonnet V2, which was hosted in Google Cloud. When you get the enterprise subscription, you have got a very high limits of RPMs and then tokens per second. And that's how we were able to mitigate it. Again, it's a clever way of how you want to use the tokens. So we have got conversation here, history clearance, and we educate people that if you end up having a very long conversation with Deva, then the token count is going to go exponentially. So we tell them to break that into smaller tasks and then switch the context. Right?
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Someone there had a question. Can you pass the mic on, please? We are not able to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, not audible.
Thank you. First of all, fantastic presentation, guys.
Thank you.
I have a question related to if I have MS Power Apps, that is a low-code, no-code environment, right?
Yes.
And if I want to build websites or UI by that, is it capable of doing that, or?
Deva is not capable. Generally, usually low-code platforms have their own framework in which they run. But I have a view on low-code that low-code was giving you the speed, but it was not giving you the control and observability. With LLMs, you get the same control and observability as a classic code, but you get the speed of low-code, right? So people are questioning, do I even have to be bounded by low-code framework, or can I go full code, but at the same speed of low-code?
Okay.
Right? So Deva is not compatible with Power Apps because Power Apps have their proprietary way how they encode the information and program.
Okay, okay. Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us know till when we can take
Sorry, we are out of time.
Folks, don't get disappointed. Abhishek and Keshav will be right outside the Audi 2 hall as well. So you can ask me as many questions as possible. Please feel free to do that. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
And thank you, Abhishek and Keshav. That was a wonderful and cool stuff, yeah? All right, for everyone who's into man versus machine, we have activity Code Craze happening at the Machine Hack stall exactly at 11:30. So anyone who's interested may join that as well. All right, for our next session, we have leveraging large language models for transforming finance. This workshop explores LLMs in finance, covering risk management, fraud detection, automation, and personalization. It includes case studies, hands-on techniques, and insights on regulations, ethics, and deployment, ideal for data scientists and tech leaders. To present this talk, we have Mathangi Sri Ramchandran, Chief Data Officer at UB. Mathangi has 20 patents, and extensive experience building AI solutions. She authored Practical NLP with Python and Capitalizing Data Science. She has led data science teams at Citibank, HSBC, GE, PhonePe, and Gojek. A prominent AI leader, she actively contributes to the community and teaches at top institutes. She has received multiple awards, including 10 Most Influential Leaders in BFSI 2024 and 50 Most Powerful AI Influencers in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mathangi.
Good morning, everyone. Hope I'm audible. It's a pleasure to meet all of you and share some of what we are doing in finance. And that too, this is at UB, it's hardcore finance. It's across, it's both enterprise and retail finance. And we'll be surprised to know the potential of language models, the potential of AI in transforming this space. Happy to share some of the experience that we've had building these solutions, bringing them up in the forefront. And this talk is largely going to be applications, not the deep dives into LLMs itself, but I think the world at this point in time has two areas to be conquered when it comes to language models and AI. One part of it is what largely being spoken, either creating fear or creating certain misconceptions is on the automation bit. As certain work is going to happen, automation bit, where the big potential is going to happen is on opportunities that we have, is on possibilities that we have never otherwise seen. So the current wave of AI, despite the hype and everything, what it is bringing onto the table is possibilities that we never ever thought existed, right? We could have never thought videos could be generated at scale and personalized at scale. We could not think that voice conversational bots, which we are talking about, could go to a depth that it can get so scalable that the information can reach to a larger set of audience. Technology, I believe very strongly, the power of technology is to democratize a lot of opportunities. So it is the eventual socializer, right? It will get down the difference between the haves and the have-nots. And you could see numerous examples in the past. And that's what this journey of AI is going to lead in different sectors, right? Be it taking a healthcare access to place where it is not otherwise there, or making legal and all the norms that was only available and restricted to those that have a lot of money to spend on lawyers, to making it available to pockets that needed it but could not afford it. Or we are going to talk a lot about it today, which is on finance, where we are using all of this to make sure we are deepening the pockets of credit, right? Otherwise, credit has been reaching to pockets that has only been traditionally reaching it. So those who get credit get more credit, and those who don't get credit never get credit. So that's what AI, or for that matter, any new technology is aiming at. At the end of it, it will democratize a lot of things, and it will lessen the divide for a larger group of people between the haves and the have-nots, and make certain things available and accessible for a lot of people, and hence, raise the standard of living. So on that note, I would like to talk a little bit deeper into finance and where actively we are working on it. And also, of course, this is not just restricted to UB, but globally this is what is happening in this area. So finance itself has very, very broadly, at a broad brush stroke, divided, has two components: liabilities and assets. Liabilities are, if you deposit to the bank, the deposits becomes the liabilities of the bank. It's an asset for you, but liability for the bank. And if a bank lends something to you, and that becomes an asset for the bank, right? Like, yeah, they have given the money and you have to owe the money back to them. So on the liabilities side, so we have things like, again, we'll divide this into retail, MSME, and corporate. So on the retail, like be it on onboarding, underwriting journey, etc., there is a lot of, so we will divide this in two parts: one on the sector, which is retail, MSME, and corporate, and vision, voice, text, and structured data. I have not put anything on the structured data because that's still out of LLM, so that's why I have not put anything on the structured data. On the unstructured data bit, on vision, voice, text, and videos, at this point in time, there is a lot that's happening through language models, through AI in this space. On vision, there is a lot of documents that comes while processing the data, right? Like while processing a customer for a loan, you will be amazed to know, and you could also recollect, right? If you have taken a home loan, or if you have taken a personal loan, if you have taken a vehicle loan, the amount of documents even today that you give to a bank ranges from utility bills to rental agreements to everything. So a lot of work we are doing on that space. Voice is, and this is a constant thing that you would hear from a lot of people, experience in India largely is voice, right? And it is an untapped potential because a lot of the things out there are still in English. They kind of work very well, including the latest version of DeepSeek, or any of the language models that keeps coming in. It works extremely well for English, but on local languages, it is coming up. It's not a ground zero we are talking about, but an area that it needs to get better at. But voice commerce, voice as a commerce engine in India is huge, and it's very untapped, right? How do we reach to the masses in tier 2, tier 3, in villages, in regional areas, is a huge area to be cracked. ASRs, having said all of that, is not yet state of the art. The word error rates we are talking about are anywhere between 40 to 60%, whereas in English you would talk about a word error rate of, let's say, less than 15%, right? So that's the divide on this, and this with India LLMs going to come, the government having the AI initiative, I think a lot of these problems will get solved, but that's another area we are working on voice. And on the text, how do we kind of reach the customer, what is the onboarding, etc. Videos is another area where a large scale personalized at a segment level videos, can it reach the customer in different forms. So imagine a book of 10 lakh customers, each of them getting their own video in their own style. That's the other area that's opening up both on things like lead generation as well as on collections. On the second two rows, which is MSME corporate, maybe many of you are not familiar with it. These are loans north of, let's say, 1 crore. It could even go up to 100 crores. How do these loans get decided has been very, very manual at this point in time. The language models with things like credit reports, able to make assessment with large-scale financial documents. So these are your annual reports, investor presentation, things like balance sheet, your bank statements that runs into thousands of pages. All of this, the play of AI is very high, and they feed into a credit decisioning. Then we have, on videos, especially two areas we are thinking very extensively is, are there ways to kind of summarize a board conversation that is happening so that the listed companies who has to take notes on regular board meetings, etc., can get solved. Again, otherwise, even while companies are pitching for debt lending, which is not equity, they're not raising money with a bunch of VCs, but they're actually sending notes to the banks for raising a debt funding. In those cases also, can an entire investor pitch be made through LLM? So those are the possibilities that we are exploring. Some of these we have finished to a greater level, but some of these are work in progress. Some of these are pretty much ideas at this stage where we are starting to explore. On the asset side, which is your deposits and all of that, is application forms. There's a lot of form filling that again happens on savings and opening current and savings account, etc. A lot of those. Wealth advisory is another area which is very popular. Not only does it say whether you should buy or sell, but also take you through a lot of education process in making a decision. Again, the thing is, a lot of wealth in India at this point in time lies in tier 2, tier 3 cities. It's not so much in the urban. So how do you tap wealth advisory into the tier 2, tier 3 cities? And how can LLMs help in that journey? By educating, by conversing in local languages, are going to unlock a lot of possibilities. So we'll go a little bit deeper into the work we have done, and we'll show you some of the things that we have seen LLM standing out there. Some of these are hardcore LLMs. Some of these are some traditional OCR engine in case of vision, and then LLMs kind of applied on top of it. So we do from extraction, standardization, validation, verification, and analysis of the document. And LLMs predominantly play a role at the extraction level, standardization level, at analyzer level as well. Just an example on the screen. You could see on the left, barely visible. Sorry? So you can just see on the screen the actual document and what LLMs could process from here with couple of lines of prompts on this. And we can do more than this, so I'll show you a few more examples on this one. This is straightforward, I know electricity bill, but the fact is we can classify which document type, what it is, and then kind of process a bunch of automatic fields. We are, next step, looking at, without much of an information about, at the maximum we could say what could be the document, but the whole layer of extraction and then standardizing and then verifying is where we are planning to take it to an agentic architecture. So this one is even more interesting. It's a little bit crumpled document, large, long documents, and lot of information out there, and then it is kind of extracting a lot. I'll show you something more. This is there is Hindi on this, and then it kind of can translate and figure out. Where we are also going on is trying to figure out whether there is a seal and what is written inside the seal also, right? And that could give you a lot of validity of the documents. Like I said, this is a tip of the iceberg of what we are doing. We, of course, parse large-scale bank statements also. And there, things like token size and how long it takes, etc., largely comes into play. So it's a combination at this point in time, using a bunch of OCRs plus a language model on top of it. On the voice commerce bit, right? So we have this is an area that has been in work for a long time. If any of you have been following about conversations per se, you would know that in the US and in the West, conversations kind of started taking through chat, for example, right? These are your chat bots and everything. Many of you may be familiar, but in Indian context, text never took off, right? And even whatever took off in WhatsApp, if you see, a lot of this is just voice messages in WhatsApp that people are replying. So India is a huge, huge voice market. And this voice potential is lying in a lot of non-English speaking regions. And that's the challenge we are largely kind of addressing through our conversational engine. So, of course, we do a bunch of things. We do support 11 languages, top 11 languages in the country. Then we have, human level voices. What we are trying to do here is making multi-turn conversations possible. So today conversations are in a voice bot somewhere between 3 to 4 turns at the maximum. Calls anywhere last between 30 seconds to a minute. We are trying to get these go further, possibly into the 1 minute to 3 minute bracket, where the LLMs can also guide you into a journey. For example, one of the interesting areas we are working is on how can it negotiate a settlement for a customer on the call. So let's say you've taken a credit card, you have a credit card due of, let's say, 5,000 rupees, and it's due for more than 180 days and the bank is calling for settlement. Can the bot kind of settle it, let's say, at a negotiate with you and say, pay 3,000 rupees and the rest we will waive you off, right? That's the angle we are kind of going in that, and this is where a lot of call center agents are also engaged, and this could be a precursor to a call center agent, or at some point in time can take the entire conversations of, on this. I don't know if this video will play. I'm not sure. Huh? You can play the first one. It is not going to play. Okay. So another time I'll play the video. I'll play the video. But fundamentally, we are looking at voice on a lot of things, on being very persuasive. So far, conversational bots have been more about one-sided, flow-driven conversations, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's say somebody is, the bot is calling someone to remind to pay. It will just give you the payment amount, how to pay, and then remind you to pay and move off, right? It is not going to push you to pay, which is very persuasive. So that's an area we are actively taking place in, where we are nudging the customer with multiple reasons that the customer should pay, otherwise this will be the consequences. Can hear objections from the customer. The customer, for example, says, hey, I have a medical problem and that's why I'm not able to pay. The bot can empathize with the customer, saying, it may be the right time to pay, although I understand your problems, etc. Or in extreme cases where the bot kind of realizes the customer is kind of giving some reason which is not making sense, can take a hard response at the customer as well, right? So those are conversations we are crafting. Now the thing with this is a lot can happen in a demo, right? A lot of demos are out there on conversational bots, on agentic, on conversational bots, etc. But we are at a scale, we do 1 crore voice bot calls a month, a conversational open speech conversational bots a month. And the nuances are very different when it comes to non-English language, or even in English. This is not very, whenever we see a lot of calls going into certain pockets, they understand English, but this is not your fluent English speaking segment, right? So they kind of understand parts of it. Some people realize it's a bot and yet talk to it, and some people kind of don't understand it's a bot, we often hear things like, Madam Ji, this is what I'm saying and all of that, right? So we are talking to a very, very different demographic, which is for the first time seeing some of these language models in action, right? And at 1 crore calls a month, so we're seeing a lot of people across India with different kinds of responses to these voices. And we also kind of dial in for late stage collection buckets, which is your typical somebody has defaulted a 1 lakh amount after 180 days of due. So they are in stress. Because multiple people have already called them, field visit is not yet happened, but it's at that stage of the journey. They are very stressed, they don't have money. So a lot of stress also kind of comes into the call, which we are training the bot to kind of handle those stress, handle those stressful situations. English in those itself is much more nuanced than what we see in the Western world. And if you go to much more deeper pockets, whether it is Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, they are very different behaviors, very different ways of saying no to a collection call, and then we take the conversation from there. And other interesting thing is, like when banks are disbursing the loans digitally, there is one confirmation call that goes in where a lot of customer profile is being again asked, right? So another area where bots are getting used is to understand whether this customer is going to pay one final check before I disburse. How do you answer these questions, whether you are answering these questions correctly, and what's your intent of kind of answering these questions. Do you have really are going to take this? Do you really need the loan for the reason that you have stated? What is the genuinity of the customer? That also is part of some of the work we do. Not only on the pure text and voice, but the tonality, the different features, the intonation that I see in a call also gives a lot of things about the customer. I'll give you an example. So if there's a call in which we're asking the customer, hey, are you going to pay, right? Then there are people who say, I will not pay. Then there are people who say, yes, I will pay, right? But then a bulk of segment lies in okay, right? Are you going to pay? The answer is okay, right? K, or they'll not respond. The second time you say okay, right? So those are your middle of the things where you don't know whether they're really going to pay. Most likely they're not going to, because the way they are responding to the bot also says something about them, right? Not only the words, but the way they say it, the pitch at which they say it, the decibel, all of that matters. So those also kind of go into the intelligence behind the scene on what happened in a call. So these are overall the components. Of course, some of this is kind of over a period of time will become agentic. There is a huge telephony that is there, which is your hard infrastructure that connects on to a cloud telephony. Then you have automatic speech recognition, which is your ASR, which is where our word error rates are still high, and you still need to manage these conversations. Then there are models, then there are workflows, and that workflows is what Agentic is more or less going to replace and take it further. And then there is a text-to-speech, which is how you hear the voice, right? Whether it is human-like, non-human-like, all of that kind of come in here. Again, there are various experiments in text-to-speech, how much I pause, how much dramatic I am while saying, hey, you have to make a payment. Can I change the dramatization of the way I speak based on the customer segment that we are speaking to? Those kind of come into the components, and it's a moving part, right? The idea is to seek a goal. It could be converting a customer to buy, or it could be making a customer to pay, or it could be about explaining certain product features to the customer and making them make an action. So all of these parts make sure that there is an action that gets guaranteed. This is on the corporate side. I told you that there are credit reports that people write, which kind of run into multiple pages. So these could be 20-25 page reports that's written out of the box from the LLMs. So I'll quickly show you an example. So these are private data. These are all unstructured data that we take, starting from bank statements, financial statement, borrowing profile, all of these documents. And these are again multi-page documents with multiple tables in each of those. And then we have public data that is available, and India is very rich in company information of public data. And both of these could come into a paragraph like this, right? Where you can see here annual report, MCA, all of this just getting into one paragraph. And imagine each of them is an unstructured document. And you can see the narration here. This is all written out of the box through a credit report, in the form of a credit report from an LLM. The consistent revenue growth can be attributed to several factors, including this. Additionally, the company's diversified portfolio, particularly in thermal generation, coal, hydro, and renewables, has played a crucial role in driving revenue, right? It is not only able to reconcile, enrich the data, but also kind of reason out things, right? Indicating, for example, in the other orange line you can see, the order book as of 31st March stands out, indicating a healthy pipeline of future projects, right? So these also, it kind of reasons out, adds adjectives where it needs to add, highlights a lot of things, and third-party rooftop segments during this bolster the company's growth prospects, right? It is able to nudge a credit advisor to make a decision from that perspective. So here we can see there is a case study this is. So this is the input image we have, in which there is a lot of information about thermal, this is the investor presentation. This comes as a presentation, and then there is a bunch of images, the revenue growth of the company, etc. And then there is a writing rationale that gets published, right? This is human written. These two are human written. And whatever you're seeing on the down, so this image gets converted into a table with the financial numbers, etc. And with these two, there is a final commentary on financial performance, right? So that kind of also gets written automatically. So you can see that orange line that is written. Transmission and distribution remains the largest contributor, accounting for 58.83% of total revenue, with a growth of 4.85%. All of this commenting, including the percentages, commenting on driven by improved efficiencies in Odisha, etc. These are kind of comments that is coming from here on the table. This is our overall pipeline on this. We have structured data and unstructured data, and there is an ETL pipeline that goes through. There is a vision model which converts all of these into text or images, and for each of those sources, we have a RAG which stores all of this data, and then then there is a retrieval, and then there is an inference pipeline. We also use for each of these, so let's say a financial report will have like 15 to 20 sections. Each of the section will have certain set of questions to be answered, and those kind of get into the RAG, and you get those statements through the LLM. And finally, there is an eval engine and a commentary that comes out of it. So we use a set of vision models. Some of these are through LLMs itself. Some of them are set of OCR, so paddle OCR, or that PyPlum PDF that is there. Plus we use, like I said, a regular LLM to also extract some of these, a multimodal LLM to extract this. We have tried. So where we are trying with human written text, see if it's, let's say human written text is there, it's a single page thing. It can very well extract at this point in time. What it is not able to extract is medical prescription, for example. That's a little out of bounds, and that is something we are trying. I want to keep that as a North Star and try that. But other than that, it is able to extract. But the challenge here is the tables, right? So the financial tables have hierarchical structure to it. Certain cells will be merged, certain cells will not be merged. Same type of document, like annual report itself is not in same format. Each annual report can run to 50 to 100 pages, right? And then each of them is of very different nature. Those are what we take a lot of time to standardize, and this is where the pipelines are largely built around. So we are using a combination of llamas as well as GPT-4o. That's what we are using. Of course, with DeepSeek, we will have to start a lot of experimentation on that. On the OCR side, again, we are using a lot of things like I was saying, paddle OCR or docTR on this, etc. There is a lot of Unstract is another one that we are using. So there are a lot of explosion of OCRs out there, which was earlier only between Textract and Tesseract, to a lot more OCRs at this point in time that out there that we are leveraging. Yeah, let me, maybe I will talk about it because a lot is being talked on this area. These are voice LLMs, voice in to voice out. You give a voice input and do that. See, that is still not at a great stage at this point in time. I'll give you a few examples, right? This is a bot calling a customer, taking few seconds of the customers, right? And you cannot go grammatically wrong in that call, nor can you hallucinate or anything. These are all microseconds things that is happening while you are speaking on the phone call. So we can't afford any kind of inaccuracies, any kind of hallucinations in a voice call. So unless otherwise the technology is absolutely perfect, we'll not be able to take it. My view on the voice in, voice out is English, it is maybe there some bit of it, again not very correct, etc. There is no way you can even touch Indian English with that voice in, voice out models that is out there. We cannot touch any of the Indian languages. So the way we do this is there is an ASR, then ASR becomes text, then text gets into an LLM that generates another text, and then that goes into a TTS, and then that goes back to the telephony. This is the architecture we use. Not while in the bot, we have a separate product in which we are doing, so we do post call on that, like how well you talked, whether you engaged well or not, what's the decibel level, what is, how did you answer that question, what are the pitch and frequency of, all of that goes post call analysis. While in the call, to take the sentiment of the user and then answer, in text it is happening, but not with voice features at this point in time. However, on the TTS side, while it is playing it back, so let us say some user said, hey, I'm just, the person who had to pay the card is dead, he's no more, right? Now, while the bot is speaking back, there we are introducing empathy in the voice also, through pitch and some of those features that we can vary. But not understanding somebody is angry to somebody, that we have not yet cracked.
As you mentioned, the challenge of hierarchies in tables, like the structured documents, which competitors have you explored, competitor products, or products which offer solution to this problem?
So we are offering the solution, so we are not taking any competitors.
Why not take competitors and
Now let me tell you how, correct. So where I'm saying, where we are using a lot of an ecosystem things are at the OCR and at the parsing level. While, which is open source and available, etc. Where we are using a tons of OCR there. Where we are kind of doing our own bit is, we also have our own OCR. So we have a bunch of OCR engines, through which then we ensemble an approach, and then we put it into language model.
My concern is, what is the competitor analysis which you have done?
Sure.
For the competitors whose this is actually a major challenge, like, whose primary is we process tables, tables in the documents, printed or some sort, and they contain hierarchical information. So I'm asking about the competitor analysis, that feature.
So I'll tell you our competitors more. So we are not releasing another OCR in the market, right? Yeah. So we are not competing with those people who are great in parsing tables. We are competing with those people who are applying some of these things in the market. So for example, when we talk about bank statement analysis, there are competitors at bank statement analysis level. Or when we are talking about we will apply our OCR and LLMs and we will extract documents and verify, there are competitors there. At an application level, we have competitors, which is what we closely monitor and watch. At a at a foundation level, we are opting in a lot of players at this point in time. At the application level, yes, we have a lot of competition. On the bank statement, yes, because that's a mature product. But other products, things like what I was showing you, land records, rental agreements, getting the seal in the rental agreement, etc. At that level of application, not that we know big competition that exists. Some of these are also unique, which is why we are co-building this with a lot of banks in the country. So we know the scarcity of competition at that level. But certain well-defined products, there is good amount of competition, like let's say financial statements or bank statements. But this product that is there on the screen, which is taking all of these OCRs, writing a report, etc., again, not established competition at this point in time.
So, we'll take the questions post the session because due to time constraint, let Matangi finish her sessions, then I think you'll be able to get your answers correctly. I know it's a very interesting workshop, guys, but hold on to your questions.
Sure. No, I think that was the last slide, so we anyway can take some more questions.
So I have a question.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Huh.
Your documents from a RAG pipeline. What is the benefit of having an inference pipeline, a model pipeline between the LLM and a RAG documents?
So see, we build a RAG structure for each of the sets of our document structures are very different, right? Each of the document in itself runs to multiple pages, each type of document. So that's why we have a RAG for each type of document, because I cannot standardize the output structures of, let's say, an annual report to a bank statement, right? So hence each of them are separate RAG. At the inference level, which is where I'm saying I'm asking certain questions about the ratios of the company and things like that, the inference pipeline are in one section. I could have data from multiple RAGs coming into it. That's why it's a single inference pipeline on that. Multiple RAGs and one LLM inference pipeline.
So getting multiple documents and adding a prompt to it and going to Llama, this will be better than that, you're saying?
See, you will have a huge problem on context window, number one, right? We have tried that quite amount of times, which is why we have done enough work on RAGs, on the tokenization within the RAGs, and what works, what is the retrieval works, etc. The context of each of these documents is very huge, right? And it significantly increases our time to process, etc. also.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I have a question. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not able to see. Yeah, please go ahead.
So you would receive many types of documents where, like the Excels, where you would have more than 1,000 rows, and also PDFs which would have tables which are running around for, say, 10 pages. So when you are passing the data to LLM, how are you kind of like processing those kind of documents?
Yeah, see, one, if there are multiple Excels and they are standard, we are also pass that into a DB and take information, a structured DB.
Okay.
The other is the classic way, which is convert this into a JSON, pass this as a context into the model and get it. Another way is possibly read that Excel into blocks of text and then process into it. If it is set of standard Excels, then we could pump it into a DB and then you're not reading that during the inferencing time. But if it is not, that is not possible, each Excel is going to be different, then pass that as a JSON.
Okay. And what about PDFs? If there's a table
PDF that I'm not just telling the name, right? That the Plum PDF LLM, right? That one works very well. Not PDF Plumber. There is one which is called. You can look at it. PyMuff PDF. Yeah, that one refers. They reads the text with as blocks and maintain some of the bold and some of the indentation of the paragraphs. So that works out very well.
If there's a table present in a PDF which is, say, running for 5 pages,
correct.
Then how do you pass it on to the LLM? Because retaining a table structure and also giving the table headers to the next continuous.
No, agreed. That's a fair problem. There are various techniques. See, one, use a PDF parser which is good at reading tables, and then take the table separately, which identifies it as a table, and then parse it to the LLM.
Okay.
Where it is running into multiple pages, column names in previous page and the column names are not coming in the next page is a well recognized problem. We try some level of prompting to capture the column in the previous page and populate it to the next page. That's where we are at. At some level, taking this into a RAG and keeping it as a loosely connected thing and then using most of the power during retrieval is making a difference as well. So I am kind of summarizing a table, or I'm throwing an answer out from a table. So in those cases, just loosely storing that into a RAG and then using that to retrieve what I want out of the table is making a difference. But agreed. So some cases we have tried passing the entire document. Some cases we have to break. There is no other way because of the context window. So there we do a lot of patch kind of techniques to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, so valid point on the, so when we see, we have been working on just the credit report problem for 1.5 years. Voice, we are working even more than that. On the credit report problem itself, we have kind of tried a lot of things. Initially, right, we started this journey from Mosaic. Now Mosaic has released something better, but the accuracies were very bad. Arithmetic accuracies were very bad. So that time we used to pre-compute these ratios and pass it. But now with GPT-4o and some of the other LLMs, the calculation is not that bad, right? We have seen it actually computing CAGR correctly and a bunch of calculations are coming out correctly. Of course, you need to pass the right data set into it, that right paragraph and prompt that right, then it is able to compute as well. It has come way far from where we started out on this. Earlier, we used to pre-compute ratios. Now it is doing its bit, so we are not kind of hard coding some of these.
Yeah, and you said like you are using processing the documents.
Yeah.
So if you see that stamps and all extraction,
correct,
most of the stamps are not completely like stamped.
Correct.
So when you are extracting, how are you retrieving? Are you using any image enhancement techniques? Or
so see, some level of region of interest we find, and from there we take and then so it is a combination of OCR and LLM, right? So region of interest we find and then we get the section of it and then we pass that to an LLM.
You're using an object detection technique.
Correct, correct. And it's not also a straightforward problem, having said way the stamps are. See, if everything is structured, anything can be done, right?
And how are you following the entity relationship? Because in the documents, most of the entities play a crucial role to understand the relationship between the value and the numeric.
Correct.
So the LLMs cannot do it. So
the electricity bill I showed you,
that
right?
is a template.
No, that's not a template. That's actual electricity bill.
No, that's a template of bill. So the values will never change. The position will never change. But you are talking about a financial document.
Correct,
so
correct.
It will say public or a private. So if you say like a public document, that is still okay. If a private document, that's not a template. It will not follow a structure.
No. That's let me clarify on the electricity bill also and answer your question on this. Even well-used things like bank statements largely don't follow a template. There is a new template every day between every bank, etc. Take annual reports, absolutely there is no template. And add to it hierarchical tabular column structure, right? Table within a table. All of this is happening. So in one type of document of the same category, you will not have this, another type of document will have it. We are using LLMs on this. In terms of entity, there is some level of things as context goes in the prompt. So none of this, we are only working with the data scientists in the team. There is a CA, there is a financial analyst who kind of helps us to consolidate the information. That's why this product is also, when we go to the market, it's kind of standing out because there's a lot of financial text and information that we feed into the LLMs that is coming out of it. We did try some level of small language model and fine-tuning of it, but our maximum success has come in somewhere between RAGs and prompting and kind of making multiple RAGs, making the prompts more effective, finding out the right LLMs and the right OCR. This is where we have found the optimal mix.
Okay, so it's like you will generate the draft and the final review will be done by the human.
We are at this point in time doing a final review by the human. No, I didn't mean the financial analyst as the last leg. I meant the financial analyst is whom we are even building the prompts with. So if we are writing a paragraph, like whatever I showed you, is written with inputs from a financial person, right? A CA sits with us to do this. And then it becomes better. That's how, so our prompts are much more intelligent than just somebody without any financial knowledge writing it. So we are loaded with financial knowledge in a lot of these. And that's also solving some of the tabular problem that you are saying, because that also we are adding some bit of prompts other than OCR and all of this. That's possible. Roughly, I would say that's how we are solving it.
Yeah, one question here. So since you are working with the BFSI industry, and there are a lot of concerns around using AI-based solution, LLMs, especially on the data security, privacy concerns. So what are those concerns that you are facing from these customer banks? What kind of adoption that you are seeing, and how you are addressing those challenges?
Yep, I have a 20 years of career, right? I've never seen adoption of AI at this level that I'm seeing. There's a huge ask for AI solutions. We are not able to serve the incoming need. That's where we are at. Especially the report that I showed you, which is a multi-page, 15-page report that we write, which a CA in a bank is writing. They are even open to replace those kind of things with LLMs. They want to adopt it. Questions, of course, happens on on-prem versus cloud, your own VPC versus VPC at our side. How is the data going into, let's say, GPT-4, or how is Azure treating it? What are the policies on Azure? So we are working a lot with their legal to make sure this happens. But from the business user side of the banks, there is huge welcome and a huge adoption of this technology. Never seen before. That's the situation at this point in time.
Hello. So my question is basically, in the first part you mentioned that you are having that AI conversational chatbots so that the user will like give back the debt. So in that case, my question is like, what will happen, because in finance there's a lot of regulations, and you cannot afford for a LLM to hallucinate in that case. So are you keeping any human in the loop, or will it be better to just make LLM assess the customer support rather than completely replacing that?
No, so a good question. It depends on which use case you pick up, right? If I'm going to nudge you to make a payment, as long as LLMs are not hallucinating, it's not a problem. But at this point in time, you can guide it to a greater level where it is not hallucinating. It doesn't hallucinate. In fact, we tell it to answer no question other than whatever is relevant. Things like unharmful questions also, like what is the distance between Koramangala and HSR? Though it can answer, we tell don't entertain any of those questions. And anytime the user becomes borderline abusive, cut the call, right? So those are things we definitely bake into it, and it is not, that's where bots are very different to, very difficult than what it is seen in the demo. There is a lot of nuances. There is a customer experience at play. There is a context. There is a client for which there is a regulatory body, right? You need to operate within all of this. We do massive testing on any bot that we develop and everything. So we do automated testing, and then we have LLMs to judge those responses and things like that. Hence, what I have not seen it has not crossed the line. In fact, we do a lot of work on human conversations also, human-to-human conversations. You will be surprised the amount of abuse and filth those conversations have. It happens in banks today with a lot of late-stage bucket conversations. Both of them cross the line, both the customer and the agents cross the line while talking with each other. It happens there, but not in the bots. So I tell a lot of banks that if you want your conversations to be more human, take a bot. So that's where we are at.
Yeah, hi. My question is regarding the validity of these legal documents.
Sure.
Right. So one part is I can go anywhere, I can make a document, but there will be some signature and all. So is there some way you are verifying all those things as well?
Yeah, so in the document parsing, we do few things, okay? One, extraction, then to see whether the document is valid, whether the document was fudged or not. Then is the content of the document valid? I'm again talking about financial documents, right? Let's say in your bank statement, you are 1 lakh amount.
In this case, not bank statement, but you are showing some lease agreement.
Correct. Yeah. I just gave you an example of content validation, right? Let's take lease agreement. Yeah. In that, there should be multiple, lessor, lessee, their addresses, their PAN card should be mentioned. All of those parameters we collect from the banks to see what should be there. So that's the validation. That is a content validation. Prior to it, we see document validation, whether this PDF, if it is a PDF, is that kind of fudged? Is there an author change? Is there a change in the meta information, etc.? Then we do content validation. Finally, we do a verification. So let us say properties in certain state governments are also listed. So you can actually check whether this property document is true, whether indeed this person has this property document, etc. Wherever possible, we add it through a verification layer. So this is how we ensure that document that was once scanned by a human goes through goes through this entire AI without a problem. And where we cannot, we say this is something we don't know, so you have a human in the loop.
And one more question. You were mentioning about voice. So India is a very diverse country. Every 200 kilometer you go, there will be a different dialect.
Correct.
You will see.
Correct.
So how do you deal with that?
See, I am not even gone to the level of dialect. So we are being very truthful to what we are doing. I'm targeting top 11 languages in the country plus English. This is what we are at this point in time targeting, right? Not even have a stack for Tulu or Konkani or Maithili and things like that. I would want to get into it because we are doing business in those pockets as well. So dialects is far away for me. But the conversation is happening, right? People do understand whatever the bot is saying. The bot needs to understand the dialect. That is the challenge, which is where, as an entire ecosystem, we are very weak in automated speech recognition. We have started a initiative with AI for Bharat with Professor Mitesh Kapra, where we are going to train for conversations in India and launch an open source model. So the first one will come in the next 1 or 2 months on Hindi. Then it will take it further.
Hey, thank you.
I have one question.
Yeah,
please here.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Here, front.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's really good to see so many discussion on the solution approach and the way explanation is happening, and also what I'm hearing is that going forward, apart from human recovery agents, we have to deal with bot agents as well to recover all those things, right? That's what my understanding. In these things are like a taking space, right? Like, you call, or maybe you call to them and get the answers, or maybe ask them to payment, or maybe you do analysis and all those things. Is there anything work happening towards a giving, like a giving to the social, like for example, now Gen Zs or millennials is there, and there are so many employees are getting into the emotions, support required and all those things, right? So in those space I'm seeing so many opportunities there, because most of in India, especially India, I'm not sure in all the world as well, that is much required wherever the support is, because I am seeing disconnection in the humans rather than the machines, right? Now, if you see the adaptability of the machines is more compared to the humans, and that connection, is there anything which you guys are, you have any plan on that, or is there anything which we can do?
So your question is people in distress,
yeah.
They need support, etc.
Those in employees as well as in Gen Zs, because nowadays people are very engaged to the machines, not the humans. They don't get a support.
We are not doing, but I know a lot of work that's happening. In fact, interestingly, the chatbot's concept itself originates with a bot called as Eliza in the 1950s, where it was a bot which is acting as a psychologist, I think, right? That's where it started. So this is a very active area. A lot of work is happening. Out of the box LLMs, the challenge is if you tell suicide or something like that, it'll not process, right? So that's the problem. Of course, there are people write about jailbreaks and all of these on these LLMs also. But this is an active area that is being worked on. Maybe because of all of this, an SLMs could make fine-tuned models or small language models very specifically for therapy and distress and how do you handle, could make a difference here. We are not working on it, but we have heard quite a bit of it. And your point is what my understanding, only on voice commerce I have 10 years of experience. I can tell you the point that you said, which is humans are more open to machines in certain situations than what they are open to humans. We see that in collections as well, but this is truth, right? There's a lot of research that's proven this, and it's a great area that LLMs can transform. Not mainstream successes I've heard of it yet. I know this is under research, but yes, this is an area that could unlock again a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's so many social, companies or maybe organizations happening, but there is no support for that.
Correct.
We can enable using these kind of technology. We can enable
absolutely.
that. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. So LLM eval works like this. So the report gets generated. So at section level, we have, let's say a report has 25 sections. Each section, there is an eval. And the eval, if it fails, it will send it back to the LLM to regenerate. So that is happening. Then now we are building report level eval. So after the report is done, because many sections of the report could be connected to each other. So we are trying to use a LLM eval and then send it back and then reconcile and then put a report out. That we are doing. LLM eval in voice is very tough for me to do because I don't have the latency limitation. So there I'll have to live with what is coming in. But definitely on documents, on reports which are async process, we are using massive eval. After this, right, wherever we know there are definite rules, this is how you should evaluate, this should reconcile with this, we have automated those rules as well.
Yeah, there was a question related to the same. For the eval engines, what are the key metrics that you have considered for evaluation of the whole? That is a report level
so
also and the voice.
Agreed.
both.
So there are a bunch of metrics. We are not per se going on metrics. What we are asking the LLM to evaluate on a bunch of parameters which is very applicable to that use case, right? So we tell things like, arithmetic accuracy of certain ratios in it, whether it is talking about, if it is reconciling between two sources, did it reconcile well? Is the statement that it is making, is it valid or not? Is the adjective that it is used make sense or not?
So
that is how we are evaluating at this
So
point.
is it a data set that you have created for
No,
the
it's not nothing to do with ground truth. It is, we are using LLM's wisdom only to evaluate a section that it is done. We can't do ground truth in this. There is so many reports and so many things, and we get only samples to build any of this. So we are far away from doing anything on ground truth. But the LLM's knowledge, we feed the LLM with parameters and then it says, yes or no to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So what is the volume your clients need of pricing?
With different services, we do different pricing, of course.
Who can afford, because there is a cost, right?
Yeah, so see, I'll tell you, a human agent costs per call 27 rupees. Right? I am not at anywhere closer to that level when it comes to a bot. I'm way lesser than that. So it's a matter of, where the trade-off lies. And if it is actually good in conversion and, per, let's say, per loan paid, you get 5,000 rupees, then you have huge margin to play here. That's how this works. Like, let's say an analyst takes 2 to 3 weeks to write a report. With LLMs, it is coming out in few minutes. Even if I put a human in the loop, I'm talking about few hours. So that's the advantage. That's the arbitrage we have. So tokens, etc., becomes a smaller cost for us.
Yeah.
Per unit basis. In case of report, is per unit. In case of calls, it's per connected call.
I have one question here, this side.
This side, yeah.
Yeah. So two questions. One is, I think, similar to the security or regulatory aspects of using AI in BFSI, right? So whatever the report you generate, it can be biased based on the sex, region, or age,
Correct.
right? So you have to be very careful how you are handling or how are you planning to explain it to the regulatory bodies, right? So while taking the bot response as a final report,
Correct.
right? That's one question, yeah.
Sure. So just on that question, scores, I'm not touching with LLMs at all.
Yeah.
Right? I'm largely doing the classic machine learning with classic explainability on top of it, out of time and all of that validation. Top features get printed and then we eliminate bias. And wherever we have to debias, there are debiasing algorithms. That's what we do. On the reports, right, or on voice, there can be some biases, etc., depending on what we train. That is a lot of guidance at this point in time. On explainability, bit of it on reports. So each section it writes, we will be able to give a citation to it. So that explains. That level explanation we give. Beyond that, how is it saying this is a cause for this revenue increase? We are not gone to that level of explainability. Human in the loop is there while developing it, and in some cases post-development.
Okay, got it. The second one is on the data you have, right? You have a lot of data. So are you restricting it to providing this service, or you're trying to build a credit models also on top of it?
Credit, see, we cannot store anyone's data or process someone's data into it. We are a marketplace kind of entity. We build it for the banks in their ecosystem. We provide tools so that they can build their own model.
Okay.
That's how we operate.
Thanks.
Hi.
Any
Here
other-
this.
yeah, sorry.
Thanks for the session. So I have one question. I see there are hybrid kind of where you are managing some of the LLMs like Llama by yourself, and some are very self-managed by cloud service providers.
Correct.
So in that case, and there are many other components like OCR and other things coming into picture. So what is your AI ops management strategy, and specifically on the traceability and the observability, because there are a lot of components getting
Correct.
stitched together.
Correct.
Yeah, if you could share some information on that.
So it's a hybrid model, like you're saying, and whichever works, whatever we are kind of doing it. In terms of A/B experiments or which model did well, etc., we have not yet cracked observability entirely from that perspective. We have observability at this point in time, which API used, which model cost, and what it is the cost. In terms of more things on drift, etc., we have not gotten into the unstructured world of LLMs. But you are right, we are at this point in time using a hybrid model of open source, self-deployed, open source but deployed by a cloud provider, completely premium, enterprise licensed LLM. So all of this we are using. Similarly on OCRs, through a API call, through deployed OCRs, etc., we are using at this point in time. We are at this point in time making sure governance is through the human in the loop layer, governance is through out of time tests and all of that. Governance through observability is an area that we are exploring, not yet there.
And are you adopting any specific frameworks for this, or you are?
No, we are exploring some of the frameworks for AI models, especially in the LLMs area. We have just started exploring a few frameworks on this. That's where we are going. But a lot of what we build, because these are banks that are buying it, we are very careful about it, which is why there's a lot of padding on out of time, sample testing, multiple sample testing, multiple calls testing, and human in the loop with CAs, etc., looking at the reports. That's how we are doing it. We want to move this method into a proper, well-recognized AI framework. That's the journey we are in.
Okay. Thanks for saying.
Hi, actually I have a question on LLM eval. So you have unstructured data which is being extracted. So do you have a layer which is evaluating the kind of extraction which the model has done?
Point taken. We call it HITL system, but it is not humans per se. What that system does is, it does basic checks on what you extracted is indeed what is there, right? So opening balance, closing balance, is it matching? Is the number of transactions making sense in this? If it's an annual report, is the revenues matching with whatever is reported in MCA? That level of checks we are doing a validation layer, and then it passes, then the LLM eval happens. So prior to LLM eval, there are rules that is also evaluating what got extracted automatically.
So that's basically from the OCR extraction which is being evaluated, or you're creating a ground truth, or you're creating a ground truth for LLM?
Without ground truth, but rules, right? So rules are the truth here. So your opening balance and closing balance logic that I said is a rule that we have kind of created on this, right? If let us say you spent 500 rupees, your balance was 5,000 rupees, and now 5,000 minus 500, 4,500 rupees should be your outstanding. This is a rule we create.
Yes.
So, and these rules are not ground truth data, but these are rules written by experts, or these are rules learnt by the LLMs, validated by experts. That also gives us a lot of cushion to know whether our OCR is right.
Okay. So on the point that the rules are learned by LLMs, so are you fine-tuning the models based on those rules, or you're just
No,
using the
we
wisdom
are
of
generating more rules based on the existing set of rules. That's where we are at. Fine-tuning, like I said, our experiment was largely restricted to initial version of Mosaic, and then we moved more application and prompting at this point in time. Now we may be considering for some of the use cases, because we are in deep financial context at this point in time. So we are exploring at very early stage of thinking of fine-tuning or building an SLM on its own.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot everyone. Been a great session talking to you. Hope I addressed what I could address and said no where I had to say no. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Matangi, it was very informative. Folks, I hope you enjoyed the session. Yes, with the kind of questions, I'm sure you did. So, so we are still waiting. We would take another 10 more minutes for our next speaker to join in. So we would be like about, we will start a session at 12:45 instead of 12:35. So you can have some coffee, or you can just check around the stalls, which is right outside Audi 2. And we're requesting all of you guys to come back sharp at 12:45. Friends, the next session will be a little late for by about 10 minutes. So you can explore the other stalls and also have some snacks, refreshments, and you could come back in 10 minutes.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025. It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and...
Friends, we'll be starting shortly. Looking forward to the session. Maybe in another 5 minutes, we shall be up. Okay?
Decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet
simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the next session that we have, without any further delay, let me just step into the next session. Building Crypto in the World of AI. This session, Building Crypto in the World of AI, explores how AI is transforming Web3 from DeFi to digital identity and governance. Discover real-world use cases driving smarter, secure, and scalable decentralized ecosystem. To present this talk, we have Vivek Gupta, CTO of CoinDCX, leading its tech team to ensure a secure, scanless crypto experience. He spearheaded Octo, a self-custody DeFi wallet in 60-plus countries with experience across fintech, e-commerce, and social commerce. He focuses on scaling tech for growth. A strong believer in crypto's global adoption, he is committed to making it safe and accessible. Please put your hands together for Vivek.
This is up. How do I move to the next one? This is the next, and the previous one. This is the laser point. You can start a slide here. I can, but I need to connect to the network. There is no internet here. You need to connect for the internet. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to talk about
a transformation that's taking place in our times, a transformation that is, I think, monumental in its nature, bringing together two very monumental technologies of AI and blockchain together. My name is Vivek, as this isn't moving. My name is Vivek. I have been in crypto for about half a decade. I've seen all the bangs, I've seen all the bugs, I have seen all the highs, all the lows, made a lot of losses, regained some of them, lost them again. I'm the CTO of CoinDCX. For those who don't know, CoinDCX is one of India's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. We are one of the first cryptocurrency exchanges in India, and by volume and by user, the largest in India today. So, okay, very interesting disruption. Anyway, so let's start off. Let's take a look at this, right? We are talking about AI mentions in earning transcripts. If you look at the data of AI mentions in earning transcripts versus blockchain, you will clearly notice that the money is actually going into AI everywhere. We know that the real money right now, all investments, everything is moving into AI. But the real question here is there a role for blockchain in this AI? Is there an intersection that we foresee between these two emerging technologies? And if so, how is blockchain going to add value to AI? Or the other way around, how do we see AI adding any value to the blockchain ecosystem? In many ways, I think we are at a tipping point as far as AI is concerned. Because if you look at closely, this I've basically drawn out the AI index of humans across different countries. You will notice that at an average, the AI, the human IQ is about 100, right? So if you talk about people who have very high IQs, say for example, your PhD professors, your maths Olympiad winners, etc., the IQ would probably extend between say about 120 to about 160, right? And the way AI has been evolving today, AI already operates at about an IQ of 120. With an AI operating at an IQ of about 120, we could easily say that it is probably already operating at what you could say a sleep-deprived PhD professor. Right? So that's already something that is happening. And AI is continuously growing. It is accelerating. We are getting into a world where, as you can see, we are talking about the SOTA model, which already talks about a IQ of about 160. And so we are already getting into a world where AI will have an IQ of about 150. Now imagine this world. Imagine a world where everybody has an access to about 150 in IQ, right? At the tip of your fingers, right? So you type tuck 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 tuck, and the IQ that you basically are getting is about 150. But then again, the real question is, who is making these AI models? Who controls these AI models? If you look today, most of the AI models are completely controlled by the big tech. They are controlled either by your GPU providers, NVIDIA, it's already controlled by your cloud providers, AWS, Microsoft, etc. In a world where IQ is actually going and touching human IQ levels, a world where the IQ of an AI model is crossing that of an average human, do you really want this control to be in the hands of of a big corporation? Now, we basically talk about, and this is not, and this is not basically something that is happening slowly. This is something that is accelerating at a very rapid pace. AI is growing. AI is basically developing almost every day. In fact, we in crypto basically have always said that Web3 is fast moving. Web3 moves really fast. It's a dynamic field. But the reality check of this is that AI is actually growing 3x the speed of blockchain. There is a new white paper that is coming out every day. In fact, there is now an AI that is used to process or read AI white papers. Right? Take the example of the Notebook LM from Google. You can pick up any white paper and drop it into Notebook LM. You know, take up the Bitcoin white paper, take one of those insane zero knowledge ZK white papers, drop it in, and what you get as an output? You get an output, a podcast of two people who are talking about that white paper and explaining it to you. That is the incredible power of IQ that AI is today providing, but it doesn't stop there. It's not only about IQ now, it's also about EQ. For the longest time, we have believed that machines cannot operate at the empathy level of a human. They cannot be as compassionate as humans. Look closely. In this chart, you will see that we have done a comparison, or a research has done a comparison of comparing physicians, doctors, human doctors, with a AI-driven diagnosis. On one hand, on the diagnosis parameter, your AI is already performing better. And on the empathy parameter, the AI is performing almost at the same level, in certain cases better than a physician. Right? So now imagine a machine that is not only intelligent, is more intelligent than an average human, is almost as intelligent as some of the most intelligent people in the world, but is also compassionate, is also empathetic, is also warm to you. That is the power that we are developing the AI into. And so then, needless to say, we will end up in a world where AI will be used in almost every decision making. Every big financial decision, market decisions, maybe even governance and government decisions, AI will act as an AI decision layer. And so what should concern us is, who is building this AI? Who is controlling this AI? Who is defining what is compassion? Who is defining what is empathy? Who is defining what's intelligence? Who is making these decisions for us? And as it stands today, these decisions are being made by a select few big corporations. We are developing into a world where the decision making in what we understand as knowledge, what we think of as knowledge, will be controlled and governed by a select few. We started off from internet becoming an enabler, then basically social media defining how we look at social interactions, your big tech, big four defining how you actually look at social interactions, and now this is evolving into a world where the big tech will decide how you think, what information will be suppressed, what information will be shown to the world, and how decisions are being made. This should definitely be something that should scare us. This is not scaremongering. This is not something that we are scaremongering people around, right? I mean, we have seen how decisions are being manipulated, how decisions are basically evolving into things that they probably should not. And that is where I think blockchain comes into the picture. Why blockchain? And that is where blockchain has a role to play in AI. To me personally, blockchain has three fundamental principles. It's about resilience, transparency, and cooperation. And one of my favorite tweets by somebody called as Balaji actually talks about it a lot. But basically, transparency, cooperation, and resilience. And if you think back, what are the things that we are talking about today which is problematic about how AI is evolving? We are talking about not having transparency on how AI models are developed. We don't have transparency on how AI models are basically doing inference. We don't have control on their modeling. We don't have control on their inference. We don't have control on how that data is stored, shared, processed. And everywhere you will see that crypto or blockchain typically, generally solves this problem, because blockchain is actually designed to solve this problem. Today, I'll actually ask you to take a test and do this whenever you get a chance. Go to DeepSeek, right? Go to DeepSeek and ask DeepSeek about Elon Musk. You will see that it'll give you a very nice mixed response. Go and ask about Z ping, and it gives you a very diplomatic answer. What does it mean? It means that the decisions are being determined by the people who are making model. Why is this happening? Because your model determines your decision, your model determines the knowledge. People who are making the model therefore determine the knowledge. And so then they have the capability to determine this for you, right? And in crypto, we have always said this. In crypto, we have said that there's very famous saying in crypto. Now we keep saying, not your key, not your asset. I say, not your key, not your crypto. That can very easily be extended into AI world. We say, not your model, not your intelligence. Not your model, not your knowledge, right? So if we have solved this in crypto, automatically this creates a world where you can actually try to solve this for AI, because blockchain is actually designed to build this transparency, to build this decentralization. So why limit crypto to financial transactions? Why limit crypto to verification of only financial transactions? Why couldn't you extend crypto to also look at verifying decisions that are being made by your AI model? Right? Now, when we talk about, one automatic inference, at least when I was thinking about what I'm going to come up and say today, the moment I started thinking about decentralization, we're thinking about, control, not in the hands of big tech and all of that. I think one first example that comes into your mind is DeepSeek, right? You will basically be, but what about DeepSeek, right? Now, there are two arguments that typically experts make about DeepSeek. One argument that people make is that DeepSeek has made AI modeling cost efficient. And so therefore, they have made AI modeling very accessible to a lot of people. The second argument that is made is because it's open source, it is decentralized. Now, what is the reality check on DeepSeek? The reality check on DeepSeek is it is not decentralized. The cost reduction in AI processing, AI modeling is not out of the curve on cost cuts in the AI models, and that it is in no way not dependent upon centralized bodies or centralized infrastructure. If you take every piece, right, let's take one piece at a time. Let's, for example, talk about cost. Right? We are saying that they have managed to process data at $6 million. Great, super. But no, DeepSeek v3.0 is nowhere close to ChatGPT 4.0, as an example, right? Turbo GPT 4.0, efficiency between DeepSeek v3.0 is not even same. But let's say that if it is same, let's say, okay, Turbo 4.0 equivalent. Turbo 4.0 data processing cost $40 million. The same thing, if you are done in 2020, that would have taken $6 billion. So on the cost curve, we have actually come down from what was a 6 billion cost to a 40 million cost. It's a natural curve of cost reduction, and DeepSeek has an advantage of being able to reduce that cost. What DeepSeek has managed to do, though, is that it has managed to show that AI dominance is not Silicon Valley specific. Right? It's basically managed to tell you that you can do AI dominance outside of Silicon Valley also. So in other words, it's a geopolitical play, but it's not decentralized. Second, we say open source, and so decentralized. Open source is not equal to decentralized. Decentralized is decentralized, open source is not decentralized. As an example, some people have actually done an experiment by placing a Wireshark, a network monitoring tool, and they have actually looked at where all is DeepSeek actually connecting to, who all is DeepSeek talking to. And you will notice that DeepSeek actually connects to Alibaba infrastructure, Alibaba Cloud in London, and it also connects to China. How is this decentralized? It simply says that instead of relying on AWS and Google or Microsoft, you can rely on Alibaba. That, again, is a geopolitical play. It basically is a play between China and US. It's not a play for us. It's not basically a play of decentralization. It's not basically bringing in control of your models, of your data, transparency in your hand. You don't even know why it's hitting China. I mean, if they know why they're hitting China, can you look at that in the open source code that they have and tell me why it is in China? Nobody knows why it is China. Right? And so therefore, it brings us to the point where intelligence layer must be open. It must not be closed. These are your two options. Do you run your model on a public infrastructure? Is the output verifiable and open source? Is it owned by the users? Alternative, as we know AI today, AI is a black box controlled completely by the big tech. You don't own the models, you don't own the data, and so therefore it's not your mind. This is the cross section that we are on. This is the decision we need to make. This is our crossroad. Do we go this way or do we go that way? What is the way would you like to go? Would you like to go this way or would you like to go that way? I think the answer is pretty obvious. We want to go this way. But let's basically try to understand what this centralization basically means, right? I mean, let's take a moment to understand. I mean, I'm saying centralization, big tech control, this and that, et cetera, et cetera. NVIDIA today is a $3 trillion company. We all know this. It's a very common knowledge. It's $3 trillion company simply because it controls GPU. And GPU is the most expensive resource in the world today. Anybody who controls GPU controls AI modeling. Anybody who controls GPU controls the outcomes that come from it. 80% of your AI data modeling today is done on one of the top 3 cloud providers: AWS, Microsoft, or Google Cloud. So they don't like your model. What is their option? They can cut you off. They can decide that, no, I will not give you the GPU. They can decide, no, I will not give you the processing capability. You cannot do this model on me because I don't like your model. And this is not something I am creating as a hypothetical example. We saw the classic case of this playing out when the whole Sam Altman incident in OpenAI was happening. What was Microsoft's role in that? Microsoft's role in that was that they had Azure Cloud. They had the GPUs, they had the processing capabilities, and they could fund OpenAI only purely based on that without exchanging any cash. They could control what happens in OpenAI's administration, management, right? Obviously, a lot of support for Sam within the organization also. I will not deny that. But what was Microsoft's role? I mean, people within OpenAI could have decided because everybody in OpenAI wanted Sam. But it required Satya to intervene, and Satya could intervene because he had the power of Google Cloud, a power of Azure Cloud. That's the monopoly we are talking about, and that's the monopoly we need to break. And so what is your answer? Your answer, as I've been saying, the only answer to this is to be fully decentralized. Own your data, own your model, own your intelligence. Ask for it, demand for it, and build an infrastructure towards that. How does blockchain solve this? Well, that is where the intersection of blockchain, AI, and crypto comes into the picture. Blockchain has been solving for decentralization since the time we know. It was actually invented to solve the problem of centralization. Bitcoin has very clearly shown that you don't need money, you don't need banks to transfer money. Ethereum has shown that you don't need intermediaries to execute smart contract. So then why do you limit crypto only to financial transactions? Do you require verifiability only in financial transactions, or do you also require verifiability in every critical decision that is being made in the markets, in the businesses, by the governments, in the governance? And the answer to that is, I think, very obvious. You can get verifiability through blockchain. You can get verifiability of the data using the blockchain technology. And so why not think of blockchain? Why not think of blockchain as an infrastructure for trust? Why would you think of blockchain to drive decentralized finance, payment rail, transactions and lending protocol, but not think of blockchain as a trust layer that can run on top of AI? How do we do that? I mean, theoretically, okay, we said it, but how do we achieve that? We achieve that by basically executing at 3 different levels. First, you bring in decentralized compute. What does decentralized compute mean? It simply means that you're going to create a pool of GPUs with GPU processing capabilities across the world. It's in my laptop, it's in your laptop, it's in everybody's laptop. What if you could create a pool of these GPUs that could be used by AI developers to train their models? First level. Second level, you basically create incentive for people to run these models. Why would I run your GPU workload on my laptop? Or why would you run any AI developer's model on your laptop? Crypto can be used to incentivize people in a decentralized, transparent fashion. And third, obviously, how do you get the verifiability on the results? You can get the verifiability on the result by publishing what is typically called zero knowledge proofs on chain. So you publish zero knowledge proofs on chain. Everybody knows that your model is doing what it is expected to do. So you have taken the control away from the big tech in the form of GPU capabilities and in the form of cloud. You have taken away the black box nature by creating models that are run on your own machine. And you have taken away the verifiability, the lack of verifiability today in the result by publishing ZK proofs on chain. And this is not theoretical. This is happening. This is happening as we speak. Genesis is a company that is already creating decentralized compute networks. Akash Network is a company that allows you to run AI workloads on this decentralized compute. There is Render Network, which is actually creating permissionless, verifiable, zero knowledge AI rendering. This is happening as we speak. We need to continue to build on this infrastructure. But this intersection actually goes both ways, right? On one hand, we are talking about AI basically getting the trust layer from crypto. We are talking about AI getting trust layer from blockchain. On the other hand, AI can actually power your decentralized finance also, right? For example, AI models have been used in what we in crypto world like to call traditional finance for a very long time, right? So we have algo trading. Algo trading is based on AI models. We have been using them for a very long time. But like centralized finance, like traditional finance, these models are also centralized. Do you know what those algo trading models are doing? You have no idea what those algo trading models are doing. Decentralized finance, on the other hand, luckily, yet so far is completely decentralized, it's completely transparent. But even if I say so, and I'm a complete enthusiast of Web3, DeFi is dumb. Smart contracts are not as smart as we think they are. They are rule-based, they are static in nature, they are not dynamic in nature, and that is where AI has a role to play. What AI can do is that AI can add a layer of intelligence on top of this decentralized finance, moving us from what we like to call, at least I like to call, from DeFi, DEFI, to DeFi powered by AI, DEFAI. Right? So you're moving from DeFi to DeFi, which is basically DeFi powered by AI. And some examples, I'll give you a couple of examples. I'm very short on time, but I'll give you one or two examples. One of the classic examples of this is how you use AI in lending and borrowing protocols in crypto, right? In lending and borrowing protocols in crypto, your collateral ratio is fixed. So you say, okay, I'm going to give you this much collateral for which you can give me this much loan. Interest rates are fixed, right? So you give the specific interest rate, the interest rate remains fixed, and say, therefore, liquidation of your collateral is static in nature. As soon as you are basically out, your collateral is liquidated. This is very similar to how it happens in your traditional finance world, right? You will basically put up some, say, you put up your gold for collateral, there is a fixed ratio against which you get the asset. But imagine a world where collateralization is dynamic in nature. Depending upon the demand supply in the market, depending upon the volatility of the market, you are able to change the nature of your collateral. There is more demand, your collateral has to increase. There is less demand, you release your collateral and get access back to that. Your interest rates are dynamic in nature. And so therefore your liquidation is dynamic in nature, more predictive in nature, allowing you to protect your assets more dynamically. Imagine a world where bank comes back and tells you, take back some of this gold. The price of gold has increased and your loan has reduced. So this is your gold back, I will not keep the whole thing. Will they do that to you? They will not do that to you. This is possible in a DeFi world that is powered by AI. Classic another example could be fraud prevention. We know that crypto is rife with frauds, rife with scams. It happens in any permissionless world. AI can basically add a lot of layering on top of it that will keep the bad actors out, raise red flags whenever there is a suspicious transaction, and prevent any sort of smart contract which has vulnerabilities from being published. And I could get into more examples, but I'm sure I'm running short of examples, running short of time, but not of examples. The idea basically being, on one hand, AI can basically add the layer of trust on top, blockchains can add a layer of trust on top of AI. AI can add intelligence to DeFi, and at this intersection lies our intersection. And so therefore, this is the end game. AI will basically drive everything that we talk about. Blockchain will basically add the trust. And so what you need is not artificial intelligence. What you need is self-sovereign intelligence. Intelligence that you have control over, intelligence that is driven on your data. And that can only happen by bringing in blockchain and AI together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivek. We can ask just 2 questions in the interest of time. So, yes.
Hi, nice talk. So this future of decentralized autonomous organizations which will have the GPUs and all of us in equal stake seems will cost quite a lot. Who do you think will stand up and pay for such an endeavor? If the corporates, as you say, are totally against this, where will such money come from?
Why would you think that decentralized compute will be more expensive?
Well, if you need to train, if you need to, going by what you said, if you need to train systems based on data which is independent,
Sure.
you will need to train from scratch, right? So you'll need the hardware, right? So
Acha, haan. So there, I think I got the intent of your question. There are 2 parts to this AI modeling, at least in my opinion. One is that you are going to train very large models, right? The other is you are going to actually create a lot of these subsection models, which will be very specialized models. That is where people actually require a lot more control. That's one. Second is because you're incentivizing the users, your pricing can actually be determined by the demand-supply dynamics of the market. The more the number of users who are basically going to be a part of the GPU, the cheaper it will get. Whereas in a centralized world, the pricing is completely determined by the big corporation. Right? So I, as a Google, can determine whatever the price of my GPU will be. But in an open, decentralized world, the pricing will be very dynamic. And as the models have therefore become more efficient, more GPUs come into the market. Say example, 4 or 5 billion of people are basically committing to provide this GPU. Your pricing will automatically get managed by the demand supply. And that is the power of market, which is currently not existent. And therefore, we are saying it's a monopoly. When you remove this monopoly, the pricing will automatically become more dynamic and more price sensitive.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes.
Yeah, I think excellent talk. One thing is that now we have a monopoly between the cloud providers and the GPU providers.
Correct.
With the crypto inside that, maybe we'll have more players to the competition, but the competition still remains the same, right? Now, maybe it's with because even the blockchain and other algorithms that you run are very GPU intensive, right? They can't be run on your normal laptops.
No, we're not talking about Bitcoin. Bitcoin mining is GPU intensive.
If you're adding a trust to that, I mean,
Sure.
eventually the algorithms will be so complicated that my phone can't run that. But if I want self-sovereign intelligence, then it's not truly achievable, right? We are going for something very idealistic in that case.
No, so I think your question basically being, say, for example, if I want to publish ZK proof is very, say, for example, compute intensive. How are you going to get to a world where it will not be compute intensive? I think we are getting to a place where, I think that's the intent of the question. I think we are getting to a place where ZK proofs are becoming more and more compute friendly. In fact, we are at CoinDSX also running a project of where we are actually launching a chain called as Octo Chain, where we are going to publish the proof of code execution. Say, for example, you execute the code, I am going to prove it on chain that it is actually doing what you said it will do. And we started off from a place where we couldn't have brought in ZK because it was too expensive for our end user, to a place where we believe that in about 2 to 3 years' time, ZK will actually reach to a place where it can be executed on commodity hardware. Right? So, and that is a lot more solvable problem than basically training large AI models on commodity infrastructure.
Thank you, Vivek. That was very insightful. Round of applause for Vivek, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, that was an exciting first half, everyone. Taking a lunch break now. Please head over to the lobby area for lunch and be sure to return back by 2:10 for some incredible sessions. Enjoy your lunch, folks.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
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 Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI. Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
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 Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI. Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synachron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synachron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synachron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
Artificial intelligence. In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025. It started with a spark.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you all are settled. There are places in the front. People at the back can please come in front. All right, let's begin. Welcome back to the 7th edition of MLDS 2025, India's biggest Gen AI Summit for developers. Hope you all are ready for the last leg of this wonderful event. I'm Manna Nair, Senior Technology Journalist at AM Media House, and I will be the host for the rest of the day. Just a reminder, we have a hilarious closing act by comedian Kumar Varun, which will happen in Hall 1 at 5:35 p.m. today. So please make sure you don't miss it. All right, I request you all to settle in, guys. I'm going to be introducing the next speaker. With a wealth of over 19 years of experience in engineering leadership, we have Kumar Sambhav Singh, CTO at Mantra Labs. An IIT Kharagpur alumnus, Kumar has built enterprise-grade products for giants such as Intel and Applied Materials. Today, he'll be diving into the future of data architectures for generative AI workflows, shedding light on cutting-edge approaches such as real-time streaming, distributed feature stores, and vector databases. Get ready for insights into data management and governance that are essential for building high-performing and responsibly governed AI system. Please put your hands together to welcome Kumar Sambar Singh to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I'm audible? Okay, great. So I think post-lunch first session, that also in the second half of the last event day. I think my responsibility is to keep you awake. So let's try that. So I'll just start with some interaction. So how many, or I'll say, anyone who has not used ChatGPT till now, or don't like to use ChatGPT, or don't want to use ChatGPT? Okay, but something you want to use. Okay, that's great. That's what I expected. I thought I should not get a surprise. Okay, then in that case, I think most of you or everybody must have heard about DeepSeek also. Okay, so the recent one. And anybody working on agentic AI, trying to do something on agentic AI, trying to solve something? Great. I think then we are moving forward and would like to speak to you guys to understand what you are doing. Or let me just put one more question. How many of you think that AI is going to take our jobs? Okay. There are few. Okay. I think most of the people don't think that it is going to take our job. And let me reinforce that. I think I also believe the same. I have some thoughts over that. So the first one is, I think our previous generation thought that computer will take our job. And I think here we are because of that computer. So it laid a path for future generation, for future innovation. And I think it's the same thing what is going to happen with AI, Gen AI, agentic AI, or I would say any form of AI. So that is first reason. I think it is not going to take our job. It is going to maybe create a lot more I'll say, in India and across the world. And I think we are fortunate enough to be in this era. We are going to see lots of transformation, and we are going to see lots of new ideas, disruption coming our way. So the second thing, or I would say second reason why I think that it is not going to take our job is, so I work with lots of CXOs. Okay, I have worked with lots of CXOs. And the CXOs are of our generation, or let's say previous generation. And what I have observed that they are slow. I'll say we are slow in adopting this technology to the actual or real use case. And why we are slow is the reason why we are right now here. We are going to talk about it. Why the slowness is because of the way things has been done in past, and what should be done to ensure that it speeds up. But that gives us a good amount of time to say that, yeah, we are not going to lose our job to AI. The third thing, which is not kind of reinforcement, but it is something which we should be watchful, as you all said, like, okay, you already know about DeepSeek. You are already using ChatGPT. Some of you are using agentic AI to implement or solve some problems. So I think we are watchful to that. So the part which I want to say is we should be watchful to the tech entrepreneurs, the disruptors, the innovators, because they are going to continue disrupting what we are doing right now. And believe me, I think the things, with my past experience, what I have seen, the things which used to take a decade are getting done in a year, or maybe even lesser, and that is going to continue. So just be watchful about what disruptions are coming and adopt that. Use that. I'll not say adopt it. Start using these technologies, and that is going to help. Now, let's come to our topic. Means I just wanted to set the context correct, like why we are having this conversation. And again, this is moving forward to similar thing in the ecosystem. So we want to talk about data first, okay? Before coming to data architectures, let's talk about data. So data is growing, and I think by stats in 2015, the total data size in the world was 15 zettabyte, and by 2024 end, it is 147 zettabytes. So 1 zettabyte is something 10 to the power 21 bytes. So it's huge. And 15 zettabytes we created in almost 30 years, okay? And it became tenfold within next 9 years. So imagine how fast it is growing. And the reason for the growth is the connected system, the internet, the unstructured data which are getting stored. So there are many reasons for this growth. And it will continue to grow because the way innovation is happening, we are using, let's say, the Gen AIs or agentic AIs. They are further going to increase the size of data. And if we are not prepared to handle that data, I think we are, as an organization, I would say, not as an individual, as an organization, we are going to lose to our competition, okay? So data is going to become a primary reason for success or failure of any organizations. Though people say AI or Gen AI, but the basis is data. If you don't have right set of data, I don't think you'll be able to leverage the technology. Data is backbone of AI or any form of AI, whether it is generative AI, agentic AI. Without data, we are not going to have any of these innovations happening. Now, these are basis. Now, the topic which we want to cover is the traditional data architecture versus the new age data architecture. So, the traditional data architecture, we have lots of struggles which we are going to cover, or I'll say we'll cover few. Generative AI, because it is moving fast, and if we want to adopt, we need to have the modern data architecture. Poor data architectures leads to lots of issues with Gen AI and AI. I think we have lots of new constraints coming in. Okay, earlier with rule-based system, I think we were bothered about security and some more constraints towards that, but primarily it was security. But with AI and Gen AI, the constraints are evolving. So we have to ensure that our data is the architecture of our data is good enough to ensure there are no compliance issue, there is no biasness, there are no security risks. So that's the reason why I need to move to modern data architecture. Okay, before again going to modern, or I'll say the drawbacks of traditional data architecture, let's talk about what is a data forward organization. Means which organization can be considered a data forward organization. So I started my career with a application developer or a SaaS developer, software developer. And I think for longest period of my career, in my mind, what used to run was how to solve a problem. And the first thing which used to come in my mind is N-tier architecture or 3-tier architecture. Okay, we'll store the information here, we'll do the business logic in in the middle tier, and then we represent it on our UI. So So I think why I said like, okay, the adoption is slow, because as many organizations or most of the organizations are still thinking the solutions in the same way. We are not making systems data centric. Okay. We are still thinking like, okay, let's store the information and let's have our business logic in our middle tier, and then let's consume that from UI and show, or let's say do the transaction. Now, if we have to become a data forward organization, we have to ensure that the data starts powering everything. Okay, you don't focus on the middle tier or the top tier. You start focusing on data. Okay. Again, I'll share my experience when I started my career. Uh, I used to work for a manufacturing execution system, which was huge, a very complex application. And in my experience, or when I started, I became confident by seeing what is the data model, what is the database, what kind of data is being stored. Because as soon as you see that, you start relating it with real world, and you are able to understand what this application does. And it has helped me a lot for long period of time. The first thing what I see in an application is like, okay, what is the data model, or how the data is stored, or what kind of data is there in this system. That gives me the kind of blueprint of what this application is about. Then came this ORM days, or entity framework, or serializer, whatever we call. People started moving away from this data and started focusing on middle tier. So I think we have to go back to the data. We have to see all our business operations, how they are data driven. Are they leveraging the data what they have? I think most of you must have seen this viral video of Satya Nadella, which says like, okay, the SaaS is no more, or SaaS is going to die. Though I think that is too far, but just imagine your organization does not build everything by yourself. Okay? You use lots of SaaS applications as an organization, or many of you are building those SaaS applications and giving it to your client. So how we are going to make a data forward organization? If I have some data in SaaS, that is in Salesforce, I have some data in my ERP, okay? I have some data in my custom application. My mobile app is running with data somewhere else. So how we are going to become data forward organization? We are not able to consolidate all these informations. We are not able to build the data architecture which is helpful to take decision based on all this information, okay? Because whichever department you serve or your applications serve are interrelated. It's not like finance can run independently, or operations can run independently, or sales and marketing can run independently. So all of these has to feed each other for making the business successful. So we have to see how we are empowering all these applications. Means now, if you see, there are many organizations who are setting up their data lake and serving the information through data lake. I think that is one step forward. That is kind of solving the issues. But yeah, not everybody is doing it. Okay, we'll also talk about AI, what people think AI is. So this again comes from the thought process of three-tier architecture. We just see like, okay, yeah, we will have data. Then there is an AI layer, which is like our business logic layer. And then the value, which is the inference, what we generate from AI. Thinking like, okay, yeah, this is what AI is. What actually AI is, okay? So AI, if you see in this whole system, there is first part data, and there are lots of things which happens towards data. If you see the middle part, again, it consists of the data engineering layer, which is much bigger than modeling or any other thing, let's say tuning, or let's say building model, or using some GenAI tool, or anything. Then comes the value. Okay? And the constraint which I was talking about, earlier the constraints was primarily security. Okay? We were, and with, I think, recent incidents post-2020, I think it has still very, what do you say, I'll say scary, or it's important to take care of that. But it is going to become more, or it is going to become scarier if we don't take care of this constraint, or we don't handle this constraint very well. So security is very important thing. Let's take, means if you know authorization, okay, just imagine how you are going to deal with authorization with so much data or different systems. Just a simple example I want to give. Along with that, the additional constraints are bias, transparency, legal challenges. So how we used to develop our application three-tier architecture? We used to write rules. And when we used to write rules, we were confident that whatever we are writing is good. It is with our best conscious, like, okay, this is going to do right thing. Now, with AI, again, it is generating rules in form of model, but those are based on data. So, but how you are going to validate, or how you are going to check whether this rule which came out, or the output which you are getting from this model is correct or not. Now, where there are classic examples, so one thing which I would say, let's say you generated a model on top of your data, and it gives something incorrect, which has some serious impact. Who is responsible for it? Let's say you are using a third-party model. You are using a model, can you say that the model is responsible? Don't know. The data may be responsible. So who is responsible, the model provider or the data provider? So there are conflicts like this, and these are serious problems which needs to be solved, and it can be solved only through modern data architecture. And the term which I would say is explainable AI, okay? Means if we have explainable AI, then only we'll be able to solve these issues. Because AI is not magic, okay? It's not like, okay, we are asking something, it is giving the answer to us, and it is doing some magic. It has to be coming from somewhere, okay? The things which I have tried, if I find there is a problem or the result is not correct, I should be able to drill down to find out why this result is incorrect. So what are the challenges with traditional data architectures? Okay, so batch processing. Okay, batch processing has its limitations. The data freshness is one. Data recovery in case of failure is another. So like that, there are multiple. So today I was dropping my kid for school. So today, most of the school shows the real-time tracking of bus. The bus is coming. Just imagine if we don't have, if we are processing that through a batch, are we going to see those real-time? No, we are not. So the need right now means the consumer behavior or the usage pattern is such that everybody needs the information immediately. So batch processing is not going to solve our problem. The real-time data need, the example which I gave, I think is relevant to that also. Handling massive unstructured data sets, okay? Before the smartphone came, or let's say earlier, why the data size was not growing that fast, or the data which we had earlier was mostly structured data. And we wanted to be its structure. Means anything coming to us, we thought, okay, let's make it structured. Anything unstructured, we wanted to transform it to structured format. That's how we build our system. But with the size of data sets, or the growth of data sets, we can't do that anymore. We have to deal with unstructured data. So we have the traditional data architectures don't have that capability. Lack of AI-specific data stores, real-time model tuning or inference is required, and that is solved by data stores. That is also not there. Data in silos and governance gaps. So we'll cover governance gaps in later part of this slide. But if we see data in silos, I gave the example like, okay, you have different application and everybody is dealing with their data. They don't want to collaborate and then see what the inference can be drawn with that. So we call it AI native data architecture, we call it future-proof data architecture, we call it modern data architecture. The context is same. What do we need from that? Okay, the data architecture should be scalable with low latency and should have flexibility. Some of the components will touch base. I'm not going to talk about everything of modern data architecture. Let's touch base on few things. Real-time data streaming that is needed, distributed feature stores, vector databases, and data governance. So let's talk about real-time streaming. Okay, what do we need in real-time streaming? What is the benefit of real-time streaming? So we need lower latency, we need continuous learning, we need real-time interaction, and scalability to dynamic environments. The example, one which I gave, or let's say we have Google Maps, okay? If you get a traffic updates on your route which is 1 hour old, I don't think you'll like it or Google will survive. So real-time streaming is very important from that aspect. There are lots of tools, Confluent, Kafka, Flink, Delta Stream. Even the biggest cloud providers for AWS, we have Kinesis, Event Hub in Azure, PubSub in GCP. So this is what you can use for real-time data streaming. And you should start thinking, like, okay, is real-time data streaming required for your application? And the way how you are doing today, is it correct? So explore these solutions. That is going to give you idea how powerful these solutions are and how you can leverage this power to make your application next level. Second is distributed feature stores. Will not talk too much, I think, in constraint of time. But the idea is the machine learning models, whether you are generating the inference or you are tuning again. For that, you need embedded data systems, data sets. So that is not there in traditional data architectures. So I would say explore this. Will not touch base. I just wanted to cover some more things which are much more interesting. Vector database. Vector database, if we know or if you are already exploring AI, so there are multiple layers with after GenAI came in. So when we say, like, okay, we want to solve problem using GenAI, the first layer is prompt engineering. Okay, that solves most of our problem, and it is easy to adopt. It does not need very high skill. The things which can't be solved by prompt engineering, that's where RAG comes into picture. Okay, so if we say, like, okay, 60–70% of the problems are or can be solved by prompt engineering, the next set of things we have to use RAG. And the basis of RAG is vector database. Without vector database, that is not possible. So what it brings in efficiency in similarity search. It handles, or I will say it creates multi-dimensional data from your unstructured data. If you just put a file or image, it is going to create a multi-dimensional data within it. So there are many solutions or many vector databases. I have used Pinecone by myself, and it is quite interesting. You can explore. And once you start exploring vector database, you'll see the power of it. And again, you have to see how you can use it in your setup, your scope, and how to leverage that power, how to leverage the power of GenAI beyond prompt engineering. Then data management and governance. So I have created 3 persona, and then 4th one is application. Again, this is inspired from Databricks. So if you see, we have who are the consumer of data? The data analyst, the data engineers, ML engineers, and the applications which we are talking about. The applications are going to consume this. Now with AI coming into picture, what is their questions or what is their problems? How to discover data sets, how to discover the notebooks, how to identify the dashboards, okay? And another question is, can I trust, as the example which I gave, if there is a model which was giving certain result and started giving some other result, means how you are going to trust that? Then data governance team, I think they have much bigger problem in terms of ensuring these assets are secure, okay? They are able to put right access. They understand who are using this. The data, all the information is compliant to regulatory bodies. So data governance becomes very important. Now, how we can solve these problems? Okay. So ensuring data quality, ensuring compliance and security are at place, ensuring it is ready for AI lifecycle management. Okay. And how we can ensure that? Uh, by solving the problem of, or by tracking data lineage, by data observability, by ensuring access control, by data versioning. I'll touch base on data versioning, or I'll say, let's say, if we have to have an explainable AI, we have to ensure that these things are taken care. How we can solve the problem of explainable AI, or if let's say there is a behavior which is not, you are not able to understand what is happening in your system. First is data versioning. As we talked about, whether the problem is in model or in data, that can be solved if you have versions of your data, okay? It can't be like, okay, you are dealing with a transactional database where you are overwriting everything and you are not able to track the version of your data, okay? So to ensure that you are able to you are able to implement an explainable AI, the data version is very important. Data lineage, okay? The next level, if you have to drill further, like, okay, what is leading to these results, whatever results I am getting, you have to ensure you have data lineage implemented in your system, okay? And access control, I think in general, if I go back previous, if you see all this persona, can we give access to everything to everyone? No, we can't, okay? So the access control becomes very important and we have to solve. And I think these are solved problems. There are good applications who are already solving. As I said, I took this from Databricks. So they have this Unity catalog, and there are other providers also who has already solved this, and they have solved it beautifully. So start exploring those, that how we are going to understand, means what is data lineage, how we are going to solve that problem in our data, how we are going to ensure that data versioning is maintained. Okay, so the best practices for future proofing, or I'll say modern data architecture, standardize your pipelines, enable AI observability or data observability, and invest in modern AI, AI native or modern data architectures, okay? So that's it from my side. I think we have 2 minutes. Any question, I would like to answer that, or we can always talk that after this session also. Yes, sir.
What's been your experience with knowledge graphs or neural DBs?
Hmm.
What's been your experience around that?
I don't have too much experience on that side. I think I have explored more towards how data can be managed best, okay? The application I have left to somebody else. Or we can talk little bit detail how, what we have done and how it has solved, or I can talk to someone and get you the answer.
Any more questions?
Yes.
So, well, most of the organizations, as you see, we have the SQL Server databases, we have the Oracle databases, and obviously to have a proof of concept, you're going with the pine cone and all. So where do you see the world where you don't transition all the way to that side? You still have the traditional applications. You always, I mean, as of now, if you see, there are some data is always in the SQL Server, some data in the pine cone. As you see, it's all in Salesforce.
as a data-driven, I mean, as you see, let's say there is a current startup, which like I would rather say there is a 2-year upcoming startup. There is no clue about what SQL Server is. Okay.
Yes.
For that startup, where will they start?
See, again, it is very specific to what problem we want to solve. I'll not say just start using all these heavy technologies without even seeing that scale is coming or the need is coming. Okay. So first thing is that. Second, whether it is Oracle or SQL Server, I think they are also trying to compete with these modern data architectures, or at least their providers are creating new options for adopting the vector database or the distributed data store. So they are also trying to provide. The reason is they know that there is a problem which has been solved with a traditional database, but that is not something what it was meant for. So let's not try to abuse it. Let's continue using it for that purpose. If I say the transactional system, okay, there is nothing better than these relational database for transactional, or there are some new NoSQL DB also, but that is primarily for transactional. But once your data start growing, or let's say you have a business or you have a startup which is relying on, let's say you create a Google Map, or replica of Google Map. Now that can't be built on a traditional database. We can't think like, okay, let's use Oracle or MongoDB and then we'll be able to solve this problem. So what I wanted to showcase was like there are lots of options available. If we just explore, we'll be able to solve our problems in much better way, much scalable way. Yes.
Hi, you mentioned lineage sometime.
Sorry?
You mentioned data lineage.
Yes.
Any tool which can give me end-to-end lineage across all my sources and targets using AI? I don't need to go in and drag and drop. The AI just shows it to me where it came from, all the transformations at the click of a... Do you know of any such tool?
There are many. As I named Databricks. Databricks provide the data lineage.
But across all different kinds of sources, Databricks gives it internally.
Yes, yes. It's not like Databricks is not something where it gives its own source, like Delta Lake or something. It works on top of Redshift also. It works on top of any other data lake, means it plugs with all those things.
But all the streaming stuff used for all the different types, even vector database, even for end-to-end, different types.
Yes, yes. Okay. And there are few more, nothing coming top of my mind, but I have seen that there are many options. The thing is, you can't implement everything. You have to choose one and then move forward.
All right, I'm so sorry, we're out of time. Kumar, you will be available outside the hall, so if you can just connect with him outside. Okay. So thank you so much for that session.
Thank you. I hope I was able to add some value to somebody.
Thank you, Kumar, for that wonderful session. We'll move on to the next one. Next up, we have Naveen Reddy, the founder of Telesco EduTech, a renowned YouTuber and developer influencer with a thriving community of 2.5 million subscribers. Naveen has dedicated his career to educating and inspiring learners across platforms such as YouTube and Udemy, covering everything from Java and Python to blockchain. As a TEDx speaker and corporate trainer, he's seen firsthand how AI is reshaping the learning process. In his session, Role of Tech Educator in AI Era, Naveen will explore how educators can guide students in using AI tools effectively while deepening their understanding of the underlying principles. Please put your hands together to welcome Naveen Reddy onto the stage.
Okay, I hope I'm audible. I mean, this is what we do on YouTube, right? Every time I have to make a video, I have to first check if the camera is working, if the audio is working, am I working? So at least I'm working on the stage, so I'm sure camera is working, rolling there, and you're all set. At least we don't have a session just post-lunch. We got one session in between so that you will get that gist of the sessions. Okay, so before we start, once again, welcome everyone for this session, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. See, this is the only place where I can get the feedback, because on YouTube we don't get that. I don't want you to comment on my session on this. Give me real feedback, okay? Please behave like real humans in the world of AI. Okay, let's get started. Now, being an educator from last 15 years, I started in 2010, way back. Maybe some of you Gen Z were small kids watching Cocomelon. But yeah, I started in 2010, and I started as a software developer, moved to training, and did different stuff. Now, coming back to this year, 2025, in fact, 2022, when ChatGPT was there and people were excited, in fact, one of my intern, on the same day as ChatGPT was launched, next day we had a meeting. After the meeting, he was like, ChatGPT came. I was like, okay, it's a new AI tool because we heard about AI before that as well. And then he was like, no, AI can do everything now. And then on that day, I decided, I got some money in my bank. I'll book one plot in Himalayas. It's time to move. Being an educator, we always have this question, right? And that's why I started thinking from last 2 years how it will reform me as a trainer or in general educators. Okay, now before we start, let me talk about myself. And I just want to know how many of you have seen this face before? Good to know that. And people who have not seen, please subscribe. Okay, let's talk about me, what I do. I started my journey as a software developer. We all start that because that's how, in fact, in 2000, people started doing engineering, and then everyone got into IT, and India became the IT hub, the biggest tech in the world. At least I can say that here. Okay, and then I moved towards being an educator. The reason I got into education is because, I'm a very shy person. I know, doesn't look like, but I'm an introvert. I don't prefer to go on stage. I'm talking about my college days. And then in one of the sessions, basically in college days, we had this option. We had to give presentations, and I was very shy. I went on stage. I wanted to talk about maths. Every subject has some presentations. I was talking about some derivatives and some Newton-Raphson formula. I don't know how many of you remember that. And I was supposed to talk about maths, but I realized all my friends here are tech people. Why maths makes sense for them? Then what I did is I did some changes in my presentation, adding programming to maths. And I saw the reactions of the participants. They're like, wow. And that's when I realized I can talk on stage. And then, to explore more, I started giving sessions to my juniors. Then I got an opportunity to train in corporate. And then that's when I started being an educator. But then I realized there's one little problem being a corporate trainer. I don't know how many of you explored this era of corporate trainer, or maybe you have attended some sessions in your company where a trainer comes and then he talks about different technology. It's fun, right? No? It hurts. I have been there. It's at least fake here that you enjoyed those sessions and you love corporate trainers. And then I realized, being a corporate trainer, that if I'm taking a session, and especially for companies like all the service-based companies, talk about Infosys, TCS, and Accenture. Hopefully, no one is sitting here from that company. What happened is, in those companies, they don't have one classroom and one trainer. They hire in bulk, and they train in bulk. Then you will say, what's wrong with that? You don't know what happened behind the scene for the trainers. We all meet together as a trainer, and then we decide, this is what we're going to talk about. Same topic, same examples, same code in all the classes. Uniformity. Important, right? Otherwise, if I say something in my classroom, they will like, we have not talked about it. There will be a big debate why it happened, and it happened with me. We decided we'll talk about this. I went to the classroom. I talked about a topic. Someone asked me a question, as you will do after the session, and which was out of the syllabus, which they talked about. Should I answer that or not? Of course I should, right? I'm a trainer. And I did that. And then there was a lunch session. All these different classroom students, they went to lunch, they discussed, and someone talked about, Naveen talked about these things. The part went to the training coordinator, and they're like, why you talked something extra? Then I went back home, and I was a bit unhappy. How can you stop a trainer to share the knowledge? And then I opened my laptop. I can do something about it. And then I realized there was a tagline from YouTube at that time, broadcast yourself. Then I realized why I'm limiting myself only to 30 or 40 people from a batch. Why can't I share on YouTube? Anyone can learn that. And that's how I started my YouTube journey. Now, why I'm saying this is because some people always get stuck with one thing. If you're a corporate trainer, you are a corporate trainer for life. And most of my friends are corporate trainer. They are doing that. They're happy. They're making good money. But then I realized I can do something extra. And then I started with YouTube. When I started with YouTube, then I realized it's very boring to watch a YouTube video. Example, let's say, if I talk rubbish in a classroom or an auditorium like this, people will enjoy. Because that's how human connection works. Doesn't matter what I say. Even if I say a poor joke, you will laugh on it. Let me give it a try. Okay, so let me try. Okay, first of all, what is debugging, by the way, everyone? What is debugging in programming terms? Yeah, removing bugs, right? Looking at the code and find the bugs, removing bugs. If debugging is removing bugs, what is coding? Adding bugs, right? See, some people laughed. This will not work on YouTube because there's no human connection there. You're watching to a screen. And then I realized, how can I make this more effective? And that's why I started adding animations, poor jokes there as well. And just to get some more views, I have uploaded one video on Python where, to explain factorial, I created my replicas just for fun. And that's how basically I used to think about education. If you want to make sure that your participants listen to you and don't go out of the auditorium, you have to make it nothing personal. So you have to make it interesting. You have to make sure that they watch the entire video because that's how YouTube algorithm works. But the main point is, how can you make education better? For me, it was not about getting famous on YouTube. I am. It was not about making money. I'm still not making. It was more about how can I help people? How can I help a student who want to learn something? And this happened because I got one of the comment on one of the video way back. Because of this video, I got the job. Then I realized, whatever I'm doing on YouTube, it is working. At least if I can help 1 or 2 or 10, I'm happy. I can make money anywhere. Corporate training works well. But this is where I can make an impact. So all my how else, what are the other ways I can help participants or students to learn? And it will make sense after in few slides if you're thinking where I'm going with this. Okay. Now, after 2022, or maybe last year, people started talking about, will AI replace your jobs? And most of the talks here, somewhere they had this statement in most of the talks which I've attended. Will AI replace your job? The answer is maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not Rajnikant to know everything. But everyone have this somewhere in their mind. When they're going to sleep, they ask this question to themselves, and then they sleep. Will AI replace you? In between last year, we got Devin. How many of you heard about Devin? Scariest stuff, right? Because Devin was saying that it is the first AI programmer. Imagine if Devin actually works, company will start hiring Devin instead of you. But it never worked, thankfully. But then I have this question for myself. Will AI replace me? If no, then who? And if yes, how? Let me give an example here. I used to think that no one can replace YouTubers because we make an impact, right? And then recently I was exploring MySQL because I'm a Postgres database guy. I don't know how many of you work with Postgres and MySQL. Big debate between people, Postgres is better, MySQL is better. Doesn't matter, it works. But I was happy with Postgres, and for one of the example, I wanted to explore MySQL. And then when I was installing it, it was not working. There was some issue with the Windows setup. When you face error like this, which is the first thing you used to go 4 to 5 years ago? Stack Overflow? Or maybe if you're a video person, you will go to a YouTube video by saying, okay, tell me the steps. I went to ChatGPT. Then I realized if I go to ChatGPT, why someone else will go to my video? And then I realized, yeah, it's there. Okay, it is going somewhere But will it completely replace me? Again, we'll talk about it in some time. But I have this question in my mind every day. In fact, whenever my team discussed, let's do something big, let's get a big studio, big office, I was like, we are going out of job. Do you really want to do that? I'm just, PJs, we don't do that, okay. Okay. And that's how you should not be making a PPT. Okay. Now, to understand this better, how AI is going to replace me, the first thing you do is, go back to year 2000, because I started my journey at that time. I'm not sure how used to people learn before 2000, maybe sitting under a tree. That's how it happens, right? We always think about when you were born. Then we decide, okay, this is how the journey started. In 2005, when I started my college, there were different options you can learn. The first option is, of course, classrooms. You go to your classroom, you learn from your trainers. Sometimes we love the teacher, sometimes we hate the teacher. Or sometimes we love the subject and we hate the subject. Is it the subject or the teacher? Think about it. Most of the time, it is always the teachers. They make an impact, should you love this concept or not. I used to hate history, geography, civics. I don't even know what is panchayat. PJ. Maybe. People sitting on the first row, you should fake it that you're enjoying it. They have a choice, backbenchers. They can sleep. You cannot. Where was I? One more thing, I have this Ghazni issue, okay? Not with the hairstyle, but I lose my track. No, not panchayat. I was talking about history. So I used to hate subjects like history, geography. It's not because of their bad subjects. Unfortunately, we had bad teachers. I used to love maths. Not because it's a good subject. It's because we had an amazing teacher. But then that's how we all started, the traditional classes. And then if you want to learn more, what you do is you read books. I still do that. I'm not sure how many of you read books. I'm not talking about Chetan Bhagat or all those books. I'm talking technical books. If you want to learn something, will you prefer a book? Maybe yes, maybe no. But then things started changing in 2010 when people started exploring YouTube. In fact, I started my journey after that, but then there were a few YouTubers which I used to love. I'm not sure how many of you know them. The New Boston? Programming? No? Okay. So New Boston is an amazing channel where you learn different languages. And then he used to take example of tuna. Tuna fish. In India, we don't talk about it. So every time I used to watch a video, I used to love the video, but I have to hate the example because we can't relate. And that's very, very important to relate with a particular example. If I talk about Wagoner, it makes much more sense in India. If I talk about Wagoner outside India, they're like, okay, what example I'm giving, right? So those things are also important. And yeah, so things started changing. So people started learning from YouTube, people started learning from Udemy. And then somewhere, the first option, if you want to learn something, and if you love videos, you go to YouTube. Doesn't matter what you want to learn. Just to start with the basics, you start with YouTube. Then you realize, okay, the concept is good. Let me explore other platforms like Udemy or Coursera or anything else. Is it a website? Okay. Okay. For AI, okay. The AI, Gen I, AI. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so we have different options. But now, at least in this year, because of all these AI agents, we are going towards AI-powered learnings. And I can see the shift happening there. But then, if you really want to understand how AI is going to help you, first you have to understand how we learn. That's very important. Because if you don't understand how you learn, especially people who are working in the edtech industry, even if you're working on AI, if you're building an AI solution, think how can you change education with AI? And to understand that, you have to first understand how learning works. Okay. Now, if we talk about how learning works, is it traditional classes works, is YouTube works, and Udemy works? Most of the time, they work. When they don't work, example, let's say if I take a classroom session for 30 people, can I answer all the questions? At least 80% I can answer. So let's say if I'm taking a session, if I can see that this person is not able to understand what I'm saying, and I can see eyes, and that's how trainer works. The actual trainer looks at their eyes and they can see, okay, something is missing, I have to give more examples, right? Have you seen Amirpet? Anyone? Heard about Amirpet? Yeah, so there's a street in Amirpet where they have multiple classes. Durga Soft, Naresh IT, and huge. Big fan, okay? So once I went there, just to see how the vibe is, the way we go to Church Street for the vibe, I went to Amirpet for the vibe. Yahi farak hai bas. And then when I went there, I went to one of the classrooms just to see Naresh IT because one of my students took me there. I saw the classroom. It was 300 people in one room. The advantage, cost. In 2000, you can learn everything. Java, Spring Boot. Just name a Java stack. They teach everything in 2000. The drawback, there's no personalized learning. And don't you think the most important thing is personalized learning? See, we all are different, right? We all have different way of learning things. And the problem is if you find a simple gap, so let's say if I'm talking about some technology, and this technology is dependent upon some other technology, some other concepts. If you don't know these concepts, it doesn't matter what I talk about here. Example, one of the sessions I was attending, they were talking about how, not here, in one of the sessions, they were talking about how AI agents works, and then how you get data from the cloud and other stuff. I got to know, I was able to relate because I knew some of them, but what if I don't know what cloud is? I don't know what this AI agents is. Everything is like a bouncer to me. And that's where a student loses the motivation. And for a student, the most important thing is motivation. If you're motivated, you can learn. But if you don't have a motivation, doesn't matter how good the trainer is, you're like, that's it, I quit. Maybe you have seen the movies. Okay, now the most important thing is if you want to personalize, because every one of us have a different way of learning things, we all need a personalized curriculum. A common curriculum will not work. If you're saying it is working till now, because we are adjusting with it. We are not happy with it. Go back to your college days, if you can remember your college days. We all had the same syllabus, same concepts. If you want to customize, you can't do that. If you want to learn, let's say, Java, and one of the best YouTube channels to learn Java, but the problem is you don't have the customization option. You have to learn what I teach. You can't simply go there by saying on YouTube, okay, now I know this, I want to customize the videos. You can't do that. But for us, customization is very important. Next, sometimes we don't even know what are the knowledge gaps we have. As a person, if I want to learn something, I learn a particular technology. If I see, okay, there's something I don't understand, I go back to some other video to understand what the technology is. And then that video talks about something else, and then I go to some other video to watch what is happening. And then I fell into that hell, which we call tutorial hell. You never come out. It's always, okay, I don't know this, I don't know that, I don't know this. Let me give you an example. Recently, I was exploring blockchain, 2 years ago. And I wanted to work with Hyperledger Fabric, if you know this word. Then Hyperledger Fabric, I got to know, first you have to understand this technology. And I thought, okay, I will go there. To understand that, you have to understand that technology. And then, when I completed the entire stuff, it was around 8 months. That's what I call tutorial hell, because it never come out. You always try to finish the entire syllabus of the technology, and then it never finishes. But what if you get a trainer who is teaching you exactly what you need and filling all the gaps? Can a human do that? Yes. Can you afford a human? No. And especially most of the time, if you talk about students, one of the biggest issue they are facing is money. They can't afford education. It's that costly. Am I making sense? Good morning. Okay. And then, to keep people motivated, we can use something called gamification. You heard about Duolingo, right? Have you tried that? Okay. See, we love to learn if there's a game involved. Imagine this. You want to learn a technology, and you have someone who is playing games with you. They're not teaching you. They're just playing games with you, and you know the technology. It will be much more fun than just learning stuff. And as a human, you can do all. The only problem is we don't have enough teachers. Sorry. We don't have enough good teachers, right? Okay, and that's where, to solve this problem, we are launching our own product. Sorry, that was not on the script. No, we are not launching anything. To solve that problem, we have something called AI Tutor. What AI Tutor can do at this point is they can mimic like a human and they can teach. Are they perfect? At this point, no. See, we always compare AI by saying, AI is not good, it's not giving good output, it's not replacing humans, it cannot do everything which human can do. You have to understand it's not able to do it now. What about after 1 year? What after 2 years? What after 5 years? What if we have MLDS conference 2028 and you got Navin Reddy on stage, but that's not Navin Reddy. That's some AI tutor coming on stage and giving a better speech than me. Is it possible? Yes. Okay? But at this point, I'm not talking about what is happening now, I'm just imagining a scenario. Now what AI Tutor can do is, AI Tutor is like a software where you simply go and learn, but it's not just a structured format where you say, if you want to learn this, do this, do this, do this, do this. It's more about, it will ask you certain questions. Now why I'm saying this? It's because when I was doing my MSc, my first paper was AI Tutor. I'm talking about year 2022. So I should avoid having lunch before the session, especially the ice cream. Where was I? Year 2012. So I'm talking about year 2012 when I wrote my first paper, and it got never published because I was not able to complete it. And it was more about AI Tutor. Because at that time, people were talking about machine learning, people were talking about AI, and it was very new for the college teachers and students as well. When I was doing that, I realized when I go on stage, if I talk about a certain topic, how do I know that you understood something? A lot of people feel that they're an AI engineer, they know machine learning. The question is, how do you know that you know certain things? On LinkedIn, you will find a lot of tags, AI experts. How do you verify that? I don't want you to, I don't want I to verify you. It's just that how do you verify yourself that you know certain things? And that was my first paper. I failed, but when I was thinking about it from last few months, it was this, AI Tutor. It should be always personalized. Instead of teaching you, it should ask you some questions. Do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know this? Yes? Okay, that's good. Do you know this? No? That's good. So it will change the way it will teach you depending upon your feedback. And that's what AI Tutor can do. But of course, when it comes, there are some issues and there are some good things and bad things as well. Will you prefer to use AI over a human to learn something? Maybe yes? If you say no, why not? There's no human touch involved, but do you really need human touch? Or let me ask this question. Let's say we all watch movies, and by default, we all love Inception. I don't even want to debate Bollywood, Hollywood. Inception is a movie which everyone likes. If you understand or not, that's a different question. But we like it. We like to watch that movie. If a movie is created by Christopher Nolan, and the movie is created by AI, and if it can make you engage for 3 hours, because we watch movies to get engaged. We watch a video to learn. If AI can achieve that, you will surely go there. I know at this point we are used to human trainers, but the ecosystem is changing. And if you observe closely, daily, whatever human, think about Zepto. There was a time when we used to go out to buy milk. Now, sitting at home, you buy milk and you get delivered. But think about this. If you remove Zepto now, and if I ask you to go and buy milk, maut aayegi maut. In the same way, we got some paid audience there. In the same way, if AI start teaching you, and it is doing a better job, and then you watch my video like, that's it. 5 seconds, that's it, pause, and you can go out of the audio room. That's what the power of AI can be. If it can change the ecosystem, that's very important. At this point, yes, there's no human touch, but it can do a better job than a trainer. That's what I feel. Okay, now good things. The good thing about AI is it will give you a personalized learning. Next, it is available 24/7. Even if you have a human trainer, at least on YouTube you can ask questions and then I will not answer, but if you have a real trainer and you can ask questions, but there's a time limit for that. AI agent says, I will teach you at 3 a.m. as well. I have to run fast. Then next is adaptive learning. We have talked about the same thing. It will change the syllabus, it will change the curriculum, it will change the example based on how you learn. But what is lacking, as someone mentioned here, there's no human touch. But human touch is something which we are getting used to. But in future, we are okay to use Zepto for buying milk. In the same way, we are good to use AI tools to learn. There are some ethical concerns. I know I've talked a lot about trainers, that AI is going to replace trainers, but I will come to it. I'm not losing my job, don't worry. And then the data privacy. As a student, we want to make sure that your data, what you know should be only yours. In India, we don't care about privacy. If you get a free service, you will say, okay, agree, accept all, share all data. But as government focusing it on more, different countries are implementing different policies on data privacy, like we have GDPR. In India also, we are implementing Data Protection Act soon. So once it is there, it will be difficult for AI to help you on that context, because then you can't share everything with AI. And if you can't share, how will AI will work? Because AI works with data. That's one of the issues which we have, but let's see that will be solved. Now question arises, what I will do if AI is doing everything which I'm doing? First of all, AI can't do everything which I'm doing. AI can teach you. AI can't guide you. AI can teach you, but they can't motivate you. You can't rely on AI to teach a student who is in school. Reason. Imagine AI in education is like a driverless car in Bangalore traffic. If it is not observed, think about this. If you have a kid, in case, and then you are giving that kid with an AI tool, and AI is teaching everything, what's the chances that AI will teach right things? What's the chances that your kid will not ask weird questions? And what's the chance that AI will not give weird answers? No problem, you can go. Nothing personal, you can go. Okay, so yeah, so as I mentioned before, AI has certain issues, and then as a trainer or as an educator, what I can do. First of all, I should not be stopping AI tools for my students. Example, let's say if I take a new batch, I will promote them to use AI tools. For the basics, no. For the advanced, yes. Because if you start using AI tools for basics, then you get your stupidity level will go high. Example, I can't write emails now. Again, a PJ. I can't write a script. This script was written by AI, for that matter. But yeah, the point is, if you start using AI for everything from start, you will stop thinking, right? So as an educator, I need to define that benchmarks. This is where you have to learn by a trainer, and this is why you will start using AI. Again, trainer will come in between, and they will start doing stuff. If I have a budget of $6 million, I can build my own I can build my own AI tutor, right, which will do all these things. Any investors here? No? Okay. Next, AI can teach, but then they can't do human interaction, as you mentioned, human touch. But what if we have a hybrid approach, where you learn certain things from human and most of the things from AI, and you are involved there? Next, building the communities. Of course, we have community for all the technologies. Like we have AI community, we have Java community. But then this communities talks about technologies. We don't have much of the learning communities, where you only focus on learning. All the syllabus is given by most of the YouTubers, right? If you want to learn Java, we have a structured syllabus. If you want to learn AI, there's no such structured syllabus. Why don't we all come together to build syllabus with the help of AI? And I don't think anywhere it's happening. If it is happening, let me know, I will be part of it. So am I being jobless? Yes, if I'm not using AI to train my participants. The same thing happening with developers. Will AI replace you? Yes, if you're not using AI tools. So people using AI tools will replace people who are not using AI tools. Same applicable for educators. Thank you.
We have time for a couple of questions. If
Yes,
anyone
questions. Yes, please.
Hi. It's not related to AI per se, but online versus offline, and how do you solve that problem in the online setup? So when I do an offline session or a course versus online, in an offline session, I also learn from what the others are asking questions, right? And that is what is missing in the online part. And that is why I'm discouraged to attend a online session. So how do you as a trainer solve that problem when you teach online?
That's a good question. In fact, I always prefer offline over online as a trainer also, because offline you can see their feedback. On Zoom call, basically they always keep their camera off. And you know, half of the time it goes into, please get your camera on, we want to see your faces. So of course, there are some issues with online. But then the question which you asked about how do you engage with the participants and what if they want to know, they want to ask questions. This is where we use extra tools apart from, let's say if you're taking a session on Zoom, we have separate channels, let's say Discord channel. So while the session is happening, you can have a Discord channel open, they can ask questions and others can reply also. So every time somebody is asking a question, it will be on Discord, it will be public, they can watch it. Plus they can also reply. Does it work? Yes. Is it as effective as offline? No.
Because in my personal belief, that adoption is very less. So I have been teaching since I was in class 7th, different things, and today also I do, but that is a very strong thing that I am not able to solve. So that was the question, because the adoption of asking questions during the session is also very less.
That's right. See, online cannot replace offline. As I mentioned, offline has its own aura. But the problem is, if you want, I mean, the reason we take online sessions because we can reach anywhere, right? If I stay in, let's say, Bangalore, and if I take online classes, mostly I will get a crowd from Bangalore itself. Online has that advantage. So with advantage, you get some drawbacks. And this is the time you should use different tools. So in our company, we use Zoom, we use Discord. We have our own community where they can ask questions and answers. But again, it's not that effective. But it works. They are happy, we are happy. We are not replacing offline, but yeah, we are happy with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Naveen. Right here.
Yes.
So talking about the roadmap that you talked about, if someone wants to take that idea and run with it, try to build a company around it, what are like the 5 biggest niches that you would recommend for us to look at? In terms of AI-powered education, which fields can we target?
Okay, so not sure 5, but it should be a platform where, let's say, imagine yourself as a student. And then if you want to learn, let's say, maths for machine learning, okay? And now when you want to learn maths for machine learning, there are certain syllabus which you get. You get books and you get other stuff. But these books are based on some other books. And in the talk I mentioned, so as a student, when you go there, AI should, instead of showing you what it has, start asking questions.
Right.
All the questions which will make sure that you understand how much that student knows, so that you can design your curriculum based on the student.
Right.
And after every session, there should be feedbacks.
Okay.
Because that's how AI learns, right? So there should be feedback from the student, what they understood, what they have not understood, and not just from one student. You know, something we can create a group of students. Let's say we have 100 students. Of course, everyone is different, but then we can create a common group. So this common group knows about this, and this used to happen in my college. We have different divisions, right? Division A, smart people. Division B, less smart people. So in AI also you can do that. Again, that's not a bad thing, because for A class students, you can directly teach concept. For B, you have to take some extra effort, which AI can take. So starting from where they are, create a group and create a custom, curriculum for them. And then again, you can work with project with them.
Okay.
So start working on the project, they will get stuck. In fact, in one of the training, what they do is, we do that training for 1 week. And in 1 week, we teach 5 technologies.
Okay.
So we're not going in depth, but what we're doing is, if you want to understand these technologies, this is the code base for you. The code base is not working. You have to make it work.
Okay.
And while you're working on the project, you know, okay, this is not working. You will check the output, there's an error. You will go to ChatGPT or any LLM application, and then you will start getting the answers. Then you will start implementing it here. This way, you are learning faster than a person teaching you. So AI should be, AI tutor should be all about gamification, understand your students, and build the curriculum based on that.
Right, so you're saying that you take a baseline for every student.
Yes.
And based on that, you customize the roadmap and then have the AI as a support agent.
Yes.
Talking to the student after every class or every session.
Right.
And just with that feedback, just like a model learns from the feedback, it will also learn how to make the student better.
Right. And also the engagement.
Right.
Example, if you are doing a session and then you are feeling that the audience are going out of the auditorium, it's more like, okay, you're not doing something better.
Right.
So if AI is giving you curriculum, if a participant is not submitting it or not completing the assignments, you should make it more fun and more engaging.
Sure.
So
I think in the interest of time, maybe we can connect.
All right, just one more question
just one more.
over there.
I'll just go here.
Yes, yes.
First of all, thanks for the talk. There's two types of trainings your AI tutor can do. There's ground truths where they learn about, Java, machine learning, etc. So what I've seen is, there are certain implementation details. Like if you're consulting, you're implementing a whole, system which has Databricks, which has a ETL tool, which has a whole bunch of stuff. And then there are impediments there, right? And the project succeeds, but then the engineers working, some of them will say, this succeeded because of A, B, C, D, E, and someone else, this failed because we overran on costs. So all these different things, how do you feed back into a model, right? Because these types of experiential implementations, AI can't really teach you. They're subjective to someone's experience. So do you feel that these are some things which trainers or humans still have control of, or do you feel that this will also fall into AI?
In fact, a good question, because this is what I wanted to include in the talk, but then ChatGPT didn't allow. The thing is, if you talk about general technologies, and in fact, the example which I've given is all for general technologies. Let's say if you want to learn a language or a tool, it's very easy with the AI tool. But the moment you want some experiences to solve the issue, that's where AI will fail for sure now. But as you start asking questions to AI, of course, AI will say, I don't know the answer. Or maybe it will be hallucinating, and then it will give you some bunch of steps. But as you give the feedback, and this is where the training to AI is important. So there should be a combination of AI and educators working together, where educators, after every problem solving, educators should feed to the AI model that this is how you solve this problem. So it will create a pattern by understanding, okay, what else we can get in future. It will fail for sure, but it might pass 10% of the time, 20% of the time. Example, let's say if you order something on Zomato, and if you want to talk to the customer support, the first time you talk to the bot, and then bot says, okay, I can't help, then they transfer it to the human. The same thing will happen in education, where they will start with AI, and there will be a point where the AI should say, okay, I'm done here. If you want more help, take the help of the educator. So we are not going anywhere. It's just that the basic role where we create the assignments, we check the assignments, we create notes, that will be done by AI. But as you mentioned, there are certain things where real people need it. So thank you. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen, for that very
Thank you.
engaging. I'm sure AI will not replace you.
Hopefully.
All right. Without wasting any time, let's move on to the next session. We have Satish Mittal, the co-founder and chief digital officer at ChargeUp, a pioneer in last-mile EV mobility solutions. Satish is revolutionizing the industry with innovative AI/ML models for predictive battery maintenance and business decisions. With a strong background, having headed Meta's connectivity program in India and held leadership roles at Vodafone and Nokia, he brings invaluable expertise in blending business and technology. In his session, Powering the Last Mile, How Data and AI Drive Real-World EV Solutions, Satish will share insights into how ChargeUp is solving real-world problems with data and AI for EV drivers. Please put your hands together to welcome Satish Mittal on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Almost at end of the 3 days session, I'm sure you might be tired, and this is lunch recently done. So let me see if we can create a bit more energy in the room. I promise you not to use all the technical jargons which you would have stood and heard. Okay. I will rather use to share with you the business outcomes using all these data science AI ML. Make sense? So let me connect with the audience a bit. How many of you are students? None. How many of you are in the startup ecosystem? Bangalore is known for that. Great. There is one gentleman and there are a few more. How many of you are in the EV segment, electric vehicles? Wow, lovely. That's fantastic. Great. Why I asked about it is I think there is a wave happening which is around electric vehicles, right? And the use of AI and data science is absolutely prevalent in that segment. Today, we will see how we are using that to really bring some outcome back to the society. What do you see in this picture? Drivers, and a lot of them, right? You have two-wheelers drivers, you have three-wheelers drivers, you have loaders who carry the luggage. And the speaker before me talked about Zepto, right? That can you today live without Zepto? Becomes difficult because we get used to what we see and what we hear. And today I will be speaking about these drivers. You are all aware of this. I think we have seen the journey of how the e-rickshaws have evolved themselves from simple cycle rickshaws to where we are today, right? Let me ask you, do you know how many e-rickshaws are there in the country? Bangalore is not known for e-rickshaws. It has, for some reason, not populated itself in south. But if you happen to be in north and northeast, the entire city is flooded with e-rickshaws, these vehicles, and of course the two-wheelers delivering those Jeptos and Zomatos and Blinkits. So let me ask you and share some numbers here. 15,000 deliveries per minute. Let it sink in. That's what India has reached. And this is still tier 1 phenomena. If you go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's not even started there, right? So let it sink in. This is what India has done. This is what this segment has done. And many of them are actually driving EV adoption. Much, much bigger than what we can think in the passenger vehicle market. Much bigger. If a new passenger car is launched, then there is a lot of fun, fanfare and a lot of noise around it, but nobody really talks about these. Similarly, look at the e-rickshaws. Let me give you the numbers. Only north and northeast, there are 1.5 million registered e-rickshaws. 1.5 million. And hence, they are carrying, no surprise, 60 million passengers rides every day. So the point I'm making out of all this is, one, these last mile drivers are becoming the lifeline of the country. It will be very, very difficult to reimagine ourselves without them, right? And hence, can we even think about these drivers, right? Can we use data science, AI, ML, and everything around it to make life better for them? We are getting used to 10 minutes delivery, but do you know this guy struggles to make $10 a day? Right? That's the reality of life. It has generated a lot of employment, but there are challenges which can be solved through data, and I'll share some of those examples right now as we speak. What are the challenges these people face? I will categorize them primarily in three. One is the financing cost itself. Majority of these drivers come from the lowest strata of society. They can't afford to buy a vehicle, so they take financing, right? Some kind of a loan. What is the challenge in taking a loan? Anybody? Credit. Thank you. So the credit score becomes a challenge for them. Primarily two reasons. One, many of them don't have a credit history in itself. Right? If you don't have a so-called CIBIL score or credit score, then the banks don't provide a loan. You are not even considered loanable person. Right? Number two, and that comes out of a lot of theses which we have done around this segment, that because of the second issue, which is the service issues, EV vehicles, the battery is the heart of the vehicle. Because the rest of the thing is, let's call it a mechanical box, right? It is not as complex as an ICE vehicle where you have gearbox and engine and so many things. It's really not. So the rest of the stuff is simple. But battery, which is constituting to 40 to 50% of the cost, is complex. And if you face a service issue there, it becomes very difficult to really get it corrected on time. This is the situation today. Hopefully it will solve tomorrow. Right? So what happens? If your vehicle goes out of service for 2-3 days, you lose that income. Correct? What happens? If you lose that income, this guy has to feed his family. So obviously he will meet his family needs first and he misses the EMI. Correct? Because he misses the EMI, what happens? His CIBIL score gets affected further. So it becomes a vicious negative cycle for this driver. Are we together so far on this? Correct? So the root cause was something else, which is service. But it has created a defaulter in the system. Right? And hence it makes it even more difficult for him to get a loan. So that is problem number 2. And problem number 3, very obvious, but not really factored in by the people. The vehicle life is more than the battery life. Clear? Let's say an e-rickshaw in this case, or a two-wheeler, the vehicle goes up to 3 to 5 years. But the battery goes up to 1 year to 2 years. So what it means, this driver would have to go and procure a battery few times during the life cycle. So by the time he completes his first loan, there is again a time for him to take another loan. Right? And these are the 3 things which makes him stay in this vicious cycle of debt. So what we need to deliberate today, and I'll share with you some of the examples where we are working on, that can we use these technologies which you would have heard here and you are working in your life around data science, AI, ML, to make life better for the last mile drivers. That is the context setting now, and I'll now take you to the real solutions. And in fact, that's why we call it real solutions for real people with real outcome. Right? So be with me, and obviously would be more than happy to interact after the session as well, but if there are any questions during the session, feel free to ask. So let's go to, can data really get into the financial inclusion for these drivers? And the answer is big yes. In fact, a month back, there was a report in ET which said that a strange connection of data to financial inclusion. Okay? And it found mention of ChargeUp as well, what we are doing. So I'm taking this opportunity today to connect with this audience to talk about what we are doing around it. So primarily 3 things. 1, can we create an alternate score for this driver other than just the credit score? And qualify him or disqualify him for a financing solution. That's number 1. Number 2, can we use, you have heard of IoT, machine to machine, correct? So can we use IoT data and predict the failure of the battery even before it happens? Right? Consider it's like an heart attack. Before the heart attack happens, your body gives enough signals, right? When you go for a test, your physician asks you to do the blood test, etc., and he is able to read it and say you are okay, or some of your parameters are going beyond the acceptable limits. And you start correcting it. If you don't correct it, obviously, then there is a health hazard waiting for you. So can we apply very similar principles on the battery? And third one is, if we are able to do good service predicted before battery fails, and then finally, can you do even predictiveness around the payment and the defaults? If you use data AI ML to solve this, then you have actually solved a big problem for these last mile drivers. Are we together so far? Okay. So let's go one by one into all these three. Alternate risk score. Today there are enough signals which you can capture within the privacy and secrecy compliances, which can tell you whether this can be a potential loaner or a defaulter. In fact, they are as powerful as the CIBIL score. And at the end of the presentation, I'll share with you that we have seen where the CIBIL score was good, but the karma score was not good, and the reverse as well. And we call it karma score simply because it's self-explanatory. It talks about how is the karma for the driver, right? And we capture many parameters which tells me what is the potential score for this driver. And based on that, I can qualify the driver for giving him battery. Once we have solved that problem, then we have already started the financial inclusion for the driver. Let's go next one. Service. This is a very common sight on the roads. You can see the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers, they run out of juice. Sometimes the battery goes down, or battery is discharged fully and they didn't get time to charge. Or there was a false alarm about the charging and they didn't get to the charging point before it ran out of juice, right? What it means, then obviously, the vehicle goes out of running and then it creates enough problems. Versus that now, we have put IoT. All our vehicles and the drivers are completely IoT enabled. It is pre-fitted in the factory, tech enabled. We don't even sell anything without an IoT. And IoT is just the starting point. We capture almost 45 parameters. Let it sink in. 45 parameters about that battery every 20 seconds. So you, being all the data scientists and AI ML engineers in the room, you can see what is the humongous nature of the data which comes. Every 20 seconds, you are capturing multiple parameters around that battery. Now, if you allow your ML engine to work behind it, you measure the patterns, you measure multiple parameters and say, this battery is doing okay. This battery has started to degrade itself faster than the design. This battery is showing more internal resistance, and hence you predict whether this battery needs a service, even before it goes down. Make sense? And as we speak right now, it's happening. Obviously, the ML model will mature with time. As you all know, the more data it feeds, the more accurate it becomes. We are able to predict as good as 10 days to 30 days in advance that this battery can eventually fail if we don't correct it. Sometimes, just to give you some examples, the problems are as stupid as one can think of. Right? Let's say the battery and the vehicle is connected through a simple cable. If that cable is not properly installed, due to vibrations on the road, the cable will start losing its strings, it will start creating loss, and it will start reducing the range on the battery. Right? So if you can correct it on time, then you have saved a potential failure. Similarly, in battery, strangely, the way it works, once you have allowed the cell to degrade, if one cell starts degrading, then it puts the pressure on the rest of the cell. Right? Then the other cell will start degrading faster. And once it degrades beyond certain level, it becomes even difficult to repair the battery. So if we can predict up to a cell level that this cell is already showing unhealthy behavior, and if you can correct it by recalling that vehicle proactively, then you have saved a potential failure of the battery, of course, and you have saved a potential service issue for this driver. So this is about predictive battery. Right? In four-wheelers, people like Tesla, they were already doing it. In this segment, which I'm talking about, nobody is doing it. Simply because, forget about predictive, people are not even putting efforts to put technology into it. They are like dumb vehicle. So we started putting the IoT into it and then created multiple models behind it. Another example is around safety. If the cell has started degrading, if there are loose connections, it will create heat. If it starts creating heat and if you don't correct it again on time, it can be a safety issue eventually on the road. So by doing all this modeling around it and you are monitoring it every 20 seconds, we are able to create this predictiveness on the vehicle. Together so far? Great. And you can see there are alarms raised, warranty management, recall to service, recall to OEM, safety. These are the real dashboards. Right? So we can pinpoint to a specific driver, to a specific battery. Now let me give an example around how do we use AI over it. This was ML, right? So machine is learning. Now bring in the intelligence around the geography, right? Let us say if I have to recall a battery, technically I should try to recall the battery in such a manner the driver does not lose his running income. It means I should be able to recall it when the driver is not working. Right? It's like when we go to some place on Saturday, Sunday, because you are not losing your income on that day, you are on a chutti. Drivers also behave the same way. So how do we bring in AI into it? I work in multiple geographies. And what we found, very interesting, in places like Delhi, Karnal, etc., you have 6 days of working, Sunday is a holiday. So driver runs minimal on Sunday, sometimes don't run. Rest of the days, he is working. But that pattern is completely opposite in tourist cities. Mathura, Agra, Jaipur, Ayodhya. What happens? These are the maximum peak hours for these drivers. Right? And that's where the AI engine now plays. That learning from these patterns, they can say that a Jaipur driver should not be recalled on Sunday. Unless it's an emergency, then it's a different thing. Correct? Very simple. I'm just sharing with you a very simple use case that he should not be recalled on that day. Similarly, it helps me plan my service engineers and their rostering, that my service engineer in Jaipur and Agra works on Sunday and takes an off on Tuesday. Right? Which is not the case for rest of my cities. Right? And that is where the AI plays the role. So you have ML working and you have AI working. I'll take a pause. Let them, please take your seats. No worries. Absolutely no worries. And the result of this ultimately output, let's face it, driver does not understand all these mumbo jumbos of AI, ML, etc. He is interested in simple thing. Is his battery running more? Right? And we are able to give them an uptime, which is fantastic, as compared to the earlier case when it was not tech enabled. We are able to really do even the buyback. Buyback of the battery is, just to explain that picture, today buyback is like bhangar. Bhangar, you understand, it's like scrap, right? And scrap goes per kg. It does not matter what the battery is, what is the condition of the battery. Now, because I know entire history and geography of this battery, I know what is the remaining juice in this battery, right? And hence, I am able to derive a better buyback value for that driver. So not only you solved his uptime problem, not only you solved his saving his income loss, but at the end of the battery life, you are able to give him a better value. Let it sink in. It's a very important aspect. And not only it is from the income for the driver, but it's a very important aspect for environment too. In general case, this battery would have simply gone for scrap. But because we are able to see there is a juice left, can the battery be repurposed for secondary use? Right? Let us say you have a battery in your solar plant. Correct? Can it be used there? It may not be very usable for mobility purpose, but still juice left for static purpose. Right? Can it be used at home for inverters? What happens, let's say at home the light goes for 30 minutes. Right? During that time only you need that inverter and the battery. Rest 23.5 hours, generally you are working perfectly okay. Right? So that battery was not useful for mobility purpose. You can't run an e-rickshaw on that, but can you use it in the inverters? Right? These are the repurpose of the battery. So hence buyback value becomes higher. All right, let's go to the next one, which is, can you now run your, yes, please. Yeah. This is a bit of a technical term. I'm happy to explain that offline, but that is a terminology used for measuring the health of the battery, which is called SOH, state of health. And we measure state of health over period of time, over aging, over number of cycles, so multiple parameters across that. And here, if you see again, this red battery, the red dot is already started showing, the example which I was giving, already started showing that this battery can be a potential failure. And this battery then is analyzed further and recalled. All right. I was talking about, can you now predict defaults? Anybody wants to speak about how do you predict default? That whether this driver will be able to pay on time? One is historical data of the payments. Thank you. What else? Current? Current balance. What else? Uptime. This uptime and the run kilometers, because it's very simple. What is his income? Number of kilometers he runs in a day and number of days he runs in a month. Right? If he is running well, he is earning well. If he is earning well, his propensity to pay is always higher. Correct? So very simple, but it is again coming from the power of that data which you are collecting all the time with him. Right? In fact, we even outcall the drivers who are not running well to check, is there a problem we can help you with, or is that a real issue? Sometimes we find, let's say, if you guys understand, during Chhat Puja, there is a festival called Chhat Puja, immediately near Diwali. Many of these drivers go home in UP and Bihar. Okay, so when we call them and say, no, I am off, 7 dinon ke liye I am not running, and that's perfect. That's the intended reason. There is nothing wrong in the battery, there is nothing wrong in the vehicle, just that he decided not to run, and it's fair, right? So my engine will feed that information for the next patterns that, hey, you need not to worry for these drivers during these days, correct? But we found drivers who were not running, and they were not running for any reason. And actually, they were the biggest in defaults. So if you don't run, you don't earn, you don't pay. And that precisely is our tagline. Make them run more, earn more, pay well. So you change the cycle completely. And now, as I promised you, ultimately we call these, if you look at here, the karma score is very good, though this credit rating is not. So if you look at this one here, around 20% of the drivers, we call them situational defaulters. They didn't have the intention not to pay. Do you see the difference between intentional defaulters and situational defaulters? So if you solve that situational defaulters problem of good service, which I shared it with you, you are able to bring this negative vicious cycle to a positive vicious cycle. And because of this, we are able to even get drivers who are new to the credit. We were able to really give them battery leasing, simply because our engine is already predicting that this is a good guy. Now extend it further. Once you have these karma scores built, can I then offer them adjacent loans? Right? This driver may have kids at home, and he may need some kind of a loan for education. Right? And that's precisely is the next step then. Once this, you are able to bring that guy into the mainstream of the society, you have included him into the financial inclusion, his CIBIL score starts going up because the defaults are not there. And through this, you are able to really give them more and more loans. So you are creating a good tax-paying citizen in the end, right? And the harsh reality is a doctor wants to make his son a doctor or a daughter a doctor, but a driver generally does not intend to make his son or daughter the next driver. So if you can contribute into his financial inclusion, whereby his kids are better educated and hopefully they do much better job than just driving, right? So you are creating a positive vicious cycle of financial inclusion. All right, and I was talking about number of kilometers, etc. So we measure all this. And that is the end of my presentation, saying we do three things for financial inclusion. Use the power of data to identify the right driver. Use the power of digital twin to identify the battery failures before it happens, and hence creates run more, earn more. Use AI ML to segregate between the situational defaulters and intentional defaulters. And hence you created this karma score to really bring them into the mainstream. That's what we do, and whatever I have shared with you is all real, it's already happening. This revolution is already started. Right? And this is our tagline. Our life is better when their life is. If we can make their life better, these last mile drivers will continue to really make our life better. Right? The example which he used, Jepto, it's like, hey, come on, before you go to the kitchen to make a coffee, you can get a coffee delivered at home. It's crazy, right? So we are getting used to these conveniences. In fact, this is one space where India has taken a leap as compared to all the developed countries. Right? My son lives in Sydney, and once I was talking about, hey, why don't you just get a flower delivered to a friend? And he says, Papa, it will take 5 days. I said, in which country are you living? Right? For us, it is 15 minutes. Right? I think we have changed the way society looks at India, and the other countries looks at India. So let's work together on this. If you have any suggestions, ideas, please follow me on the LinkedIn. I continue to post. There are many podcasts and other things which we drive around these. This is an education which will take time. It's not going to be easy. We are talking of a segment which is not tech savvy. We are talking of an industry which is not tech deployed. So it is going to take some time to really get into it. But my confidence is very high coming from Meta and Vodafone, where we have done these 0 to 1 interventions in the industry and in the society, and it happens. Just that you have to make it get habitual to. Once they get habitual to, it will be difficult to survive without these things. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Satish. Does anybody have questions? We can take a couple of them.
Yeah, if anybody has questions,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Can we
want to
take a
check-
question?
I
Yeah,
wanted to-
please.
I wanted to check, what's your business model here?
Where
over
is-
here.
okay, yeah, hi.
What's your business model? Is it on a subscription basis, or
Yes.
what's the? So you.
It's on a subscription basis because again, it's very difficult for anybody to pay for AI ML immediately. It will be huge cost. So we are saying you need not to worry about all the complexity. Just subscription basis.
On
You
a
can take a
daily
battery on month.
Oh, okay.
Even recently, and thank you very much for asking this. Recently, we even launched daily payment. So we are telling the driver, you earn and pay on that very day. So can we sensitize this entire market? Because for him, it's very easy. If I earn, I can pay instead of waiting for the month. Thank you for asking that question.
So I
Yes,
have one.
please.
So how did you train your digital twins for this battery?
How many?
How did you train your digital twins for these batteries when you didn't have much real data?
So, great question. Again, his question was, how do I train my model? First of all, we have battery data of 5 years. So there is enough captive data we are sitting on, and we were able to create those patterns. That's number one. Number two, as any AI ML engine works, it continues to be fed on the data, and it improves itself. My predictive accuracy model is already reached 83%. Right? And I'm very confident in next 1 year or so, we should be hitting 90% levels. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Correct. Correct. Thank you. The question for those who could not hear it because he was not speaking on mic, he says, what is your learning of working with this low-income segment of the society in terms of using these subscription models? Let me give an example from my earlier life. I was in Facebook. We wanted to launch Facebook pages, right? And we debated enough in the boardroom that should we launch it with the big corporate or should we launch it with an SMB, right? Answer was obvious. Launch it with an SMB. We have gone to the next door bakery shop and told them, do you want to make a website of yours? He said, no, I don't need it. I don't even know what the website is, right? And it will take so many days and so much of money, and I don't have anybody who can understand website. We said, what if we can make a website for you within 30 minutes, right, which is called Facebook pages? And that is how it started. So sometimes it's difficult to sell these ideas to the big corporates. It is easy to sell those ideas if you can speak their language to this segment. And we are already seeing this. Because as I said, they understand the language of service, right? If you can help me run more, whatever you do in the background, I don't care, right? Just give me that and it works. And our drivers are loving it. In fact, Karma score, one parameter is the CSAT score of the driver. Another parameter is referral for the driver, right? If you start getting referral, it means you have a satisfied customer at the end of it, right?
Yeah,
Hi.
just
Hi,
two more.
my name is Anubhav. I'm from EY here.
Anubhav, where? Okay, yeah, please.
My question is about related to margins, because this is a community with not that
Yeah.
much income, and obviously putting IoT plus
Yeah.
team sitting at the back doing AI ML, and obviously the talent is it requires a huge amount of money.
Great question. I can take this? Yeah, just the last question, I guess.
How do the
and then-
margins work?
So, very simple again. If you ask him to pay for the service, he will register, right? But if, and that's what we used, if you lose 1 day of uptime, what do you lose? 1,500 rupees of earning in a day, correct? If you now tell him that I will save you 1,500 rupees, will you pay me 100 rupees? Which one is better? Correct? It's a question of then positioning. Because if you tell him I will give you AI ML subscription, he will say, I don't need it, right? So that is what you need to sell him what he understands. that I will not let your vehicle and service down. Then are you ready to pay? Answer is yes. Another example, similar one, and I'll close this, and after that, happy to take discussions later. Because it's IoT enabled, we can demobilize the vehicle, if you understand the IoT concept, right? I can remotely shut down the vehicle and the battery. I get a call from a driver at 1 a.m. He says, sir, I'm sitting in a police station. My vehicle is stolen. Can you do something about it? He didn't know anything around all these data, right? We told him, yes, your vehicle is 250 meters away in this lane. Within 50 meters accuracy, we traced the vehicle and told him, go and seize it. And it was seized with the police, and that guy thanked us that you saved my life. Because all said and done, one can say a vehicle is insurance and it will be claimed, but the hassles of going for an FIR, going for an insurance, he'll be out of service for 2 months. And that's what he starts paying for it. So I hopefully
you answered it, correct. So
yeah.
when did ChargeUp go live, and is there any competition at
It's already live. We are in 15 cities already. We are having pretty good number of drivers on the platform. But this phenomena is very north and North India, as e-rickshaw itself is not penetrated in this part of the city.
Okay, and any competitors you see?
Competitors are there, and they will be. I think the market is so big right now. We are rather saying, let's increase the pie instead of worrying about catching the pie. So we want more people to really join the tech bandwagon. Right? There are people without tech, but I'm saying let the tech really show the benefit to the drivers and to the industry.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish, for that insightful conversation.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next session.
Thank you very much.
We have Lalit Bala, Head of Analytics Center of Excellence at Airbnb. With nearly 17 years of experience in data science and analytics, Lalit has been instrumental in driving AI solutions at major companies like Apple and HP. At Airbnb, he leads efforts in optimizing AI-powered solutions across various domains. In his session, Measuring AI Product Performance, he will explore the essential metrics and strategies that drive AI product success. Please put your hands together to welcome Lalit Bala.
Okay, can you all hear me? Awesome. I really like the presentation that Satish had delivered. It focuses on solving real-life problems. Look, AI is all important, fascinating, but it has to solve real-life problems too. And somehow the topic that I'm going to cover is closely related to that, because I feel that personally, measurement is a key for the success of AI. It has to be scalable, adaptable, and the most important part is profitable too. Because why would somebody invest in your product if you cannot say that it's profitable? So with that, I'll move to the next section. I probably will use this. Okay, this is the agenda that we're going to cover today. We're going to talk a little bit about what is an AI product. There are multiple definitions about it. I think it's important that we align on the definitions of what is an AI product, because if you have the clarity around the definition, it's very easy for you to put some measurement practices in place. We're going to talk about the relevance of measurement. Why do we need measurement, right? What is the role that measurement plays in the world of AI? We're also going to talk about the framework. Obviously, with lots of AI products coming into the market, we need to have some kind of a framework that is scalable in nature, because you don't want to do it one at a time. You would want to scale it. That's where the AI measurement framework comes into play. Then we'll talk about stages of measuring an AI product. Now, every product development process has a lot of stages. And at every phase, measurement plays a very key role. So we're going to talk about those as well, followed by a case study. We'll try to make it as interactive as possible. We'll look into the objective, and we'll try to solve this together. And then we'll wrap up the session with some key learnings, followed by a Q&A. Okay, before we get started, this is a quote from Fifi Lee. I think you all might know her. She's a visionary in computer vision. And I really like this quote because you need to read this very carefully. The true measure of AI success is not its intelligence, but its usefulness. Now, usefulness is the key. You might want to build fascinating AI products, but end of the day, it has to be useful for a consumer. Now, a consumer can be more in terms of how they would want to use the product. It could be in the social causes. It could also be in the education sector as well, not necessarily only tied to monetary benefits. With that, let's spend some time on this particular slide. This is a key slide because I know that everybody has their own definitions of AI product. There are a lot of definitions in the market. Now, this is completely my point of view. I mean, you all might also add in, like there could be other definitions too. What I feel is that, number one, there is a standalone AI feature that exists, something like ChatGPT, where you interact with the tool and the tool comes with some kind of a conversation with you and you just play with the tool. The second could be more in terms of driving a decision support system. Now, we all talk about Gen AI. There is traditional AI also in the past, which we used to call as machine learning, where we were trying to do a lot of predictive analytics, like forecasting things or optimizing things. I think that's another definition of AI, according to me, beyond Gen AI. We should not forget the traditional AI too, because it's not just about conversation, and it's also about how do you use data to make informed decisions. The next one is driving automation and optimization. Like probably AI can play a big role in automating things, processes which are standardized. It can scale it. It can optimize things, especially in supply chain management, where you'd want to have optimal behavior. It can play a big role there as well. Another key thing is AI is part of a larger tech ecosystem. If you take banking as an example, AI is just a part of it. Banking has its existing ecosystem. Let's take an example of fraud detection. If you want to detect fraud in your banking ecosystem, now that AI component is just a part of the entire transaction process, while the transaction processes are taken care by other systems too. So what I'm trying to say here is that it's not just a standalone component, but it also is integrated within the larger banking ecosystem. Now, with all this in mind, the most important thing is, does it solve a customer problem? Right? End of the day, it has to solve a customer problem. The true value of a product lies in its ability to solve their problem. So with those definitions in mind, what we are going to do is we're going to talk about the relevance of measurement in general. Like, what is the importance of measurement? Why do we even need measurement in the first place? The first one, performance evaluations. Now, performance evaluation would be like, for example, you're building an AI product. Now, what does accuracy look like for you? Is it 70%? It is 90%, 95%? Can you achieve that? Now, it depends on the use case that you're trying to solve. In certain use cases, maybe 70% is good enough. In certain use cases, probably you cannot come below 90% maybe. So it's very important that when we evaluate the performance of the AI, we need to have those targets in mind too. Otherwise, you'll probably would be shooting in the dark and you'll have those moving targets which will not help you launch the product in the first place itself. Second one is continuous improvement. Now, it's not like you build once and you forget about it, right? So there has to be a feedback loop in place. Now, the feedback loop is very important, reason being, how will the AI perform better? Because there has to be some feedback that might keep injecting into the AI into the training data in general, right? So it's important that we kind of build those ecosystems in place where that will help improve the AI product. Now, the third one is user satisfaction. Now, while we build these AI products and we launch it, it's important that we understand how the customers are taking it. That's where scores like CSAT, customer satisfaction, scores like NPS, Net Promoter Scores, are very important for us to track the success of the product. Because end of the day, it all depends on how the customers are feeling about it. Like, as an example of that could be today, let's say if you're launching an AI chatbot in your customer support ecosystem, and the customers don't like it. And it might happen that instead of the AI solving the problem, you have more cases going to the agents, and that's cost for us. So it's important that we kind of weigh in and measure things accordingly. Fourth one, ROI justification. Now, whether you go to an investor or you go to a senior management with your POCs, MVPs, you need to tell them that what's in it for them, right? Either a monetary benefit, like probably you are investing like $1 million today, and the returns you might not be getting this year, but 3 years down the line, are you projecting some returns coming out of it? So ROI also plays a very big role. Now, ROI can also be in the form of, let's say, you're running a AI chatbot ecosystem in an e-commerce store. ROI can be in the form of new customers coming into your ecosystem as well, which is your first-time bookers, like people who would want to book into your system for the first time. And then you have lifetime value attached to it, and then you can generate money out of it. So that's what ROI justification is all about. The next one is compliance and ethics. Like while we launch these AI products, it's very fascinating, but it has its own challenges as well, right? There could be a lot of bias while you are building these models. There could be some safety-related concerns. There could be some discrimination that might be happening while you are launching these products, especially when these products are interacting with the customers. So it's important that we kind of take care of that. And then next is the privacy part of it, right? So how do we take care of privacy in general, data protection in general? So all that comes under compliance and ethics, and it's important that we kind of take care of those elements too while we are building an AI product. The next one is benchmarking. Now, it's important that you set the right goal and targets for your product because it depends on the use case that you're trying to solve. If you don't have those targets set, again, like I said, right, like you might be falling short or you might be overreaching the target that you have set. So it's important that you have that goal in mind, and that's where benchmarking kind of helps. Now, all of this can be done through data before even you launch this product, because you will have access to the historical data of your customers, which will help you build this ecosystem. So we'll go through all of that in detail while we talk about each of these segments. But I'm just giving you a gist of why AI measurement is so important today. The last one is data-driven decision making. So again, if you want to build an AI strategy, it has to be data-driven too. It's not like you want to build an AI product and you go ahead and build that product. Because the historical data should clearly give you indications that, okay, there is a need where I can probably launch an AI product either to acquire more customers or I can save costs for the company. So with that in mind, I'll go to the next section. Now, here I'm going to talk about the measurement framework in general. There are 5 key measurement pillars that we have in place. It starts from left. If you look at it, user experience is one. An example of user experience is ease of use. So when probably you're launching a chatbot or an AI bot, when you're interacting with it, how easy it is for the customers to use. That could be an example. CSAT could be another example. Engagement metrics are also key here. Like you launch a product, you want to make sure that people are at least engaging with your product too. And that's where you get more and more data with those interactions, and you can see that how AI can actually transform those customers into maybe potential buyers. The next pillar is performance metrics. Performance metrics is, again, accuracy, business outcomes, end-to-end latency. Latency is something like, for example, you chat with an AI bot, and the time to response takes maybe a minute. Is it okay with you where the response is like taking a minute? Maybe it has to be under a few seconds. So there is an expectation that the customer might have with you. So that's where performance metrics play a big role. Now, these are just examples, by the way. Each of these topics have a ton of metrics in place. It's also important for you to make the right choices on what kind of metrics are targeted toward the use cases that you are trying to solve. Third one is operational efficiency. Let's say you have built an MVP product, and you know that your product is working well, probably maybe 1% of your customers. Is it scalable enough to work for 100% of your customers? You don't know that. You need to have metrics for that too. Because what works for 1% might not work for 50% or 30%, because customers are very different, users are very different, every user's expectations are very different. Is your 1% representative of the population? You need to take those calls as well. So that's where operational efficiency is the key there to measure those things. The next one is guardrails. Guardrails are more around bias, fairness, transparency, compliance, hallucination, bad response rate. Your chatbot is not following your directions. You have defined a policy of your own, but your chatbot commit for something else altogether, right? Do you want to fight those legal battles? Yes, there could be legal repercussions too. So that's where guardrails take care of it. So at every step of your product development process, you need to be mindful of guardrails. You may end up trying to solve a problem, but that might create another problem, which you're not even aware of it. So that's more like a mirror for you, guardrails. While you are progressing towards your product development, guardrails will help or keep a check on your progress that you're trying to make. The last one, obviously, is the business impact that we talked about, which is more around return on investment, North Star metric, customer retention. So these are like the top metrics usually in the industry people use. North Star metric is like probably if you would want to launch a product, what are you really trying to drive out of that launch is very important. You need to really understand like why are you launching a feature. It could be a full blown out AI product or a small feature within your AI product. You need to have that clarity that what is this feature trying to solve for you. So that's important before we try to define those things. So with that in mind, I'll talk a little bit about the stages of measuring an AI product. Now this is something that is completely my point of view. There could be different versions of it. Now there's no right and wrong to it. It depends on how you'd want to kind of implement or launch your AI products. I'll spend a little bit of time around how it should ideally work according to me. Number one, you set the goal. Setting the goal means as soon as you set the goal, you need to have one thing in mind: what is your North Star metric? Typical examples could be conversion, downloads, engagement, resolutions. Conversion could be through e-commerce stores. Resolution should be in customer support ecosystem. Like today, if I launch a feature, I don't want my agents to take those calls. I want AI to handle it by itself and self-solve it so that I save the cost there. Downloads could be something related to educational apps, like how many downloads are people making of the app. That could be another North Star metric. So it's important that while you think about the goal of the feature that you have in mind, you have a metric in your mind too, because it's not just about having the goal, you need to measure success of that goal too. With that, how do we kind of get to the next stage, which is the preparation? Now, probably think about a scenario where you're thinking of building an AI product and you have an MVP in your mind. MVP is minimum viable plan, where you would want to show it to your senior management. And for that MVP, what you have to do is that probably before you launch it to external audiences, you might want to run some few internal pilots, right? Because you cannot just launch it blindly to external audiences because you have a worry about your NPS scores, CSAT scores that customers are providing you. So for that, what we have to do is that probably have some gating mechanism in place, have some targets in place. Today, let's say you have a target that my accuracy should be probably 80% in solving a customer problem. Then only if it hits the 80% mark, you should probably plan for moving externally for the next phase, which is the A/B testing phase, right? A/B launch is basically an experimentation mode where you might want to try with like 2% of your customers, 3% of your customers, whatever your management is comfortable with. But it's important that you run through an experiment because it's very hard out there. It's not that easy that you launch and everyone will start clapping. It takes time for the AI product to evolve in general. So for launching an A/B test, it's also important that we use some statistics before we launch it. Like what percentage of my customers truly represent the variety of customer behaviors that exist in my customer base. It's important that we need to understand that because that'll help us sample. That'll also help us understand the impact that this A/B experiment might create. So to everyone's understanding, A/B is nothing but an experiment that you want to launch where probably you would want to have a treatment and a control group where you divide your customers into 50-50%, one that see the new feature, one that see the old experience. Today, for example, if you have a website and there was a chatbot versus an AI bot, 50% goes to the chatbot, 50% goes to the AI bot. So then you understand, you get to know like which one is performing better. Because there are high chances that probably your existing bot is performing better than your AI bot, right? So let's not assume anything. Even though AI is very fascinating, it has its own challenges too. So that's where we'll do a sampling and impact study for A/B launch. Then the next is the metrics to measure success of A/B experiment. Like even though when you launch an A/B experiment, you need to be very clear what are the metrics that you're going to measure while you're running an A/B experiment. What is win for you? What is the loss for you? Where are you doing well? Where are you not doing well? What is driving certain behavior? It's very important for us to understand in those cohorts, like how a customer is responding to you. Then let's say you have been successful in launching your A/B experiment, you have won the experiment, and everything is going perfectly. Then you need to also scale the product. Do you want to go from 1% to 100% at once? I don't think so, right? So you'd want to go with a gradual rollout probably, like maybe 1%, 10%, 20%, as and when you get more confidence. At every phase, it's always good to align with your investors who might want to see this result because that will give them confidence that probably they are also making or investing in the right product, and you'll also be very confident that probably your product is going to work really well. So with that in mind, so this is how the launch probably would happen. But it's important that, like I said, once you launch, it's not like it'll magically work well all the time. Data keeps changing. There's a concept called data drift. Like today, whatever customers interact with you at this point in time, probably 6 months later, the customer behavior completely changes. Is your AI equipped with a new set of data? Is what you need to also understand. That's where the continuous monitoring mechanism is very important for us to kind of assess how are we doing in terms of the performance. And this is something that you would want to report out to your product managers, to eng teams, to make sure that whatever gaps that you're seeing, that are kind of exposed and they work on filling those gaps. Okay, so with that in mind, probably I'll move to the case study where we would want to spend some time. I would want that session to be a little bit more interactive so that you can also personally give me ideas on what kind of a metrics could be useful for every stage. But I'll open it for questions if anybody has any questions till now before I move to the next section. Yeah, go ahead. I can't hear you properly.
I'm saying for the A/B test results and things like that, is there any automated system like to use LLM as a judge or different kind of things to actually compare the results or any semantic?
That's a very good question. Yes, we have both in the sense that at least ideally I would want to have both. Number one, there could be qualitative data that you get and you can have SMEs looking into the data, especially who understand the processes. The other one is you can have a virtual judge, which can measure it too, but don't purely depend on your measure judge. It's like an AI testing another AI. If one AI is wrong, the other AI is also wrong. So it's important that especially when you're launching, you need to have your experts who measure the process also because they are the SMEs in that space. They understand the processes really well. Imagine an e-commerce store where we launch an AI feature that helps people to buy products. It offers a 100% discount. Think about a scenario like that. It can happen, right? So we need to take care of that. If not, any other questions, then I'll move to the next section. Okay, so this is the case that I thought we'll all solve this together. It's more about developing a shopping assistant designed to help customers to make the right choices when purchasing product. So let's say we are launching a feature which helps customers to make the right choices when purchasing product. There are two key things here. One is right choices and purchasing product. Now with that in your mind, let's say you are building an AI product that solves this business problem. think about the 5 stages that we have in mind. Goal, we'll start with goal. And probably I would want one of you to guess at least some of the metrics that ideally we would want to measure in that particular stage. Okay, what do you think, what should be the North Star metric for a problem like that? Any guesses? Conversion, great. Okay, yeah, so conversion rate is the North Star metric because we would want to convert customers. Now, while that is the North Star metric, but what drives conversion rate? Because that's more like a top line metric. There could be a lot of underlying metrics that we need to measure. Examples of that is bounce rate. Today, like in the experiment, if we experiment, and this is something that we are launching as an A/B experiment, one is you have a product page, then the other is you have an AI assistant that helps you make the right choices. Some customers go through product pages, some customers go through the AI assistant. And you see that the bounce rate is very high for AI assistant. Bounce rate is basically somebody who lands on the page and they exit. That's bounce rate. It's not a good sign. Which means that helps you understand probably there are still significant number of customers who prefer going through the product catalog, go through this, and then convert. We assume that everybody is like ourselves. Like probably if I have a certain preferences, we assume that everybody is like me. No, everybody has a different choices. There are still a lot of people who like to go to the menu page, browse the catalog, select the product, take their own time to shop, and then add to cart. Whereas there are other people who might want to interact with an AI assistant and go with it. Right? So the choices matter, and that's where you can take a call. What section of your customers have to go through product pages? What section of your customers have to go through AI assistant? It doesn't mean that you have to force your customers to go through only one solution. You can give your customer that choice to make the right decisions. So that's with goal, KPIs, and guardrail metrics like we talked about it, fraud rate, bias score, privacy, compliance. So next one is prep. Now for prepping, it's important that when we try to kind of come up with an MVP plan, estimating the pilot sample, identifying annotators is also very important who help us constantly measure these solutions, whether they're working well or not working well. There's the gating criteria that we talked about here, where we talk about conversion rate, end-to-end latency, accuracy, user satisfactions. So these metrics help us really understand how is the MVP product actually working. So this is what we'll do especially when we have an internal pilot, we would want to either launch it to a certain audiences who sign up for testing something like this. So it will help us really understand like how is the MVP product actually working. So next is A/B. This is again, like I said, it's a critical phase. You need to build an A/B strategy where you need to really understand where do you want to place your AI assistant. Whether you would want to place it on a specific page, or you would want to offer it to only desktop users, or you would want to offer it to only mobile users. So you need to take those calls because there could be a certain channel where the conversion rates are really high. Probably people who are navigating through the desktop. Why do you want to risk it on that particular entry point where you know that there are a lot of conversions that are happening? You might want to test it somewhere else. So it's very important that you put a strategy in place before blindly launching it to 1% of your customers, because the entry points actually matter. Entry points are the points through which people enter your site or an app, like how they open the site or how they open the app. Also, you need to build a strategy around how do you want to expose. You might do a 30-70, 50-50, 50% goes through treatment, 50% goes through control, probably 70-30. It's a strategy that you need to build because that will help you really define whether your A/B experiment is going to work well or not. Now, when you run an A/B experiment, how long do you want to run it? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Even for that, you need to do some statistical analysis. There's something called power analysis that depending on the amount of customer base that you have, it tells you probably it should work for 3 weeks or 4 weeks so that I get statistically significant results. It's only when you get statistically significant results, you should be confident on the scores that you're getting from your A/B testing. So I think that's the key here. It's important that you think through, because nothing works magically, to be very honest. What you think might completely go wrong if your strategies are not in the right place. So we're then going to talk about like measure. So once these things are done, a measurement metric again will be in place. The repetition of mostly on what we have defined for goal, because the same thing, but at a deeper level, you need to measure for AB2, like the treatment and control group. You need to measure all of these to make sure that you are very confident on what's working and what's not working. Now scale. The scale, there are multiple options. It's completely the call of a product manager or your management. You either want to go gradual, in this case probably 1%, 5%, 10%, 20%. It depends on how confident are you with the results of every experiment. So this is something that you would always want to discuss with your investor or in your senior management, get an alignment to make sure that you are going to do a gradual rollout, and once you are confident on the rollout, then you will ultimately go for a full launch. So the next is the monitoring. Monitoring is like an ongoing way of looking at metrics, because we need to make sure that the feedback is in place. So for monitoring metrics, again, very similar KPIs, but these are something that you need to be very careful, because this system has to be automated. Because you need to have a data ecosystem in place that continuously monitors the performance of your AI feature, because you don't want to build reports around it, right? So you need to have an automated system in place that measures these things, and whenever there is a dip in performance, you probably want to do a root cause and feed it back to your AI feature. So yeah, I think with that, this is how probably I would have solved that use case in terms of building a metrics suite, and these are the stages through which a typical product building process actually happens. It might differ from company to company, but again, this is something that is completely my point of view. There could be something else, but net, the metrics are the key one for us to progress forward. So with that, I'll wrap up the session. A quick summary, we learned about AI product definition and importance. We talked about AI product enhanced customer experiences and must solve real problems effectively. Why measure AI? We spent some time there, like why measurement is so important. The 5 pillars of AI measurement framework that we talked about, and the stages where we kind of walked through the case that we talked about, and what it takes to build, measure, and learn. With that, I will open it up for question and answers.
Hello, sir. Interactive session. By the way, like, is there a conflicting, or is a kind of metric which the software team might have with the AI team, like in real life applications? I just wanted to.
I didn't get you the conflicting in the sense.
I mean, let's say you have a metric and a timeline to release a product with the AI, where you do a continuous monitoring.
Okay, got it. Got it. No, I think especially when launching AI products, you should not be in a rush. Yeah. That's the key, because it ends up not working, then working. So typically at every stage, there has to be a sign-off being done where the product, engineering, and analytics together should work as a pod to discuss, debate, decide, and then move forward. Because if you want to rush things, you will spend more time and more cost in terms of building it.
Yeah. Sure.
Awesome. If there are no questions, then thank you so much for your time, for listening to me.
Any more questions? All right.
Okay, there is one more, I think.
Okay. Relevancy as one of the metric, like where do you factor relevancy, like when?
Relevancy in terms of
recommending the relevant
recommendations?
Yeah.
Yeah, relevancy is also something that we check as a part of accuracy. Like for example, a typical behavior could be, first of all, when you measure success, we have access to probably clickstream data, which means that you literally see how the customers are navigating through it. And if you offer something, you can give a thumbs up, thumbs down there. Customer clicks, thumbs down, which means that that was not a relevant suggestion. then what we can do is that we can go back, look into the history and see what are the things that they looked at before they do it and how were our suggestions. You can compare our suggestions versus what would be the ideal suggestions, the ground truth. And then you can calculate how different they were. And that's how relevancy scores can be calculated.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Lalit, for that engaging session. We'll move on to our next speaker, who's Ekta Shah, Associate Data Scientist at Morgan Stanley Capital International, with over 7 years of experience in data science, machine learning, and AI across industries like investment banking and tech consulting. Ekta has been at the forefront of leveraging AI to transform finance, and today she'll explore how agentic AI is reshaping the finance world, from trading and risk management to fraud detection and personalized services. Please join me in welcoming Ekta to the stage.
Thank you so much. Audible? Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you all had a great engaging session from the last one where you got to know how we can really measure AI and put it into production. So what we are going to be talking about is going to be a little bit on the financial domain, how we are taking in agentic AI and actually putting it out into the production, which has not been the regular scenario in the financial world specifically. So that's what we'll target today. First of all, let me start with a quick introduction. She did give some part of it. So I work as an associate data scientist at MSCI. I have worked at multiple companies before, starting with Quantify being the last role where I worked at, then Viacom 18, General Mills, and also BNP Paribas, where I started out as a software developer. Currently, I really love working with all kinds of ML problems. And I have worked in this space for more than 7 years now, and I've seen how you can really implement AI and ML and bring value by putting it into production in the current stage. Where in the industry today, what you'll hear about is a lot about AI research and experimentations, but when it comes to actually productionizing it, it is the major challenge, and that is something which we are observing and trying to learn from it and implementing it. So I like teaching as well, so I've been a visiting faculty at Masters Union School of Business recently and primarily NMIMS Mumbai. I'm also a data science mentor. I am available on certain platforms on Preplace and TopMate. You'll also get to my LinkedIn later on in the talk. So this is one set of news that you might have seen or you might have come across, where a top US agencies, secret agencies, and institutions across the world are typically leveraging AI to save on their costs, to save on their frauds as well. So as you see, what has been mentioned over here is AI helped the feds catch certain billion. They were able to really save on this billion of fraud that was really detected. So how has this happened? With the help of generative AI, agentic AI that you see all around you. Secondly, the next news article that you see is about MasterCard, which has been able to double their fraud detection rate with the help of generative AI, which you can see. So you can see that it is at the forefront of how financial world is totally transforming with the help of agentic AI today. So now we'll try to understand a little bit about what agentic AI is, the architecture that it uses, and also see its common applications to be able to give you an insight of what is happening today in the industry, which most of us may not be aware of because this is not a space which is highly put out into the you can say social media platforms or even across the world today, because it's proprietary information which may not come out in the best form possible. So this is all that we have for the agenda today. That is a short introduction about how agentic AI works and what it is really all about. We'll also see how it has really evolved in finance, right from not accepting AI at the very beginning to how it has really changed to accepting models and also moving towards understanding agentic AI and putting it into production. Then we'll see some key applications in the financial space where agentic AI has been very, very useful and where it is really transforming the world. So 3 major applications that we'll focus on. First of all, being autonomous trading. So we've all heard about automated trading, which gives us a lot of money is what all we know about. But how agentic AI is really transforming it is what we'll see. Then we'll look at risk management and fraud detection, which is a huge space in its own self, where credit risk, if you talk about it, agentic AI is really helping in that space today. And the third application, which is something which I have been myself working on day in, day out, which is a document processing system at my own organization. So I'll talk about the different challenges and the problems that we face over there and what we are able to solve through agentic AI. Then we'll look at a sample workflow to see what and where we are getting at in terms of AI. And then we look at a conclusion as to what is going to really happen, because there are some common questions which people ask me wherever I go. So that's what I want to really address. This kind of a UI, is this something that we've seen? Or like, how many of us are developers here? At least most of us. So everybody's used this GitHub Copilot in some form or the other to really assist us in coding, because it has just made us like dependent on it in a lot of ways. We make syntax errors. We try to correct them, not via Stack Overflow today, but via GitHub Copilot, because it is giving us the ease of use, right? So what is this? This is nothing but like an agent of AI which has been created and which has been deployed to you at your doorstep, which can be used in the best form possible. Now, this is a new screen which you might have seen, something which has caused a recent revolution in this space by a Chinese company which has launched this model called as DeepSeek R1, which is the latest model which has been created. And it is something which has been a revolution in comparison to OpenAI's models, because it has been able to reach the same level of accuracy with lower costs, way lower costs. So that's why it's actually helping us in solving our day-to-day issues just by being itself. So this is nothing but also an example of an agent, which is helping us do a lot of things in the most easiest manner. Just to explain it to you in a layman term. Now, what is agentic AI? You must have seen a lot of talks today which talk about agentic AI, this and that. Agentic AI used there, in videos, in media, so many such places, right? So what is it exactly? It is a system which helps you to take decisions on its own, that is anonymously. It's able to do it on its own without human intervention in the simplest form possible. So it is designed in such a way that it has its own goals, own things to really achieve, and really go ahead with it, and something that improves with time. So as we know about ML models, right, like in terms of the timeline, ML takes in historical data, works on it, and then gives you results, predictions, pattern recognition, pattern learning. That's what it does through feature learning, right? Now, agentic AI is doing much more than that. You feed it in some information, it makes some sense out of it, and it's able to give you all of that replies on its own by generating replies as well, or generating answers as well. So that is what agentic AI is really helping us do, that is easing our tasks. It's a mini brain, but not typically like our human brain, but in some form. So it is mimicking humans in a lot of ways. So with respect to data science and finance, what we are totally trying to do over here is turning, I have no idea, like I have literally no idea of how to implement this, to turning it into, I have a model for this. Now we look at how it has really transformed this particular space. So this is the market rise that you can see in finance, typically from the years 2023 to 2033. This is just like a projection, how huge the market is going to really be like. The forecasted market is like $73.6 billion, which is like huge in consideration with finance, because in the past 20 years, we have adopted financial models, we have adopted it. But if we see any of the implementations today also for credit risk, or say any loan prediction model or anything of that sort, you will have a logistic regression at the back end which is working. But today, it is changing with the help of agentic AI, where the financial world is ready to, adopt things, ready to change the implementations to help us in a better way. So they're just giving you like a heads up for technology adoption. Earlier, that would not be the case. So this is a very basic architecture of how an agentic AI really looks like, where what we have on the left-hand side is the tools, that is your memory, which is nothing but the remembrance part of your architecture, which will remember whatever information you feed it in. Then you have your tools, which the agent will use, And there are certain goals which are set for an agent. Goals is nothing, just an objective which is set to be able to solve a particular problem. So that is just your problem statement kind of a thing. And that's your agent. Now, how does this agent work in this environment? It is going to be taking in certain actions based on these 3 input parameters that it has, which is your memory, tools, and goals. And how does it improve itself? With ChatGPT also right now today, if you see, if you start a sequence of question answer session, it gets better with time. How does it do that? It learns with the observations. So that's exactly how a agentic AI architecture also works, that it tries to learn from whatever observations it has made. Now let's look at the major aspect of, why agentic AI and how it can be useful in finance and so on. So algorithmic trading, which is one of the most significant applications in finance, where we could see a lot of technology imbibed in from earlier times, because it was a Python-based script which was earlier written, and where the call would be given in by the program itself, that okay, do a buy or do a sell call or a hold call, whatever that is. Now that there will be a transformation in this, because that would be replaced not just by the script but by the agent, who will take these calls on the behalf of your script itself. So it takes dynamic calls based on whatever information it is fed in, and it has access to a lot more information in comparison to what the scripts had earlier. We'll dive into it deeper later. Then next, what you have is credit scoring and risk assessment. So credit scoring and risk assessment, I think a very common example would be like when you go to a bank, you go to say HDFC, you go to any other bank, they give you certain documents to fill whenever you require a loan. They take in information from you, and then the bank really processes your information and takes a call whether you should be given a loan for that amount or not. So that's exactly what is credit risk. So where you are trying to leverage the fact whether this is the right person for whom the loan should be given, so that they wouldn't default further on in the times to come, and they are able to achieve their goal, that is, they are able to recover the money back. So all of these things have already been automated. We'll talk about examples also related to it. Now, fraud detection and prevention. I think today a lot of newspapers really talk about this, right? Digital frauds, transaction frauds, cybersecurity frauds that we read about, where you are robbed of XYZ amount, all of these things. How do these things happen? So whenever today, if you're doing a larger amount transaction, you get a call from the bank, right? Like if it's beyond a particular amount. How do they do that? They're not doing that just because it's beyond a particular amount, but today the systems are smart enough to be able to detect whether it's a fraudulent transaction or not. It is able to do that because it has agents deployed at the back end which are doing this work for you. Then talking about portfolio management and robo-advisors. So we all used to go to our regular investment managers, wealth managers, who would give us tips, right? Okay, invest in this XYZ stock, invest in this XYZ scheme, and so on. Today, we already have these agents who are able to do this for us. That is your portfolio management. That is, it is able to really tell you that, okay, these are the ways in which you can invest smartly to get maximum returns. Or say even your robo-advisors are similar things only, which we are talking about right now. Next, regulatory compliance and reporting. So in terms of regulatory compliance and reporting, we have different authorities over here who are really regulating each and every transaction or investment that we do, right? So that's also an example where you will see agentic AI today a lot, where RBI itself is also adopted AI in a lot of spaces to be able to accommodate the requests and to be able to get good, insightful results. Next, customer service and chatbots. How many of us use mobile banking? I think all of us today, we use a lot of QR codes, payments, and everything that we do, and we use banking on the phone majorly, right? So how do we get problems resolved? If we are stuck somewhere and you see some transaction which was not made by you, you always reach out to the bank, right? Earlier, we would have to make a call. We would have a toll-free number or some number where we would call. Today, what do we have? We have AI chatbots integrated in those apps with whom you can really communicate, get your answers. What is all of this? This is what is your chatbot system. Now, these are also agents because they are not just designed to be able to solve particular problems. They can actually solve a holistic A to Z list of problems and get you solutions around it. So chatbots is also a very good example of how agentic AI has been implemented there. Financial forecasting. Forecasting is something that we all see, and how much we trust or not, that's a different case, where we see that a particular stock price has been predicted, and whether we want to trust that and go ahead and invest in that or not. So yeah, that's another example. But we'll be focusing on 3 major applications where it has already been implemented. So I just want to show you those cases where implementations have already been done. This is just for you to be able to take inspiration from and see that if you have a financial application around you, or if you work for some particular use case, you are able to make the best of agentic AI and use it over there. Now, we spoke about algorithmic trading, right? Where we said that the script will take a call, right? Now, the script is a computer which is taking a call. And within a script, we usually write some if statements or some, say, rule-based system, right? Which has been developed earlier. Now, with autonomous trading, what we are doing is we are making this agent who is capable of taking these decisions on our behalf. So these AI systems take independent decisions to either buy, sell, or hold a particular stock based on your real-time market data. So not just looking at your historical data, but your real-time market data, and is taken into consideration. And of course, there is no human who is giving it an insight that, okay, this is what you need to do, like say buy or sell, etc. So this autonomous trading system is something that has been developed by larger hedge funds also today to be able to take calls on buy sell, and that's what was the research which was going on in the past 5 years, and it has already been implemented in a lot of places. Now, what are the benefits associated with this kind of an autonomous trading? Of course, there would be increased profitability because you do not have a human who is monitoring it, right? If you do not have a human monitoring it, it is going to save costs up to a certain extent. Then minimize human bias, because if you look at it as humans, we generally are biased towards something or the other. It's by default scenario, right? Then what would be the other challenges? When we talk about challenges, I think the major challenge that would come to my mind with respect to a stock market scenario or investing is volatility, right? We don't trust systems, or we don't tend to rely on them majorly because they have a volatile nature in general, right? In terms of the movement of the stock prices, the movement of all financial instruments that we have where we invest in. So that is a major concern with respect to volatility. But that is the nature of the stock market, not something that you can actually control. But what you can do best is you can get real-time decisions over here with the help of the implementation of autonomous trading. And the strategies that are created are also adaptive. Because when you really talk about agentic AI, in a way, at the baseline, you are implementing reinforcement learning. So when it's reinforcement learning, what you're using is an environment and an agent who has the liberty to be able to take calls, to be able to take decisions based on the observations and the goals that they have in an environment. Then speed and efficiency also, because the speed of an AI agent would be far more greater than what we have as humans, right? So that's how autonomous trading becomes a very, very great example for agentic AI in finance. There are some companies who've already implemented this. Interactive Brokers is one of them. TradeStation is another such use case where they are using these strategies underlying in their frameworks. Now we spoke about how we can use it in autonomous trading. Now, second major concern is risk management and fraud detection. Why is this a major concern? Because we have money at stake. Whenever there is a fraud that is occurring, what you will see is a lot of amount of money is at risk, at stake. So these agentic AI systems, if they are able to assess, look at transactions and really understand that, okay, this transaction is fraudulent, it will help us save money, it will help us save a lot of people's major assets which they would have built up over the years, right? And in this particular case, credit risk is a major risk to be mitigated. So as I mentioned, I was talking about this example where when you go to a bank and ask for a loan, they analyze the data that you provide from a profile perspective, and then they get back to you with an answer whether your loan is going to be sanctioned or not, right? A usual turnaround for this process till now used to take around 2 to 3 days. But recently, HDFC Bank has implemented this kind of a system, a loan approval system, where it takes in data from you as a user and comes back to you with a response in just 10 seconds. It's a very, very, very well-established system which is able to do so. But how is it able to do so? At the back end, they are, of course, using agentic AI, where they are taking in information from the user. They are analyzing their past history, their transaction, their behavior, and on the basis of which they take a decision related to that. So in banking, you will see a major use case related to risk management and fraud detection, where you can make the best of such things. Then secondly, you will have like a multi-purpose agent, which is designed for different tasks in the banking space. So say here what you can see is like there would be a brain which is responsible for the major task which you have in the financial space. And then related to it, you'll have child tasks which are doing various other tasks. So this is about risk management and fraud detection, and you can see multiple use cases and implementations today. Now I'll talk about one of the major problems that the financial industry is facing today, and solving this is a major concern because we do not have one product today which is able to solve this particular use case, and it's an unsolved problem because of the nature of the data. So why are we talking about this? Especially because it's the document processing system, and the financial industry has a lot of documents coming into picture when we talk about data. Talk about annual report, talk about sustainability report, talk about 10Q reports. Any such documents have different structures, different formats. Not just that, one company's annual report will be way different in format from the other company's annual report. So if you have to develop a common system which is able to address each and every document and is able to extract data from it, it is a major challenge today. There is no product today that exists and solves each and every problem. It is lacking in some or the other level of complexity today. What is this? So when you talk about documents, what would we want to do from it? So as analysts, we tend to read a lot of documents and extract data from it to be able to extract insights. So in this case, what we would need as an easier task for us would be document extraction. So say you have a PDF document of an annual report and you want to extract data from it. So say for this example, like you have such a kind of a document and there is some data over here which is present in a table. Now I want to extract this data in a tabular format so that I can store it in an SQL database. When I do this, this is a major concern. Here there are libraries, there are implementations which are helping us to do this task, but the nature of this table is so tricky that you're not able to do it in the most efficient way. There will be errors, there will be problems which will not help us to do this in the most easiest manner. So this is a concern. It uses computer vision along with agentic AI to be able to solve this problem. Then when these tables have actually been extracted, downstream we would want to send these documents to be classified accordingly. And when you want to classify these documents, say into check, contract, order, application, similar categories, we would send this to an agentic AI who will be able to do this task for us, because we would want this to be done in an automated manner rather than you spending manually efforts to be able to do so. Because as humans, when we will sit and look at 30-page document and understand that, okay, what kind of a report is this? How much time would we invest in this particular process? We will not be able to do more than, say, 50, 60 documents in a day. But when you have this already implemented by the AI, the volume that can be really processed is going to be very high. So that's the difference. You get speed and efficiency and also quality along with it when you implement it via an agentic AI system. Now I just want to walk you through a sample workflow which shows how we really use the search mechanism when we want to extract information from documents. So this document processing system that I'm talking about majorly has multiple applications. First one being document translation, second one being document summarization, third one being document search, fourth one being document extraction, and many such, there are 17 to 18 such applications which are available. Now here, when we look at this particular diagram, there are certain components which are very typical of agentic AI. So here you can see that there is one layer on the left-hand side which is talking about multiple documents. So there are multiple documents which are fed into the system, which you can see over here. And what we do over here is nothing but a pre-processing bit. So in the pre-processing bit, what do? We do an EDA analysis. EDA is something that we all know about, exploratory data analysis. See and extract maximum information out of it. Secondly, this is embedding. So what do you do with embeddings? Embeddings is converting your text to numbers, right? So if you have converted your text to numbers, it's more easier to develop an answer for it when you have a question around it. So this particular embedding is stored in a vector database. There are multiple vector databases available today. Pinecone, Milvers, there are so many. You can use one according to your convenience, whatever suits your application and whatever does work well for you, with respect to costing, with respect to efficiency, speed, and whatever the need of the application is. The third part over here is the vector store tool and the summary tool. So with those embeddings that you obtain from the vector database, you're going to be creating a summary out of it. Now, the summary that you create is something which agentic AI can do. Like if you give ChatGPT, say 3 paragraphs and say that generate a summary out of it, it's able to do that, right? It's an agentic AI. But it's open source and it has its own limitations. Now, when we work with proprietary data, we have other concerns. That is, what kind of summarization tool are we using? Is our data something that is going to be leaked or is it going to be used in the right way? So that is what is a summary tool, and this is the agent. Now, this agent is something which could be GPT-4, could be Llama 3, could be Mistral. These are all open source models, right? And these models can actually be utilized to be able to use them in the most default way, or you fine tune them according to your needs and then work with it. Now, how does this work? Like if you have a search query, you would write in a query, right? And you would expect a response. So that's what happens here. When there is a user question that comes in here, it passes the query to the agent. Now, agent uses all of this information on the left-hand side and comes up with a response. So it is able to read the document, read multiple documents that you give it as an input, work with it, and generate responses accordingly. So this is an example of how you can really get a search result. So say I want to know what was the revenue in the last quarter for an XYZ company. And if I give the annual report to it, it is able to answer that. How is it able to answer that? Because it has done some embedding process here, converted all your text to numbers. Then it has stored all of this information here in the vector store, generated a summary, and that's how it is able to get the answers for the particular questions that we asked to it, right? So this is how a typical workflow looks like. This is a very basic diagram, a very basic caricature, you can say, which is used and on the basis of which you build up on it to be able to build other applications. Now, we spoke about a lot of applications and we spoke about how it's really implemented. Now, there are certain conclusions with respect to it. First of all, being that finance earlier was not very receptive to using data science ML models. But today it is. The change has been because of the trust and support that agentic AI has given to it. So autonomous decision making is something which has been adopted by the financial field today. And more like a lot of questions that come across over here are whether AI should take over, like should it be like a competition between the different models or should it be a collaboration? So AI does help in terms of human expertise, right? Wherever it's an automated thing that you would really want to achieve. So what analysts can really do is, like if it can really process, like say for example, a document processing system can take in say 10,000 documents and generate voluminous replies, it can use that to do further tasks downstream. So we should be able to leverage AI at the maximum. So what is the future? A lot of us are really concerned about that. That is AI human feedback loops. That is AI creates certain replies, AI creates certain responses, but what the human does is human refines it. So there is some kind of intervention. So 80 to 90% of the work AI does. What does the human do? Human will just refine it and make it better. What is the call to action for developers here? A lot of us are developers here and who may or may not have used agentic AI right now. I think building responsibly is very, very important because we should be able to explain the model that we've created. We should be able to leverage the tools that we have. So say you have TensorFlow agents, you have Hugging Face models, and more such open source tools, right? And we should also ensure that we are partnering with the subject matter expertise because finance is a very risky field. Risky in the sense that you have to work under regulations, compliance, and everything. So you need to ensure that you are collaborating with the right set of subject matter expertise to be able to, cater to any requirements that you have. And there are two questions which are asked often. First of all being, will agentic AI democratize finance or deepen inequality? So it's a very common question which I come across where they say that how is it going to really shape the financial space? The answer lies in how we are really going to define it. Like, how are you going to define and design it? The way it works is, as far as you're working under the limitations and the constraints and you're able to make the most of it with the technology advancements that we have, we are doing fine. There's no problem in adopting AI and finance as well in that space. Now, I think this is one question which a lot of youngsters ask who want to really start out in the AI space. That is, will AI take our job going forward? Like, is it just going to eat our jobs up and are we going to be replaced? We are obviously replaceable in the IT space, but nevertheless, AI won't take your job, but someone who knows how to use AI very well will. So if you don't know how to use ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever new models come in, you have the complete capacity to be replaced in that case. So as far as you're able to keep up with technology and upskill, everything should be fine. Thank you, guys. So open to any questions that you have. Yeah.
Hi, nice presentation.
Thank you.
You spoke about robo-advisory sometime in your
Yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah.
So, robo-advisory has been here since 2015, 2016, and I think one or two
Correct.
companies grow, or few have, but it's not gained much traction. I don't understand. I mean, you can feed all the data now to the models, and people still don't want robo-advisory. Why is it not taken off in India? Abroad it has. What's your take on this?
So robo-advisory, in my understanding, is testing has not been done enough, first of all. It has not been tested very well. So the systems which have been developed, like the models which have been created, are not competent enough today. So in India specifically. And secondly, in India, we have a lot of reliance on human touch. So if our investment advisor is going to tell us that, okay, advise in this XYZ scheme, we will trust it any day more than an AI. Because we have been people first more than technology first as a country as well. It has taken us a little bit time to adopt it. It will come into picture, but the testing data that we have is a little bit lesser. These models need to be tested on huge data. And also the third point being the nature of volatility, which is there. So I think that's also a reason why we don't trust it. So if it comes to me also, and if a robo advisor is going to come to me, we'll always question its credibility first more than even seeing its features, I guess. So that's just the nature of how Indians work in certain aspects. It will come, it will take some time. Any other questions?
Anyone else? No. I think that's it. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
cool. Thank you. Thank you. No problem.
Thank you, Ekta, for that very enthusiastic session. Just an announcement. At 5:30, we have stand-up comedy by Kumar Varun, which will happen in Hall 1, 5:35. All right, let's move to our last session for the day and for the event. We have Srikutan LS, co-founder and CEO of Block Quantum, joining us for a deep dive into the state of quantum algorithms and software. With expertise in quantum machine learning and optimization, Srikutan will shed light on the future of quantum computing and the impact of quantum cloud platforms. Please join me in welcoming Srikutan onto the stage.
Hello, Hi all, I'm Srikutan, co-founder and CEO of Block Quantum. So you must be wondering, this is a Gen AI conference, why are we talking about quantum computing, right? I think you should ask organizers that question. When they also asked me to take a session, I was also surprised, but nonetheless, here I am. But I'll give a small cautionary note before. Quantum computing is a very, very vast space. It's a very vast space. And each of the slide that I'll be giving here, that itself can take 1 hour session separately. So I've packed a lot of data, a lot of information. So please forgive me for that. Try to click photos whenever you can, so that you'll be able to go back and search more on it. Think of it as a base, fundamental building block for you to get more information. So on that note, I'll start. Oh, okay. It is. So first, who am I, right? Who is this guy? He barely seems like he would have graduated college. Who is he to lecture us on quantum computing? But yeah, nonetheless, so I've done MS in physics from IISER Pune. I did quantum computing, quantum research, but then I found out, okay, this is not my area. Research is not my area. Then I went on to work at 2 startups. One was in India, one was in Canada. Both of them remote work. And then I co-founded my own company called Block Quantum. So we have raised a pre-seed round of 1.3 CR from Inflection Point Ventures, and we have finally completed our product development. So I'll be happy to show you the product as well, what we are building. So jumping to what is quantum computing. Before going to that, what comes to your mind when you hear quantum computing? You would have heard a very, very basic idea. You would have heard somewhere, okay, quantum computing, quantum computing. What comes to your mind when you hear quantum computing? What comes to your mind? Nothing? No. Haven't anybody heard about quantum computing? Yeah, quantum physics you would have heard. Like, what comes to your mind when you hear quantum computing? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, yeah, atoms, because it tries to use atoms to you make a computer. Yeah. Any? Yes. Yes. So you like some of you have a very basic idea. So I'll try to get all those fundamentals about quantum computing. So the talk is about quantum algorithms and software. So first we need to cover about quantum computing, then comes to algorithm, then comes to software. So quantum computing uses qubits instead of bits. So qubits are essentially fundamental building block of our nature. So it can be atoms, it can be ions, it can be electrons, it can be photons. So basically whatever we can't touch. So we use that to build a quantum computer. So it's a very fascinating field how to build a quantum computer in itself. The second thing is it's exponentially faster. So that there is theoretical backing saying it is exponentially faster. Now, the third thing will be it will be computationally cheaper as well. So right now we use big data center of GPUs to train our ML models. But once quantum computer comes in, you'll be able to train these models with very less amount of compute power, because a quantum computer with less number of qubit can actually do the same amount of work that, let's say, a GPU, the best high-end GPU can't even do. And the fourth point about quantum computing is that it helps us to solve some of the hardest problems in humanity, starting from finance to healthcare. So there are plethora of use cases, plethora of problem statement that is currently unsolvable because of a fundamental reason that this problem statement is not suitable for the current computers. They are the computers that are built using bits, that is the voltages, ones and zeros. They won't be able to scale towards the complexity of the data set, complexity of the problem. So I'll give an example in the next slide to show what is that sort of problem statement that we can use quantum computing. So to sum up, quantum computers are fundamentally different form of computing. So whatever you have, GPU, CPU, good, they do all sort of stuff. But QPU, quantum processing unit, that's what will come in, let's say, 5 to 10 years. That'll be built on qubits, not on bits. It will be fundamentally different. It is nothing. You can't say it's a more powerful supercomputer. That's a bad analogy to keep. It is a fundamentally different form of computer, and it does exponentially faster, and it is computationally cheaper and can solve hardest problems for human. So there are a lot of sectors. There is a lot of sectors. There is a lot of use cases that we have identified right now. So it starts from agriculture, financial service, healthcare. I can't go on most of them, but I'll try to give you one example. Let's take example of logistics optimization. Very simply, you have an Amazon delivery guy coming to, let's say he has to deliver to 20 homes. A day he has to deliver to 20 homes. And think about how complex that route would be. Let's say he has his warehouse and he has 20 homes in 20 different parts of that particular city. And think about how many combination of route there will be to cover all the 20 maps. For example, he can cover house number 1, house number 2, house number 3, to house number 20, or he can cover house number 2, house number 19, house number 18. There are a lot of these paths that can happen. So from all these possibilities, from all this combination, you need to find the path which has the least cost associated with it, that is fuel cost. Then that is energy efficient, that is least distance. So this sort of optimization problems, that is very hard. Then there is problem statement in machine learning, which has very difficult in terms of pattern recognition. So one example, our previous speaker talked about Ekta, was fraud detection. It's very difficult to find the pattern of a fraud happening. So when we say fraud happening, I'll give an example there. In a data set of 2 lakh data points, only 100 of data points will be fraudulent. Only 100 of them will be fraudulent. How are you going to find that minute pattern of finding that fraud? So that sort of problem statement will be suitable for quantum computing. So there are a lot of this sector, a lot of use cases that we have identified right now to look at quantum computing. Now, to coming to what is the current state of quantum hardware, that is QPUs right now. I'll give you what state is right now. They're still in experimental phase. Quantum computers right now are still in experimental and exploratory phase. You can't use them to build anything in production. So I won't hype it up. This is the situation right now. You can't use it to build anything in production like generative AI, but there is huge potential. That's why you need to be prepared for that. You need to have this in your horizon to make sure that you're being prepared for that. Now, you must be asking, okay, you've told about quantum computers, where are they? Where are they, right? So the best part is you can actually access these quantum computers or QPUs via cloud right now. You can go to Amazon Web Service, that is AWS. AWS has a separate cloud platform called Bracket, B-R-I-K-E-T, Amazon Bracket, where you will get access to quantum computers of Rigetti, IonQ, Oki. So you might not find familiar names. These are quantum computing startups. These are actually quantum computing startups that are coming up. These are not. We also have quantum computers from IBM. They have that's in IBM Cloud. You can use that. Then we have in Google Cloud. Google has built quantum computer. How many of you heard about Willow? Google's Willow, right? Yeah, that created actually a huge sort of mainstream news about quantum computers. So they are also still in experimentation phase. They're building that computer. They have not put the computer in cloud till this point. Google haven't yet put the computer for us to experiment or for us to look at. Then these are the cloud providers and the quantum computers that you can access right now. Now, coming to, so now first I talked about quantum computing hardware. Now, how do you write? Like, how do you actually write something on it, right? How do you try to write something? How do you try to experiment with it? You have your quantum computers in the cloud, but how do you actually write quantum computing program? So the best part is that we have Python SDKs, which is available right now, open source, free, which you can use. There is a small learning curve for it. It takes some time. It's because the program that we write in quantum computers are still in gate level. So when I say gate level, how many of you remember you studying electronics when you're graduate and you putting up gates for each bit, AND gate, OR gate, NAND gate, keep on adding all these gates, right? And then you build a circuit, then you get an output. So you put 0 in, you get 1 out. So now you get 0 in for AND gate, you'll get, so NOT gate, you'll get 1 out. So this sort of level, that is where quantum computers are still in. So you would be sitting and writing actually the circuits. You'll be saying, okay, instead of bit, we have qubit. Take first qubit. I'll add, instead of this gates, NAND gate, OR gates, we have H gate, X gate, Y gate, Z gate. Again, a little bit of learning curve there. You need to understand how this actually works. So you add a gate, H gate, you add X gate, then you build a circuit, then you add some other things at the end of it, then you actually make an algorithm. And this SDKs actually help you to build that algorithms. So Qiskit is from IBM. Then we have Pennylane. It's from another quantum computing startup called Xanadu. Then we have Amazon Bracket. Then we have Circ, which is from Google. So, us, I've talked about the software, I've talked about the hardware, I've talked about this quantum Python services as well. Now let us start talking about quantum algorithms. So here I'll try to spend more time, try to go through all of them. I'll try to give ideas on what we have done, what you can do, and what are the use cases that you can probably look at afterwards as well. So let's start with machine learning because of course it's an ML conference, quantum machine learning. So in quantum machine learning, you can essentially think of it as what we'll take is we'll take the machine learning framework, the framework what you already have, you try to take it and you try to find a part of it which probably will be computationally harder or computationally time taking for your systems, GPUs or QPUs, GPUs or CPUs, and then you try to give that to our QPU. That's essentially what we do. You essentially will have a hybrid approach. So you'll have a QPU which will be doing some part of it. You'll have a CPU or a GPU which will be doing another part of it. So when I talk about quantum machine learning, first one, the most widely used will be quantum support vector classifier. So you all would have heard about SVC, right? SVM, SVC, support vector machines, support vector classifiers. So we have a quantum version of it. So the quantum version of it, you might remember we have a kernel. There are multiple types of kernels, circle, I'm not a ML expert, RBF kernel, linear kernel, quadratic kernel, and all of that. Instead of this classical kernels, what we'll have is, we'll have a quantum kernel. So kernels are essentially matrix calculation, right? So they're trying to do the matrix multiplication, try to get that value output. So instead of using that, once you use a quantum kernel, the inherent physics will take care of it, and you'll be able to speed that process up. You'll not be able to do all that matrix manipulation and take more time. And that only part will be done by quantum support vector classifier. And then we have an improved version of this called automatic quantum support vector classifier. So it's instead of you finding the kernel, it will actually try to find the kernel for you. Then there is kernel training. So instead of kernel being a static one, you'll have a variable kernel which can be trained so that it'll be able to learn through the process and improve itself. Then we have quantum random forest. It's a very new algorithm that have been come up. Very few works have been done on it. So they have tried to take the random forest and have tried to build quantum random forest. The decision trees in the random forest will be QSVM instead of your regular SVM. So that's how it differs. And then we have quantum reinforcement learning. It's a very interesting algorithm, quantum reinforcement learning. So there also, that agent we will be using quantum neural network. Okay, I've missed quantum neural network. Probably I'll talk about quantum neural network. So we have quantum neural network. Quantum neural network, what happens is that you have neurons in your normal machine learning. Instead of neurons, what we'll have is parameterized quantum circuit. So I talked about circuit. There will be circuits which can be trained. Instead of neurons, we'll have the circuits which can be trained. So again, this will help us to improve the hopefully the computational efficiency, using less power, and also trying to fasten up this process. And using that, we'll have quantum reinforcement learning. Again, the agent will be a quantum neural network. I'll be very similar to reinforcement learning. We have actually done brilliant work with that. So one good example that I will try to put up here is we have actually used QRL, quantum reinforcement learning, in a challenge which was conducted by Amazon Web Service, AWS, which actually where we actually try to use QRL and compare it to classical reinforcement learning, the normal reinforcement learning. What we were able to find out is QRL uses 1 by 1/20th parameters, or the 1 by 1/20th parameters compared to reinforcement learning. The parameters that is associated with the neural network, instead of 800 parameter, we were able to come around 60 or 80 parameters in QRL. So that itself shows how much computationally you can reduce the expensiveness of these neural network architectures. And then we have QGANs, quantum generative adversarial networks. So QGANs essentially, hopefully we all know GANs. They were the OG generative models even before LLMs came, right? They were the ones which we used to generate all those images, cat images and everything. But now nobody uses that. But still they have use case in different areas. In generative adversarial network, we have two machine learning models. One is the generator and one is a differentiator. What we'll do in QGANs, we'll take differentiator as the neural network itself, and generator will be our quantum neural network. So essentially, again, all of this will be hybrid ones. And then quantum reservoir computing, which is a very, very nascent field and a very exciting field. How many of you work with reservoir computing, classical reservoir computing? Okay, nobody. So it's a lovely field that I love to read more and to understand more. So reservoir computing is essentially where you have a data set and you need to, instead of giving it to a neural network, you actually parse it to a physical dynamical system, so that encodes a data set and tries to find out the patterns inside that. So this will actually help you to reduce the neural network complexity, again computation that we need to do that. For example, one of the physical unit that they use would be like a robotic arm. So they'll try to feed this data into a robotic the dynamics of a robotic arm, and they'll after that they'll take the output and then they'll do simple machine learning like SVMs or linear regression to find out the classification. So this reservoir computing try to take away neural networks and put in some dynamical systems instead of neural networks. Now there is no other random dynamical systems than quantum systems. These are essentially the best system where you can have randomness, and that is why quantum reservoir computing will help in building that. So this covers all of the machine learning algorithms in quantum computing right now. So these are the only quantum machine learning algorithms that is out there right now, which we can start looking at. So all of this can be used for any of the machine learning use cases. You can always try to look at this and try to compare it with your machine learning models and see if it is, where the performance are. But again, the only problem is you won't be able to use like a huge number of data points. At max, you'll be able to use 2,000 data points, because the systems that we have, very feeble, very small scale systems, they can only handle that much. Then we come to optimization. So the optimization problem statement is where I've talked about before. You have like a logistics route optimization, where you have a lot of possibilities and you need to find the best optimal output from that possibilities, from that particular solution set. Hope you're okay. And that part, that will be disrupted first. That optimization problem statement, optimization industry will be disrupted first by quantum computing, because we are seeing good improvement right away. So we usually use three different techniques for that. But one is called variational quantum eigensolver. Then there is quantum approximate optimization algorithm. Then there is quantum annealing. Again, I can't go into much depth of it, which is very, very quantum physics in nature. So if you want to discuss, I'll be happy to talk about all of these three algorithms afterwards. So this essentially trying to set up something or sort of quantum systems and trying to mimic how do we optimization. And quantum annealing has actually proven a good technique for a lot of optimization problem statements. So this is going to be disrupted soon. Then there is quantum simulations, which will be your you have a system. You have a system probably like, for example, um, digital twins. You need to simulate how somebody's health would be going from one point to another according to different parameters, or you want to simulate, let's say, a game simulation, or you want to simulate chemistry, which is a fundamental starting point of where it had all started. Um, it was actually started by Richard Feynman. How many of you know Feynman? All of you know. So Feynman actually said while he was trying to get chemistry simulation of a molecule, he was saying, damn it, nature is not classical. Nature is not built by using voltages and bits. It is quantum, and we need a quantum computer to understand it. Actually, that is where it all started. So chemistry simulation. So for example, you need to find better battery. You need to go beyond lithium ion. What will be the next one or two? But still the problem is it can't explain, right? It can't explain how it predicts. It just predicts because of the data set. But if you really need to understand how it does, you really need a quantum computer to actually do all those mathematics behind it and give you that reaction and output afterwards. That way, quantum simulation is actually going to be much bigger part of it. So what I've tried to put up here is a lot of information, I know. So there is quantum computers out there which using different SDKs, Python SDKs, Python libraries, you can write these algorithms for use cases that I've shown here. So that is the common theme. I know there is huge amount of information. Each of these slides would be one different session itself. So in that theme, I would love to again shamelessly plug my product here. How we would be helping you to better use or better write quantum algorithms. Now, because there are a lot of this algorithm, there is a lot of this Python SDKs. Then there is different QPUs. How do you actually start writing, right? So if you can play the video, that'll be great. This is the demo of our product. It'll be released very soon. Hopefully, I think this is the first place I'm actually publicly putting out my product. So thanks a lot for being a wonderful audience. If you can play the video. Okay. Can you call and video? So the idea of block is essentially you can use block quantum platform to start writing quantum algorithm without actually understanding the complexities. It is a low code platform which actually helps you to
just starting to know how to write quantum algorithms and just want to test them out, they can come to this module, which is the experiments module. Let's say we have a use case like credit card fraud, and we have a data set. You can upload one as well, and then you can go to advanced options, select the features that you want, and select the size of the data set. You can select the train and test split. Done. You can select the algorithm you want to run, select the parameters.
So you could see QSVM that I've just talked about.
Feature map, and the simulator that you
These
want
are
to run
basically inputs that goes to QSVM. So you can just simply play around with, and
just like that, the algorithm has been queued, and it will complete its run very fast. Now, once it is completed,
so you will be able to see the results also, like accuracy, precision, recall in the left hand.
Yeah. Accuracy score, F1 score, precision, recall, and you can also click on this button to generate a code for it. Well, I'll show you in a bit. So this is now completed. You click on this, you can see these are the results. Now you click on this button, and in a second the file will be generated. You click on that, and now this is for someone who actually knows how to write quantum algorithms and want to experiment more
using
with
this,
the
you'll be
actual
able to
code.
actually
So you have the code right
include your
here,
workflow here, like
and this
your
will make it
classical
much more
workflow, other
easier
workflow
for
to
you
this
to now
part.
just make changes and just write it by yourself. But let's say if you want to write more different quantum circuits and try out many variations of it, so we make that as well much more easier just by going to the circuit builder module.
This is where I say
So let's
circuit,
create a
right?
new
This is how we
circuit
build a
right
circuit.
here. Just like that,
You actually
you
need
have
to
an
build
empty
all the
circuit here.
circuit. You need to actually write
Now
all those circuit, which
you
is
can
very, very
drag
difficult.
and drop any quantum operations that you want. We support a lot of operations. We also support parameterized operations as well. I'll show you in a bit. So this is how you can just create a circuit. You can also visualize the probabilities as well. Then we also have rotations gate, which you can actually edit the rotations and just like that, and yeah, you are done. And you can also copy this code. This is the OpenQuasm code. You can go back to the editor and then use Qiskit to read the OpenQuasm code into an actual quantum circuit. And yeah, this is done. You can easily create quantum circuits with this. I hope you found it very useful. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Block Product Demo. Our
So essentially, anybody who's sitting here can actually start writing quantum algorithms using our platform. So we'll be actually supplementing whatever you'll be writing with really good documentation, which you can easily, it'll be fun to read and easy to understand. So the first part you probably would have understood, okay? The experiment simply give some input, put your data set, can find the results, well and good. Second part is where you can actually get the code, you can probably write your own code, add your classical processing, data pre-processing, post-processing, a lot of things you can do. And then once you have become a little more experienced, right, there are parts where you can actually build your own circuits to better map the data that you have. That is one very important part, and that is where the circuit builder, the third part, so he's my co-founder, CTO, Jay Patel, such a brilliant guy, so great kudos for him as well. So that's where the third part, the circuit builder, comes in handy, because think about it. If you need to have, if you have like 100 qubit, how are you going to write gates connecting to all those qubits sitting down? It's taking a lot of time. So with that, you'll be simply able to visually build a circuit and take the code, put it in the platform, again run it, and actually build your own use cases for any of your use cases that I've showed. So yeah, with that, thank you. Thanks a lot for being a wonderful audience. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Srikutan. Does anyone have questions?
If you can go back to the slide. You can scan this code, hopefully the code, or else you can go to blog.in and book a demo if you want to know more about the product.
Hi, Srikutan.
Hi.
Nice talk. I won't put you on the spot. You know, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA recently at CES said quantum computing, decent quantum computing is at least 15 to 20 years away.
Yes.
And you've got a product, you've raised up to 1 crore of funds, and you got something which is working. So what am I missing?
So Jensen Huang said 15 to 20 years. Bill Gates said 3 to 5 years. Google said 6 years. So nobody knows the answer. So, so the thing is that with quantum computing, nobody expected DeepSeek, right? So nobody will and what I'm saying is the timeline, it can vary. It can be 15 years, it can be 3 years, it can be 6 years. So what I'm saying will be 6 years, because the Willow team that have done that excellent work, they said 6 years. So I think that's what I'm going with. Now, what you're missing is basically at this point of time, there are around 400 plus enterprise users, including HSBC, JP Morgan, Tata Mahindra, like BMW, Airbus, all of they want to get into quantum computing right now, because they know the potential that they're going to lose out, it's huge. It's unimaginable for them, and they want to start right now, and they are starting to experiment and implement, and this tool will be for them to start experimenting much more faster and easier. So that's what we are starting with. And once it is fully fledged, once it's mainstream, that's when we'll evolve our platform to actually help them to deploy the solution. So that's actually the bigger plan that we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Amit.
Hi, Amit.
So you had said that in QNN, quantum neural network, instead of neurons, we use circuits, which can be trained.
Yeah.
So I thought that circuits are deterministic. So how a circuit could be trained?
So when I say train, there are gates called rotational gates. He would have probably shown that. You would have seen it there, rotation gates. So rotation gates have a theta or an angle associated with that gate, right? That instead of making that deterministic, that particular angle, let's say pi by 2 or at 180 degree, you can say just theta. It's a parameter, and then you try to tune it that to your data set or whatever you try to model. So that's how make it parameterized.
And then I wanted to know that what is the reason behind that limitation of 2000 data point that you have said?
It's because right now the quantum computers, the maximum qubit count. When I say qubit count, you compare the device that you have will have trillions of bits, more than that, right? Trillions of bits. You're computing that to just 100 qubits, and that too they are not what do you say? They're not good enough to perform these operations. So this 100 qubits can only handle this much amount of data points. So that's a limitation.
By when do you think that this could be overcome?
So again, that's the problem, right? Jensen Huang says 15 years, Google says 6 years, Bill Gates says 3 years, so I'm hoping 6 years. So
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All of machine learning which we have today is based on matrix manipulation.
Yeah.
So why don't you offer matrix manipulation as a fundamental block which can be used?
Yeah, lovely, right? So there is an algorithm called HHL algorithm which actually does that. So I'll be happy. Yeah, we can hopefully get that into our system as well. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Any more questions? I think we all want to run to the stand-up comedy, right?
I think, any other questions? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Srikuran. Thank you for the wonderful session. You have simplified quantum, at least to a large extent. And just like that, we've come to the end of MLDS 2025. We have a stand-up comedy by Kumar Varun, which is happening in Hall 1. Just a few thank yous. A massive thank you to our incredible speakers, panelists, and workshop facilitators who shared their expertise and ignited our curiosity and pushed us to think bigger. A heartfelt shout out to our sponsors and partners. Your support has been pivotal in making this event a smashing success. A special mention to my co-host Purvi and the entire team of AIM for their seamless coordination and dedication in making sure everything ran smoothly. And to all of you, our brilliant attendees, thank you for your thoughtful contributions, lively discussions, and for being a part of this dynamic community. I hope this energy keeps going. So stay inspired and let's keep pushing. Let's just go together with the AI journey that we have. So this is Vanda Nair signing off. Thank you, everybody. Take care.